teams because they haven't really had the biggest opponents, and they did actually lose against Dogs and Lobster, as you mentioned, about a week ago.
Yeah, they did. And I mean, Dogs and Lobster, I don't know how or why. It always feels like they know Tribe so well. Every time I watch them play against each other, it feels like, you know, they have just a whole other understanding of the draft against them, of understanding what Tribe are looking to try to achieve and counter that as well as they can. Looks like draft is going to be coming in, and this is going to be an important one as well. Onto safe zone here for our first map. Max, Ruffs, and Bonnie banned out by the side of Dr. Lobster. Tribe Gaming are going to be removing the Piper, the Brock, and the Colette. Some long-range brawlers removed on their side.
Yeah, Tribe have basically just banned out an entire comp, to be honest with you. It's some solid bans regardless, and Kanan's been pretty much left with the only long-range brawler available at the moment, except from Nanny. Tom's got a slot on the Carl, able to use that flying hook across these portions of water on the map, so able to get some amazing positioning. Dre just taking the B. He doesn't want to see any more of these tanky units, and also Daryl, amazing on this map, and a great counter to Carl as well, so that's probably why he's preemptively taken that brawler.
I think it's a good shot, because right now there's 2 picks in a row for Dr. Lobster. It would not have been crazy to assume they would go for Daryl Byron or something like that. And without a B, you just don't even stand a chance. And it looks like Dr. Lobster, they're not even scared of it. They're going Daryl anyways. Let's see if they follow up with a Byron. You don't need to. To be fair, Daryl is just fine on its own. I do like Byron here because obviously he has a lot of range, so he can do a lot of things. In general, win some of the duels. Even in a 1v1 against B, I wouldn't say he has a big disadvantage whatsoever. But the synergy with Daryl obviously is very, very nice as well.
Yeah, but they've already got that mid down in Kanan playing Bell here, which is just why I'm questioning if they would play Byron at this point. It's going to have to be a pick relatively soon, or is they going to have a complete reset? Might have some panic going through their minds at the moment. They've got Buzz. They're playing, I mean, you know, it's decent, but I mean, it's double tank into a B is not really the right route to go, and they've still got the last pick as well. They've gone Bull, so that's a good pick against the Buzz as well. If Buzz comes into a Bull, he should be able to get the pick up. But I don't know, I'm kind of worried for Dogs and Lobster if they're not able to get some really, really early control, which I'd imagine they'll try to do with a Buzz gadget onto one of the brawlers early on. But if this goes late game and the map starts to be, you know, opened up a little bit by the Bull Super or something like that and open up different routes, I kind of worry for them.
I mean, honestly, I like what I'm seeing from Dogs and Lobster. Sure, I mean, I'm not sure yet how good the Buzz pick is going to be here on Safe Zone, but you're in a best of 3 against a team that they know is, you know, the favorite for this matchup. Dogs and Lobster, they're well aware that they are underdogs here. I like that they're taking a big risk in the draft here in a best of 3. I mean, if they manage to make this one work, that could be what gets them all the way to the semifinal. And just as a reminder, this is Dogs and Lobster's first ever appearance in a monthly final, and I'm excited to see how it plays out. So far, it seems like there's a decent bit of control in favor of Tribe, but some good taps as well on the side of Dogs and Lobster, as right now everyone on Tribe is quite low HP.
Yeah, unusual gadget from Tomsy there onto Tom. Not going to be a confusing thing at all, having them laying in each other, but Lene manages to get unshot on Tomsy when he does go in, and Tomsy does manage to get the trade, but Trade's just getting a shot onto safe. Carl spinning in onto Kanan now. Buzz just slowing down this left-hand side, but Lene going for the dash to the left as well, and now Tribe gonna get wiped by the Buzz. Great play from him, but they've got to be careful of this Bull here.
Yeah, Shaku trying to play around the safe to tank for Dan, but the Dan does manage to find a connection, and just look at the ridiculous damage output. I like this a lot from the Nine. He is marked up, so he should be cleaned up, but not before getting some additional damage on safe and onto Shaku, helping secure that elimination right now. I mean, we have decent control for Dogster, but damage-wise, it's a massive lead in favor of Tribe.
How did they get 2 kills in the middle of the map and not get any further damage onto the 5% they already had? I'm a little bit baffled by that, considering Tribe got like an extra 70% or something onto theirs with only a Bull pretty much there. Drange has the super now as well. Tomsy gets slowed, and Jaku does get the trade and shot onto him, but Tom with a super now. Lene pushing down the left-hand side once more. Kanan looking for a breakaway play, but the B's going to be respawning.
Yeah, this is not looking too great for Doxa so far. As I said, I love the fact that they're taking a risk here. I think they need to. You know, in a fair and square matchup, more often than not, they're going to be losing to Tribe. Even though, you know, they did win against them in the ESL about a week or 2 ago, Tribe, they're the much more accomplished team. That goes without saying. No one is going to be questioning that. But yeah, so far it seems like this approach, I don't know if, it's the draft itself or the way they executed it, that they just couldn't really quite make it work just yet. But yeah, that was not it for now. Let's see if Dr. Lobster can maybe switch some things around into our upcoming game. But yeah, that was not it just yet.
Tom's starting this game off a lot more aggressively, and Drage is just tapping in the mid. He's got the slow up. Oh, he didn't actually get the slow up, and he managed to avoid it, but an overroll from Kanan there did go over Linane, so he's able to get a couple of shots and save. And all three players are all just shooting Linane, and he still managed to get like 50%.
Yeah, it's crazy because, besides for the Bull, you wouldn't say that the side of Tribe has the biggest damage dealers on safe either, like Carl. I mean, he's really good if he can get up close. Does deal a decent bit of damage, but B as well is very low damage on safe in general, unless she can get some charge shots off the opponents. But this is going to be the absolute stomp here from Tribe Gaming. I mean, it seems like, they're not having any of what they had the last time they faced Dogster, as right now, they don't want to be messing around. They're going to go for a clean set straight away. That final game, not taking a single % damage on their save. In the previous one, they only took 5%. So what a dominant statement here from Trump, saying, yeah, we know you guys are good, we respect you guys, but we're not going to give you guys anything to work with.
Well, I understand what you're saying, they're going for these picks because they feel like the underdogs and they need to take a risk, but you can't pick 2 tanks into a B. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, take risks, but he picked it to preempt you so you wouldn't go the tanks, and then you still go the tanks. Like, it just makes absolutely no sense in my eyes, but nonetheless, I mean, that's just domination, especially in that second game from Tribe. At least Dr. Lobster had a few breakaway plays in the first one. The second one, they didn't even get a look at it the second half of the map.
Yeah, in Dogster's defense, I have seen recently an odd amount of times where people would be like picking a bunch of tanks into a B, and somehow it works, especially in Heist with Daryl and Brawlers like. I wouldn't necessarily go with Buzz in general, as it's a brawl we don't see a whole lot, but I've seen it work in the past, especially on Kaboom Canyon, where, if you have a Gale to jump out into the mid and this sort of thing, like, it can be very terrifying. It really can be. Even though there is a B on the other side, it can still work, but yeah, I don't think it was it, and they got shut down. I mean, Buzz at some moments, in the first game, I felt like Buzz definitely had some moments where I thought, okay, I see why they went for the Buzz, but after that, they still didn't manage to capitalize and actually, complete the objective, which is taking down that safe. And no matter how many kills you're getting, if you're not taking down the safe, you're going to be losing.
Yeah, well, looks like the bans are in for this game. We have the Tick, Carl, and Bonnie I'm seeing, and then we have the Bonnie, Jean, and Piper on the other side of things. Tribe really not wanting to take a long-range route in my eyes, because they banned out 3 long-range brawlers in the first, and now they're banning out Piper on this map here. Rico, a first pick from Dr. Lobster, and to be honest, I love Rico. I absolutely love Rico, but I don't see it as a first pick here in my eyes. I feel like, as of recent, the brawlers, Bo, Bonnie, which are the 2 picks from Tribe, would have been much more resourceful first picks.
Yeah, I agree. I think especially Janet, as the power of being a terrifying brawler here, can open things up so nicely as well. Shaco gonna go for the penny. I respect that. I'd say in general, in Knockout, it's one of the modes where she struggles a little bit more, mostly because, it takes a while to get that turret, even now. And, each round is going to reset that, and that can happen up to 3 times. So, yeah, I don't think this is the mode where she's the most threatening in general, but it is Penny. She is still in a very good place and play well. It can be a big threat. They'll be completing the comp with the Sprout on the side of Dr. Lobster for Tom. Final pick now on the side of Tribe. Do you see anything that they really should be going for?
I mean, they could really do with a thrower, I guess, but there's just not any useful ones left. Tick's gone, Sprout's been picked. They choose Fang. Coming in with the Fang, I mean, I like it. I don't mind it. You got to get in range of the Sprout and the Rico, but as of recent, I'm pretty sure you get 2-shot by a penny with that barrel down.
I mean, who doesn't? To be completely honest, Rev,
That
who
is true.
doesn't get
That
two
is
shot
true.
by a penny?
That
with,
is true.
Maybe Frank can survive two shots, but I mean, if he's getting hit by everything, like yeah, it is tough. It is definitely tough. However, thing is, I mean, he's gonna bounce off the Daryl as well. You know, if he's using his super, and he can stun. You know, so I still feel like he has a decent matchup here. And I have to admit, so far, we're seeing why Lena was brought into the team. He's playing those, you know, kind of fun, different, hard to play as well brawlers that we saw in set one, the Bull. He played fantastically well. So really showing the value of that addition to Tribe Gaming's roster.
Yeah, I feel like this is, you know, his kind of brawler pool. He loves the tanks, he loves the aggression, and that's exactly what he's going to thrive on. So that's what Tribe are using him for. They're using him for these aggressive brawls. He said phenomenally well played on the ball, and now he's coming in on the Fang, and it seems to be, so far, he's getting some great control around the back of here and creating an amazing pinch.
They're certainly respecting it as by himself, without a super. They are giving away a lot of space just by his presence. Should be a shot or two away from a super now as well, and we know how deadly that can be. A Sprout Wall can be a nice way to shut it down. It's going to be placed down on the top side of the map for now. We're getting to the later stages. A nice pickup from Shaku. Dash in from the Na is going to be getting the pickup onto Kane and bringing things to a 2-on-2.
Can the name clutch this one up? He gets the shot, he gets the stun, and he takes down Tomsy as well. There you go. There is the power of Lenane on a tank. Put him on a tank and he will deliver.
Wow, that is beautiful stuff from him. And I love that he doesn't even bother to connect his super. He knows that if he gets the follow-up stun, he'll have the damage to secure that elimination against most matchups. And he's done a really fine job at that so far. Let's see if Tribe here can lock in that match point. As right now, I mean, it's a very defensive position from Dogster, but a bit of over-aggression from Drage is going to be punished off as Dogster now have the man advantage.
Well, Lenane can't be too far off a super. He did get 2 shots when he took down the final player, so a few shoes and I believe he'll be able to get it, but now Kanan's starting to push back Tom. Mine's there, but he doesn't connect. Giacu does manage to bait it out, and Tom fell very, very low, having to start from square one, heal up, and then come back once more.
All right now, I mean, advantage has got to be on the side of Tribe, but there's that Fang super, and if you can find a big connection with that could turn things around. It is a 1-on-3 now. We need nothing short from a miracle to make that work, and Lena is aware of it, respects Dogster Lobster here as well, and is gonna be saving that super for the next round here. Let's see if he can make great use of it.
Wall comes in down the left, and that means Lenane's having to rotate to the right. Pennytor is there as well. They've put it down over the left-hand side, so it's not going to last too long if the gas does start to come in, and that late game is what they play for, but Lenane has this super. He's waiting for an aggressive position, and then he can just take advantage of them.
So far, no opportunities just yet. Let's see how the game unfolds. It's more often than not in the knockout, it's going to be the gas that starts forcing the teams into that big final team fight where pressure hits its peak. Until then, it's all about getting those supers some early pokes and maybe some early opportunities, and then now he finds one. That's going to be Kanan going down, and he doesn't get traded out.
Drage is flying as well. Tomsy's got some mines on him. Drage might be able to land directly on him with a pinch, and the bounce castle comes in. Tom's very low, though. Drop the base comes down from Drage. Lenane pushing in. He hasn't got any barrels left. He's just going to be able to walk in a straight line and take him out. Tomsy's low as well. The gas is pushing him up against the rest of Tribe, and into 3 with 0 remaining for Dogster Lobster.
Wow, that is some good work here from Tribe Gaming. Match point now in their hands so far, and I do feel like we had more signs of life here from Dogster Lobster, but to be honest, most of the opportunities they really got were from Tribe overextending, getting maybe overconfident a little bit here and there, and Drage being a little bit too aggressive at times. So, I don't know, I still feel like Tribe, I mean, they're just looking much, much better right now.
Yeah, well, whenever they play to, their comp specifications, waiting for that late game and having burst damage with the Fang and the Janet, that's where they're going to thrive. And, the round they lost, it was when Drage just flew up too early and just provided them with an early kill, and then they just couldn't do anything from there.
Yeah, dash in already, and the value is there. Lena almost goes down, but here's the thing: he doesn't even need to get the kill if the opening is there. Tom was forced to just back off, and it's created so much chaos. In general, just beautiful stuff. And it's something we've been seeing more and more often nowadays as well with Fang, especially in knockout. You don't need the kill. Sometimes you can just go for the stun and get out of there. That stun is enough for your teammates to secure some shots as well and claim that kill on their own side. So I like what I'm seeing here from Tribe. And I mean, those supers, I have to admit, are just so well calculated by the Naz. He's just always surviving, even if it's very low HP, and that goes a very long way. Rage in a tough position there is going to be forced to super off. I love the damage gear as well onto onto the Janet pick, because you're going to be low HP most often when you go for that jump, and then extra damage can go a long way. It is going to be turned into a 2-on-2. Drange is going to get hit. Oh my goodness, that is a disaster here for Shaku.
Absolute nightmare, not just for Shaku, but it's also for the entirety of Dogs Lobsters. A 1v2, and this is their entire game at stake right here. You can't be walking on mines when this much is at stake. They're going to be going home if Kanan can't clutch this 1v2, which there's a possibility he might be able to do it, but now the pinch comes in. Tom getting some shots off, he hits the final one, and Tribe win it all and go to the semi-finals.
Clean stuff from Tribe Gaming. They make it a 2-0, not dropping a single game. Knockout got a little bit more messy and definitely more room for Dogster to try to make something happen. But I mean, Heist was just absolutely one-sided. Such a dominant performance here from Tribe Gaming today. And I have to say, Dogster Lobster, this was their first monthly final ever. They're not going to be the happiest with the result, but they had a very tough first opponent. And I still feel like they held up pretty well. Their approach and mindset was in the right place. The intentions were good. Just, the buzz didn't quite pay off as they intended to in safe zone, and here in knockout, I think they did pretty well, all things considered. But Tribe is just a better team, and if you're playing their type of gameplay, they're gonna be winning it. And when Lena is popping off like that, it's very tough to take them down.
Not much chance for a win if Lene plays like that, to be fair. We just saw him getting kill after kill, and just, if he doesn't get the kills, as she's mentioned, he gets the assists, stunning people in the gas like that, and he'll just let the gas take them out if he really needs to. Doesn't even need to shoot them himself.
I love how he just saved the ammo. I'm pretty sure he had a spare shot still in his pocket, but he was just there like, I don't need to waste my time and ammunition onto him. The gas is just gonna take care of the job for me, and yeah, very well calculated. Lena gonna be MVP as well, and you have gone for a good pickup when you take a new player into your roster, and first match off, he's already MVP.
And my oh my, does his caricature look good in that Tribe jersey? Looking very, very fresh there. Thoroughly deserved MVP, though, 7-2 in that last set as well with 80 DPS, and DPS isn't a big feature of Knockout, to be honest. All you need to do is swoop in with one super and get a kill, and you've basically made a win for your team.
Yeah, I mean, if the gas is the one getting the kills, you don't really need the damage on your side, do you?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, if we swing back and have a look at his damage on safe in Heist, I'm sure it'll be like 2,000 DPS or something like that. Something absolutely ridiculous, just considering how much damage he got down on that safe there. But yeah, thoroughly deserved MVP for Lene. And let's not forget his teammates did some amazing work too. Drake definitely a bit risky on that Janet pick. I'm not gonna lie. He seemed like he was very much out of control of the ending scenario with a lot of the stuff that he was doing. But Tom, placing down some clearly very good minds to be able to take down Jaku without even being anywhere near him.
Yeah, those sort of moments are devastating, because as a player, that shouldn't happen to you. But it does once in a while, and when it happens at a monthly finals, it's even more heartbreaking. But I mean, we love Dogster Lobsters, and I'm hoping very, very much that we'll see them again in the next couple of months.
Yeah, well, with those two games being done, 2 quarterfinals down, 2 to go, we'll be thrown to a quick break, and we'll be taking a little bit of a look in the heads of our MSI champions.
Zeta are all over the spin. 5 seconds, and Zeta Division are going to be the MSI 2022 champions.
決勝で結構接戦だったんですけど、なんとか粘り強いところが出て勝つことができたんで嬉しいです。SK ゲーミングがその個々の能力も高かったりだとか、チームとしての連携も あったんで一番強敵でしたね。はい、今日無事に優勝できたんですけど、やっぱり危なかった、決勝が危なかった場面が結構あったんで、そういうところを今後改善していきながら最後までやりきりたいと思います。世界大会には出れると思っていて、最後の世界大会も優勝できると思っています。観戦していただいてありがとうございます。これからも頑張りますので応援よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。おめでした。
What a fantastic result from Zeta Division. They continue to reign supreme, our MSA champions, and deservedly so.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship EMEA monthly final for July. I am joined by a fellow Brit. Ark, have you got any thoughts about the two explosive games we just watched?
I mean, I don't want to rub in the salt, regarding the first matchup, because of course, predictions-wise, that pushed you guys up to a terrible start. But I mean, I felt, to be fair to Dr. Lobster, they could have actually got the dub simply because there's some rivalry background history between those two teams, and Tribe have sometimes struggled. But today was not that day. Every dog has its day today. Sadly, Dr. Lobster had theirs. But OGS versus Tribe for the semi-finals. Looking forward to that one later. But of course, up first, SK Gaming up against Team Kesso. Later on, after that, Reply Totem up against Navi. And interestingly enough, we've never seen both of these two matchups in a BSC monthly final. So very, very excited for this one. Very excited.
It's going to be very, very interesting. Seed number 2 and 3 as of current for the EMEA leaderboards playing each other in the quarterfinals. So it's definitely going to be a very, very good game between these two teams. SK Gaming, second at MSI, and also Team Queso, who did go out in the early rounds. But they provided some great performances throughout the rest of this year as well, actually winning the last monthly final before the MSI. But before anything else is said, we've had our predictions. Make sure to go and do yours at event.brawlstars.com over on the website. Make sure you get yourself either close to that bell pin and then try come back tomorrow and get it in the NA stream, or close it out and get it right now. I know you're getting fairly close at the moment, Ark.
Well, yeah, but as you know, Trav, I like to double down sometimes and I put STMN on my predictions over there, and, well, we know how that went. But as long as it's right on the stream, that's what counts. And, the expertise and all that stuff that I'm giving to the viewers, so valuable in that respect. But, yeah, as you were saying, though, about, SK Gaming and Team Kesso, Team Kesso did lose, in the first round of MSI, but it was the team that went and won the whole thing, Zeta Division 1. So there is that. If you're going to lose to any team, lose to the winners the whole thing.
Exactly, there's no better way to go out, is there? But we will be taking a quick look at the rosters now, guys. Semantic, Guille, and iChaos. If you're not familiar, then I don't know what you've been doing with Brawl Stars Esports, because these are some household names in the scene for the longest amount of time and been performing amazingly throughout the rest of this year and the years prior as well.
Yeah, the momentum off the back of MSI has got to still be so strong with SK Gaming, and and then also in the SK Gaming house. So add that to the equation. The last time we saw SK Gaming in this environment, they did reverse sweep Tribe in the grand final of March. So definitely going to be of a huge advantage to them, and to be able to communicate very effectively, have everyone together. Of course, Coach Pedro doing his thing as we always know, and that laptop, as you'll notice, definitely away from the camera because there's a lot of information there, and he's very, very secretive about it.
You can't blame him against a team like Team Queso. Here is the roster for them as well. A great team who have been performing so well throughout EMEA. Had a difficult time at MSI, as we mentioned, but Javi, Black Sea, and Alias SJ will be completing the roster today. And I feel like they've definitely got a chance. I may have predicted SK Gaming just because off the back of such a massive win, but Team Queso, they're not someone who you can just sweep under the rug. They're a real contender for not only this match, but the entire monthly final.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think it's going to come down to, how Team Kesso are approaching today. Are they still lingering off the back of MSI and that swift exit there, or have they kind of had a chance to refresh themselves and, of course, with a few balance changes here and there, have they had the chance and the opportunity to really experiment with that, to try to find the loopholes there and, try to exploit some of SK Gaming's potential weaknesses? And, looking through SK's drafts at the moment, they like to ban a a lot of Bonnie, as not necessarily so much of Janet, but maybe that might change today. We'll soon see what the bans are and be able to gain a better assessment on that. And they are going to be, banning Bonnie straight off the bat, as long as alongside the Squeak and the Carl. Squeak, Bonnie, and Sprout. So actually, there's quite a lot of options here. Now, with Carl being banned, I can understand Eve actually is the first pick here. Canal Grand is one of these maps where I think Eve is still actually very, very relevant. Samantha going straight in with Janet, and I love that idea from SK Gaming. Let's see what they pick next, but I do like Bo here for myself. Again, Carl, yeah, it's okay here, but I think the ban, probably a worthy one at that, and it's Jean actually for Gear, which I do like as well.
Yeah, I mean, Jean's a really solid pick, but picking it into Eve's maybe a little bit questionable for me. I'm not sure about how that kind of plays out in your mind, but Janet as the first pick for SK Gaming is absolutely wonderful. I love that Brawler being able to swoop in, get some damage, and get out. But then again, I saw Team Queso play against Tribe Gaming. They picked Eve first pick near enough every single time and got absolutely destroyed, so they better hope it's not something similar today.
Yeah, it's just with that river through the middle of the map, you're able to have so much more maneuverability power. Penny coming in for them as well, and yeah, it's just shaping up to be a really rough, potentially, comp for SK Gaming here. Let's see what the fifth, the fifth pick is the final pick for Team Queso coming in now. And again, I would like to see Bo myself. It just kind of adds to a lot more of a problem when you've got Penny's turret raining down the bow mines. On top of that, can really force your opposition into some awkward positions. But yeah, and it is going to be that from Javi. I love this from Team Queso, shaping up to be a very, very strong comp. I mean, Tick wouldn't be a bad shout here from SK Gaming. The one thing that they definitely lack is range, and they need to consider that as well going into I mean, there's a reason why I paid the big bucks here, Trav.
He's a mind reader. He's getting fed these before. Secretly, Pedro showed him his laptop before the stream, and that's why he said he was angling it away. He just had to hint that he didn't have anything, and then just comes in and predicts all the comps absolutely perfectly, clearly. But yeah, I mean, Tick's a great pick. I think it's really, really solid. It's able to get down, you know, the Eve egg before it hatches, and also the Penny turret's going to be a huge force to be reckoned with for Team Queso. So able to get rid of that is going to be huge as well.
Yeah, and again, you know, with the predictions in mind, guys, just a reminder, I put SK Gaming, you know, just putting that out there. Let's see how it goes, though. I do agree, Trav. I think SK Gaming are, you know, arguably the favourite given their MSI performance. But Team Queso, again, they are the last team to win a monthly final prior to that. So definitely in with a solid chance here. But as we pointed out before going into this matchup, this is the first time these two teams have faced off against each other in a monthly final. Every month, they've always been at opposite ends of the bracket. Ticket blowing up the grass there is going to allow for a little bit more vision on the side of Team Queso should SK Gaming retake more of this mid on the right-hand side. At the moment, though, Blue Star in favour of SK Gaming, and both teams at the moment feeling each other out, trying to get this early supers in, and the first one coming in is from Happy.
Well, Ali not really getting hit too hard here by the Tick, to be honest. He's just sitting in the same corner for the entirety of the game and just not getting hit. Still, I mean, he does walk out eventually and get hit, but he could have just stayed there, to be honest. Blacksy's taking the lead 5 Isbook and trying to do the exact same now, but he is getting hit quite heavily. Gene pull available now, and SK do have the lead. They can't forget this.
They're going to pop it. It's going to pop, so Gear will cancel out Javi's super there, who decides to jump in very aggressively so on that right-hand side, and Chaos has his super now. Semantic also drop the base. Not sure on that one whether they're going to get much value. I guess just kind of concerned about the potential of Team Queso pushing up through that mid area there, and the mine's down as well for good measure from Blacksy. So popped very nicely done by Chaos, smoothly done. Javi as well is lurking forwards ever more so, and he can just float over that area on that top right, on that bottom right-hand side there. So be very, very cautious of him. Guille is definitely the more susceptible of the group here as a potential pinch here. Very patient one of that coming in from Team Queso.
Yeah, well, Semantic has his pull in hand still. That barrel's down and it's getting some splash value. Chaos now has a super as well. Swoops in, gets the takedown, and this is it. Team Queso do not have any more kills coming through, and that is going to be a 5-0 lead for SK Gaming as they take the first game and straight back into the action. And no celebrations just yet because that's only the first game.
Yeah, nicely done. I could see on that top left the Janet shots were on point, and just following up there, the perfect time to do so. SK just wants to extend that lead, and I think that's wise as well under the circumstances if it's controlled. Quick gadget there from Chaos, and equally swift takedown from Blacksy on it, but low there, the Tick mines might just finish him off, or if not, yeah, the drop the base will do it. Alice J low as well, damaged Gear in play, but probably no range to be able to make much use of it. Would like to get that penny turret down as swiftly as possible here, and hence the reason why he wants to push forward and try to get some shots. Does land one on Chaos. Ticket coming in. Nice defended as well by Alice's J there, as Javi would have been susceptible to it. Could have jumped away as well, but wanting to reserve those gadgets for a rainy day.
Semantic getting some shots off onto Alice's J now. They're just trying to work for the super. Chaos already has his, so he's able to just chill out and play this long-range game. Bowmine's being thrown down, and they will be breaking up the near enough the entirety of the grass and the wall over that left-hand side. But Guille's just playing the back of this map, trying to stop Javi from pushing it anywhere near to his teammates.
One thing you've got to say about SK Gaming is how well they are at playing the kind of like the slow game, taking down the pace of everything and just allowing their opposition to make those mistakes. It's what they really, really thrive for me in the BSC as a team, which just seems so comfortable at just buying time and not giving away, not making many mistakes along the way. 2 stars to 1 though. Every opportunity for Team Kesso here to be able to turn this one around in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, Javi's still trying to make this move down the bottom side. He does have his jump obviously as well, so Semantic not the best matchup for him, but does need to try and keep this range out of the way. Kie has the super in hand. Penny taking some shots off as well, but can't quite make any connections. 15 seconds left. SK Gaming still in the lead, and Queso just don't seem to be making many moves.
Yeah, no, and as well as also with the lack of HP, they can't, Alice's J there was forced back, and SK were allowed to get the pick up there as well onto the other side of things, and yeah, that was a very comfortable first set for me from SK. Very calm and collected as well. Like, there's not much that you can really say more, just a passive game, but one that's ever more so important to land the moments at the end, and it just seemed like that was the game plan going in all the time, and I think Kessler needs to be a little bit more aggressive in that respect, and calculatedly so. Either way, they are behind now going into the second set. They're going to have to up things moving forwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to have to be some very, very good plays and a great draft from Team Queso, because if it continues like that, SK just seems so in control. Queso didn't make any moves, any risky moves at all, and in a position like this where they're holding you so firmly in spawn, well, not in spawn, but over that side of the map, which is pretty much the equivalent if you think about it, then you just need to make some riskier moves. Make some moves across the water. I'll say it's just kind of like a gaping hole at this point, because the water's not there anymore because of the environment change, but he can just float over this water in the mid and get some shots in, and he didn't try anything like that.
Yeah, Chaos, they had the choice. He could have gone forwards and used super, but then it made more sense just to kind of sit back, and Ali Estashay would have to have advanced upon that situation, and they could then just take advantage of it along the way. So, again, I feel like SK played it pretty much pitch perfect for me, and, for Team Chaos going into Dueling Beetles, it's a tough one, actually, on that map. They're going to have to bring that aggression, realistically, to be able to retake that zone, but this is a hot zone map that I feel SK really thrive in. They like to adapt to the meta very much so on this map. I think the last time we saw it, they love to run Pam here. They love to run Gale, try and shut down the mid. Hopefully Team Cass have done their homework in that respect and trying to ban those ideas out and trying to take SK away from their comfort zone, because that's the way to go about this second set. They've got to make it theirs. They've got to own it and not try and just kind of go with the bans that they might like. They've got to ban what SK like and then bring the favor back into their advantage.
I'm not one to tell you I told you so, but that Eve, all I have to do is shake my head and say, it wasn't it. It wasn't it. The Eve was not the pick. And, I did say that beforehand. And, I just think after the balance changes, it just fell off so hard. And Team Queso are clinging to this, just the hope that it's still good, but it's just not.
Exactly that. Unnatural order now is the kind of the more go-to star power for Eve. The hatchlings don't carry as much weight with how Carl has kind of stepped in front into the meta, and it was banned, so I can kind of see that they might have wanted to approach it. And to be fair, Canal Grande is probably one of the better maps for her, but still, it has dropped off. It's definitely one that we've seen step away from the bans massively, and as the bans do come in, Carl is banned, Squeak is banned, Bonnie is banned, SK as well banning Belle, Janet and Leon. So yeah, again, Pam straight away. This is the thing. Team Kesso have not kind of read this situation, in my opinion. They need to pick Gale, or I guarantee SK are going to be following it up with their following picks here. This has to be a good draft for Team Kesso. Penny coming in is not a bad start. Let's see what their second pick is. I would suggest probably Bo, but Lola is still decent. Let's see what SK reply with.
Yeah, now they do have to pick someone that's going to be fairly decent to splash against because, you know, the penny turret, the Lola Ego is going to have a lot of tank. I'll use this made-up word that I use, tankability. I know you love to have a little bit of a laugh about that one, but I mean, you do need something that's going to be able to pierce. I mean, with Carl out the mix and stuff like that, it's very difficult to pick a Brawl that's going to be quite diverse against both of these brawlers here. But they're going to choose Lou. Ooh. I don't mind it, but I don't love it either. It's very, very NA vibes.
I mean, I actually feel like Lou's a bit underrated on this particular map. It was the last time I saw Tribe Gaming in NA doing it in Team Kessler the other day on Canal Grande, where I had a few issues. But here, I can understand it. It's a great way to buy time in the eventuality that the control is given away to your opposition and just trying to retake things. So, you know, Bo would do a similar idea here, which Team Kessler could consider for themselves to be able to shut down the mid a bit. But actually, no, SK going for that. So stepping away from the Gale idea is an interesting play from them. We haven't necessarily seen this particular comp from them before, but that is why SK can be so dangerous, because they are always adapting to the meta, always shifting their ideas around and keeping us guessing. Now, how did Team Kessler respond to this? Because I do quite like it from SK. They've got a lot of delay tactics, you know, not just with the Lou, but combining them with the bow mines. I think it's a strong comp. Sprout. Now, that's decent. You know that there's no, except for like the bow, with a wall-breaking idea here. So Team Kessler are going to have to wrap this up fast, in my opinion, because SK, now that they've seen the Sprout, are going to be looking to break open that middle area and utilize a lot of their range. And that's a little bit of a risky pick from Kessler, knowing that there was a wall breaker in hand.
Yeah, but it's really tough for Bo to be able to open up all these walls. He's going to need like 4 sets of mines to be able to do it like as effectively as he'd want to with, you know, an easier wall breaker. But he does need to try and get these fairly early on. He's putting his totem down, but not able to do too much, I wouldn't say, until he does make some get some super.
Okay, well, Alice's J connecting nicely onto Guille, and now just a one shot away, but as Elias's J. Having the left-hand side needs to get that turret down early, and it's a great thing to have when you consider the fact that it can lock on very nicely onto those PAM healing stations too. Normally didn't see Lou in the mid, but it does make a lot of sense to keep the Sprout there and see how that one plays out first. Ideally, Alice's J would like to lock things down, but yeah, Guille's doing well. That wall is going to change things considerably. Chaos, though, with a nice area spread on that right-hand side. Not much in it in terms of scoreline right now. Salty Barrel taken down very quickly by Semantic, and this one so far is actually Team Kessler bringing down the pace, and I like that.
Yeah, Lou unable to do too much right now, but as mines start to rain down, it's going to become increasingly difficult for the Sprout, and there go the walls. There's going to be around 1 wall remaining over that side, or 2. Blacksy's doing some good moves of pushing up against Chaos, and they're actually switching. Looks like LSJ is going to be sent over the right-hand side to try and do a Chaos, whereas Guille's going to be up against Blacksy now.
Yeah, and I don't mind that either. I quite like the fact that Alistair can just cycle that wall, but that wasn't the best of the walls. He's just going to walk straight through that. Bit of a mistake there from Kesso, and Samantha getting some great value on that left-hand side onto Javi. The mines down as well needs to be triggered, just delaying things just that little bit. But in the meantime, SK have brought this back. They've now got a lead. It's not much of one, but it depends on how this next few seconds go, as now the Ego coming in is going to force them back. And that's a better wall there from Alias, just straight to delay things much more in favor of Team Kesso.
I've never seen a hot zone game this low in percentage across both teams. Usually if one's like this, it's very dominant in one way, or, you know, the percentage is higher from the back and forward, but they've just been peaking on and off, and now Team Kato eventually starting to run away with it, and another wall comes down. SK just can't move anywhere because they're really just outranged on the right lane, and on the left lane, if Samantha pushes up, he's just going to feed a turret.
It's the thing, and you're not realistically going to, you know, try to trigger your own mines, and you have to run a gadget in order to do so. So unless SK can think about just gaining that advantage, which they now have in terms of the map, and Team Kids to push back. Plenty of time actually now for SK to bring back this deficit. Blacksy's are going to be forced to heal. Lots of HP on the left-hand side for Kesso, but as they come in, that penny turret, yeah, it's a key thing to have down. So Matt's actually going to throw out the Mama Squeeze star power straight away on it to try to bring down the HP of it, and protecting it with a wall as well. Look at the amount of utility being displayed here from Kesso just to keep that penny turret alive.
Yeah, but SK is still running away from there. There's no getting around that fact. And I believe, you know, as this percentage ticks over now, they can't come back. 15 seconds, and there's more than that percentage anyway. So even if they get them off, it's done. SK Gaming are going to be on match point.
The thing that I always say about the penny turret is it does act a lot like your fourth brawler, but I feel like Team Kessler were just trying to protect it too much there. Having a fourth brawler is great, but having 3 brawlers on your team and going on the aggressive, I feel, and staying on their feet is far more important. But as you rightly say, Drab, SK Gaming now on match points, and Team Ketsu have got so much catching up to do. It was a much better game for them than we saw in the previous set, but they just kind of let themselves slide a little bit as the game went on. There was so much ability to shut down. Those walls from Ali SSJ really slowed everything down, but I mean, if SK can bring it back with that in mind, I mean, that's a scary thought.
It's just that singular messed up wall that he did. It just gave them control and the ability to push through. Now they're looking even better than in the previous game because they've got control this early on, and Sprout doesn't look like he's anywhere near a super at the moment. Blacksy's very low, the super's there as well, and now they just can't push. Hitting a few shots now and he gets it, wall comes through, and Guille's there, but Chaos is just sitting on the zone anyway. He's got no one contesting him.
Yeah, and it's cycling beautifully as well. Like, most of the map now is looking less like a pirate's paradise and more like a winter wonderland. Let's see, that was Blacksy has the ego coming out now, and the mine pop there from Alex Shea. I mean, he's taking the hit. He's not going to be necessarily exposed to more damage off the back of it, but still not a great thing to have. It's just going to be feeding into Guille's super, which he can then cycle accordingly. Nice pitch between Semantic and Chaos now. Blacksy going to be forced back yet again, and Guille just holding firm in the mid. Now that SK have got the advantage in terms of the map positioning, they can then start to really capitalize down and extend their lead.
Semantic has that super in hand as well. Guille with the bone in mid now, just trying to hold this percentage, and Kato just looking like they're on the way out of this competition at this point. The gadgets pop. Blasty's going to go down from a few shots from Lou. He does. This is a 40% lead already. AliSSJ throws down the wall, but nothing's going to follow up from it. Mine's available from Guille as well. He gets hit hard, but Semantic's just going to replace him. Healing turret is there, and 14% needed, and I mean, there's some chance for Team Queso, but it's a very small amount of chance.
Yeah, now they've got the penny turret down, and Javi's actually got another one to hand should that be needed to be either replaced or repositioned. The Sprout walls are starting to fly in now as Kisses find their stride, and Black's doing a great job of suppressing IKaos, who's been such a pest this entire game. Gear has got that damage gear to hand, and is looking to try to continue that aggressiveness. I think that's probably wise under the circumstances. But Javi is going to pop the mine, and that is going to turn the tides very, very quickly. As now SK have got full control over that mid. Low HP for Guille, though. It's going to be Semantic holding firm. It's not going to matter at all, though. SK Gaming will take it and force out Team Kesso at the first available moment.
Yeah, wonderful plays from them. SK Gaming just walking over Team Queso, and Team Queso didn't even look like much of a hurdle for them, to be honest with you. There was one close game in there, maybe, and that was the first game of Hot Zone. But before that and after that, SK just walking over them.
Yeah, it was very dominant, to be fair. I love the spike plushie, by the way, just hanging onto the trophy for dear life there. But yeah, SK just seemed like it was just like another day in the office, calm, collected. And again, the drafts for them, for me, were on point. I didn't see the loop pick coming, but I like it a lot. And I think that we'll probably see that same idea maybe coming forwards again in the future. Team Casso, though, played it well. I just felt like they just lost control at the wrong times and sort of, didn't value the zone nearly enough as they probably should. And, SK, as we know, the pan pick is clearly one which they are going to keep as the staple diet here. Definitely a high prioritizing ban for them, really. But this loop pick, I mean, look out for it. I mean, Chaos is doing so much work with it. And yeah, it's definitely one of the more underrated maps where I think he can really thrive.
Yeah, I mean, like, even Guille's mines were doing great jobs. They're stunning people left, right, and center. I mean, they just did not have much of a look in whatsoever. As soon as, SK get this control and Sprout doesn't have any more gadgets left, that's when they were just able to stay on the zone and have no issues at all. Here is the MVP, though, and Guille rises to the occasion, winning the MVP. 2 kills, 1 death. Can't complain. 200 damage per second. If you got a positive KD, then you're doing something right.
More often than not, regardless of the objective at hand, staying on your feet in Brawl, always a good thing to have. And yeah, I felt like, it's unusual as well to see Guille playing that tick role in that first game, but he did so very well, and it was very susceptible to that Eve in Canal Grande and didn't go down. So I think that SK, for me today, looking to be a real threat. They are going forwards into the semi-finals, but we need to find out now who is going to face them.
It's going to be an intriguing one, I'll tell you that. Navi and Totem, 2 teams who are just such uprising teams at the moment. Totem with their roster change and Navi just coming to the region, obviously. They've been playing so well. Totem just destroying teams who they shouldn't be destroying at this point, and all thanks to Joker being brought onto the team. And Navi, you mentioned at the start, I think, and you actually predicted them against Reply Totem, whereas I predicted Reply Totem, but their drafts, they've just got something weird they do, and it just seems to work.
Yeah, this is the thing, and I feel like, as it has been a while, maybe Navi have got some secrets in their back pocket. It could go for or against them at the same time. They've got the luxury, of course, to be able to analyze all the other teams, but I feel like, they have always been quite notorious for some kind of weird, wacky ideas. So depending upon the maps and modes, of course, and how that all goes, they might have a decent shot here, probably more so than some might expect, but I have heard a lot of pros on the scene predicting the Navi are going to go all the way this month. Whether that's the case or not, we'll have to wait and see, but Reply Totem are very, very fierce. Dark Joker coming to the mix as well now. I mean, it's made such a huge difference for this team. Joker, of course, Maru and Maori, they are looking so much more like a unit. We haven't really seen much from them in March, April and May, but after that roster change, Soy Bressa stepping away and obviously going into OGS, who've had some great results already today. They are in the semi-finals already. Maybe we'll see a clash, who knows, but Reply Totem, again, you cannot underestimate this team. One that was the best team in EMEA in the World Finals of 2021, and now that they've started to find their footing at just the right time, double points, Trav, that is their chance to come straight back into the mix.
Yeah, it's really giving them a bit of a lifeline, because if it was just the same points throughout, they're sitting in something like 7th or 8th at the moment, so that's not the best position to be in. But Navi, here they are, Cubic, Alex and Angel Boy, moving their points over from the EECA region. From last year, I believe they brought the points over and kind of did a bit of maths to see where they'd land in EMEA this year. But they are an absolutely wonderful team. They've got some unorthodox drafted skills, and they've proven themselves in the past. Navi, the organisation, which I believe it was only Cube playing at that certain time, they got second in World Finals. That is a big achievement, and it shows that they're just able to perform under pressure, which is exactly what they need to do right now.
Yeah, been together for a while, of course, and Jason, no, not around this time this year, but nonetheless, again, Navi are a team which I think many people underestimate sometimes, and they've got so much of a record, of a backtrack record to not forget. Again, like you say, they are the runners-up at the World Finals. I mean, playing against Zeta is no easy thing, as we saw with SK, who were able to actually extend the scoreline, which I think many of us were surprised at. I mean, Zeta are Zeta, let's be honest. But this team, we were able to take them to a pretty fierce World Finals. Despite it being a loss for them, I feel like at the moment they've got a lot to prove. That's the thing. Coming in now, they want to start off on a high. They want to start to build their momentum forwards and just remind everyone as to why they deserve to be here.
They're definitely capable of it as well. That's the thing. Navi as a roster, they're very, very capable of bringing some extreme heat into the EMEA region and proving why they deserve to have these points and why they're going to, be a team that are going to be competing for these World Final spots once again. Draft is here. We have Colette, Ruffs, and Bonnie Ban, which common stuff. Ems, Daryl, and Crow on the other side of things, and you don't see too many Ems and Daryl bans really on this map. Even though they are very good brawlers, they usually just sit outside of it.
It's a really good point. Absolutely so. We tend to see a lot of M's because just the ability to just sneak their way through into the mid and then just blast all 3 shots into the safe for maximum damage. Daryl as well. Really underrated ban there from Navi. I kind of like this. But the first pick is in, and it is Carl, and that is a real threat, especially on Hot Potato. If Joker gets his damage gear rolling, but then gets the takedown, is able to stay on that safe and just get that pick to bounce off the back wall, so much damage could potentially go down there for Reply Totem. Pick number 2 coming in as well, and Search, okay, a risky one, but one that I like. It does leave Barley open here though, and that is a consideration here for Navi, especially with the penny. If that turret goes down, having a Barley as well on top of that would definitely restrict the movements of Reply Totem. Who else are our team which like to play Daryl? So I quite like that idea from Navi. Maybe they've started to analyze them a lot in that respect, but a chance to reply, and they've got to shut down some of this with some range and maybe break open some of the bushes. So the rough span there from Reply Totem, another smart idea. Griff, now that is a brawler that you do not see every day, but if they want to try to break open this entire map, then that changes things quite considerably. Luckily for Reply Totem, they've got a lot of range on their side already, so it's not going to be the biggest of hurts. However, it does make a big difference, and Navi are looking to try to shape this accordingly, it seems.
Yeah, but they don't have they don't have that guaranteed range. Surge has really got to work for him. Even if he gets level 2, there's no guarantee he's going to get level 3 over and over again to compete when the map opens up.
Yeah.
Angel Boy taking the spike. I like it. It's definitely not as good as it used to be. I'm pretty sure Surge one-shots the life plant. Rico. Ark. What are your thoughts on Rico? I know the answer already, but I just want to hear it.
Well, I love Rico, and Rico loves walls. And the thing about Griff is that
that's true.
Those walls could be crumbling down. I mean, it's definitely not the worst of brawlers to have in an open space map by any means, but it does definitely restrict some of its ability. For a reply totem to pick it, I still like it. I mean, it's kind of like an early game plan, and that can be quite fierce. But the thing about Griff is it's literally just a gadget pop to break open everything with a piggyback. So let's see how they fare. And of course, like you mentioned earlier, rightly so, Joker getting those early stacks on the Surge side is going to be very crucial here. Without that, the range is going to be lacking, and it could provide definitely an advantage to Navi. But look at that. Look how Reply Totem are just so immediately on the safe and utilizing those walls there with the super bouncy star power on the side of Maru on that right-hand side. And Navi, yeah, definitely need to sort of pull out their socks. I mean, that's 45% damage already, Trav.
I mean, I don't think I could have even spoke fast. I don't think I could have spoke fast enough to be able to tell you what just happened there, to be honest. They're already on the safe, instantaneously, and they're just getting walked over. I'm genuinely not sure what's happening right now. That percentage is done. Life blank goes down, but the bounce castle's there, and he gets shot through it. Super unsafe as well. And where are Navi?
Do they realise that Maru is there? I mean, I just don't quite understand. This is the person that's done 70% damage pretty much all to himself, and I think they need to consider him as a greater threat than he is. I don't know. It's like at the beginning, it's like he wasn't even there, and yeah, that's 100 to nothing. Navi, knock knock. Anyone home? Question mark.
It doesn't seem like it. And Maury just doesn't care. He's just like, all right, we'll walk over them. I don't care. Go back again. We'll do the exact same once more. But Navi, they need to change something up here because that was embarrassing.
Yeah, that was not great. Angel, we're going to break that right side wall now, and I think that makes a lot more sense. They've got to prioritize Maru here, especially with that super bouncy gadget. Star power combined with the bouncy castle gadget, rather. Maru used his super there for it, though. That was probably a misclick, to be fair. Cubic has got to the turret down. Yeah, question mark. But I mean, it's a better start from Navi, but I mean, it couldn't really have been a worse one, could it?
It really couldn't. It really couldn't. Curveball's going to miss though. Maury's going to survive. Penny turret is there as well, which is more than I can say for the last game. Maru over this left-hand side now, just trying to make some moves up here, but this turret's going to be focusing him, and it needs to be a little bit cautious about it. The map's actually starting to be broken up this time, and this could really allow Navi to get back into this.
Alex goes down the left, and Maru now full HP after that gadget pop is going to be in a good spot. Does get down the Penny turret as well, but Cubic has another to hand. Now, is Maru going to go down? He's surviving on, my word. He tries to pop a super there and does get a double takedown. I mean, that is probably better than the results that I would have expected under the circumstances, in all fairness. But now, Navi start to bring it back, and there is only 14% damage dealt out by Reply Totem. So, one good push if Navi can definitely even out the score lines a little bit here as they start to have a bit more controlling role. But Alex is suffering in the mid as a result of that call range from Maori.
Yeah, Joker needs to get this level 3 stack, though, as it could be going quite wrong for Totem. Maru, though, is pushing down this left-hand side, and he shouldn't have too much contested him. Griff's got no more gadgets. In comes Maury, sweeps up Cubic there, and also going to take down his barrel with him. Shots follow him through onto the safe as well, and Carl's range is really, really solid at the moment, especially when you get that increased movement speed. It's just absolutely incredible. Now, Penny turret's going to be there, but Joker is very low. Dodging the curveball, doesn't get level 3 just yet, but pops his gadget, hitting shots. Now he gets to level 3, and he's surviving as well.
Yeah, Maru now just continuating those shots into the safe, and it does seem to be the player that's caused the most problems, and Angel Boy takes care of it. 15 seconds, though, is all that remains, and only 8% damage dealt by Navi. They've got to get on that safe now, or Reply Totem will take this first set.
Well, I mean, this is a little bit unfortunate for Navi, really. There's just not much chance. They get their one push by this Griff just being allowed to walk through, and Reply Totem just deal another, 50% damage to finish them off. Reply Totem just to absolutely walk over them in that first set, and especially the first game.
Well, I was right early to do those, yes, but I'm starting to maybe regret my prediction on Navi so far. I mean, it may have been a rough draft for them, or just underestimating Reply Totem. And for me, I hope it's the first of those two things, because to underestimate Reply Totem, you can't. You literally cannot do that. They've just shot up, since prior to MSI, in tenfold. Going into Hard Rock Mine, they are definitely going to have to work on their ideas moving forwards and really start to value certain players on the roster, because again, Maru for me was let loose so much, and you just can't do that with a player like him. Look at all this damage that he was dealing, and no one was dealing with him, and that's the concern. Like, it just felt like they were leaving him so long, and by the time that they were behind going into that second game, I mean, the damage was already done. They slowed down the pace, fair enough, and they started to have a little bit more of a game, but I mean, by that point, it was just done. It was already done.
Yeah, momentum was just too much with Totem at that point. They were feeling too hot. They're feeling too good about their gameplay after that first game, and Navi just could not do anything in that second one because of it. They definitely had more of a say in it. It went to the last second, as you can see there, 0 seconds was remaining. His stats coming in now as well, and you can see the takedowns on the side of Reply Totem are just so much more, and then you get, damage because of it. Percentage pretty well distributed amongst both teams, to be fair, but Navi just not getting anywhere near as many takedowns.
Yeah, that's the thing in Heist. It obviously is all about damage to the safe, but if you're getting more kills, ultimately that's slowing down your opposition. They're having to respawn back in. They lose positioning power as well, and without that positioning power, you're not going to be able to go on the offensive, and that's the thing really for me. And okay, moving into Hard Rock Mine though, I mean, normally in the past we've seen Navi go with some really tanky ideas here. With draft, I do wonder how that is going to be possible for them, and coin toss dependent on whether that's even an option, because certainly Reply Totem will know how to shut down any of those advances. I mean, Dark Joker loves any excuse to go with a buzz pick or something that's going to really try to throw people off their mark, and that's the thing realistically here. Bans are in though. Rico, Carl, and Ruffs on the side of Reply Totem. It's going to be Surge banned, Leon banned, and Ruffs also banned by Navi.
Early pick of that 8-bit then, and I will say, Cube likes that buzz pick as well. So not only Joker, but they might be both fighting for it here. Whoever can get it first might be it. But honestly, I'm not sure how firmly in the meta it is on Hard Rock Mine. I'm going to say that, and it's going to be picked right here. But I stand by it at this point. I'm thinking maybe something like a Lola or something like that to oppose the mid, but also a couple of lanes wouldn't go amiss either. Stu's been played absolutely incredibly in these stages this morning, but they've chosen to go with Janet, which I don't mind. I think it's quite good, but you've also got to play these lanes quite a long range.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I kind of prefer I love the 8-bit first pick. I actually feel like it's a really, really solid first pick here on Hard Rock Mine. Could have been a Bell potentially, but Janet can drop down the base in a nice spot, and it does then expose a lot of the movements within the bush, so could be an idea, and Joker does play it exceptionally well as well. Now, what they're going to be following up with this, that's the question realistically here. That Rico ban was so important here. Sandy's a decent idea. It does have a few range weaknesses, of course, to consider, but if you can get those sandstorms coming in, of course, it does push back in a considerable way the momentum shift. I feel like Navi as well, they need something aggressive here. Like, it suits their play style, and that's the thing realistically. They've got that solid mid, but they do need to have more lane control going on the sides to really support, because 8-bit's a very sluggish brawler. Even with the damage booster in play, you really need to have some strong ideas to back that up. Krogan coming from Alex, and the slowdown's going to be very important with that to combine with the 8-bit. It's a very, very strong thing. Slowing Toxin all the way, surely on that Crow side of things, we tend to see often the go-to in terms of competitive. Stu wouldn't be a bad shout for me if they want to go on the aggressive here, something that can have a bit of breakthrough if they want it, or the speed zone if they want to add something more to the 8-bit, and I think that is the way forwards. Will they do it though? That's the question.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. I think Stu here with that speed zone would be a really, really good brawler to take. It's decent. You're going to be able to avoid a lot of those sandy shots as well, but they're going for Bonnie. A bit more range, but they also have that ability to turn the game around and also go quite aggressive at certain points as well. But I'm not sure how I feel about it. I'd have much preferred, as we mentioned, Stu or something like that to come in and really synergize amazingly with that 8-bit. But Reply Totem, they need a mid, I feel, and I think Lola's the best option. They go for a Pam, though. I don't mind it, but I would have maybe preferred a Lola in there as well.
I just wonder whether Navi are kind of like doubling down too much on the ranged idea, really. I mean, Bonnie obviously can go between states, and that's going to be incredibly important here to go on the aggressive and those jumps into the bush if he does so. It's going to have to be really on point here. But it also has a lot of weaknesses, slow maneuverability, and of course, if you get a brawler which is really utilizing the walls and using it to peek around, then Bonnie's going to struggle here. I kind of prefer here the reply totem comp, and based on how they performed in Heist, kind of got to side with them on this one. But let's see how it fares. Let's see whether Navi can start to build back some momentum and make this work. Otherwise, they're going to be going home very, very early.
Yeah, well, base drops placed by Maru, and that should stop them from pushing into this vicinity for a while. And Sandy pushed aggressively, and I don't mind that he's gone down there. He's going to have a decent amount of charge towards his super. Angel Boy slotting in with Alex for these gems now, and Joker back again, takes another shot, and Angel Boy's just feeding him. He jumps out. I mean, just take the death at that point and just accept the sandstorm's coming.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you start to see just how susceptible Bonnie is here, and that's the thing with Navi's comp here. They've got to be so careful. They've got 8-bit and Bonnie. I mean, that's a great deal less in terms of maneuverability, and it's now Reply System really pushing forwards and punishing this idea. Angel Boy, though, in a good spot to be able to show up where Joker is, but that's about it. And Maori now slowed in the mid. That's also Maru, so there's more value than I first expected there from Cubic, and he's going to push forwards now and try to get behind this situation to allow his teammates to be able to push forwards.
I will say Joker survived for a very long amount of time in that aggressive position, and now it's going to be Mori who takes his place in this aggressive position. Crow pushing him, though, and a little pinch from Alex and get him taken down. Joker trying to push up, and Crow is one shot. The slow comes in, and that should allow Abit to get some beams on him. Gets that super as well, so now he's got that availability to teleport back to where he wants to be. Joker throwing down a very aggressive sandstorm. I'm not sure how much I like that, but it seems to be paying off as he gets the kill, and I didn't think he would.
Yeah, and prior to that as well, the slowdown from the Crow side of things from Cubic was great, but I feel like the shots from Alex were just very, very slow to the mark, and it could have taken care of Joker in that respect. But as a result now, they're kind of being punished for it. At the same time, the gems are very closely tied, and that's the saving grace here. As a nice TP there from Alex is going to give him a little bit of a saving grace. It was a good gadget on the scrap sucker from Maori as well to try to eradicate some of those shots. Now another TP, countdown, but Navi cannot lose this big control. They've got to try to get one more gem, or it's not necessarily a safe situation. That's a great one for Cubic to jump away with. There you go. Navi now hold the high ground.
In comes Angel Boy, and they get to take down the trades there as well. Navi take the first game of Hard Rock Mine, and I will say, it looked a bit sketchy at some points. I feel like Reply Totem had a good amount of control for the majority of the game, but it was just that early portion of the game for Reply Totem where he had like 6 gems to 0 on the 8-bit.
Yeah, I have to agree. That is how I saw it as well. Definitely not the smoothest of games, a bit scrappy, but nonetheless, a win is a win, and Navi need that. They need that right now. I mean, they're in a great position to be able to take a set, and that's going to be something which might give them a little bit more of a lifeline here, but at the same time, Reply Totem are a team which learn from their mistakes considerably so, and they will try to adapt accordingly at the moment, doing a much better job of doing just that. Can't quite push that 4th gem for Maori there, and I think that's the wise choice, is to back away, wait for the support from Joker. He's going to be trying to go in really aggressive. He needs that sandstorm down. He's got some good shots there as well to do so, as now Navi are trying to retake this mid, and they need to get some gems in their pocket realistically. There's sandstorm now. Yeah, exactly. Joker's be able to utilize that, and things start to flow, but as I say that, Maori's forced back.
Yeah, Angel Boy has that super, so you've got to be a little bit cautious. Sandstorm not used at all, really, and that's a little bit devastating for Joker for putting all that work in and not getting much value out of it. But Q, over this left-hand side, is just playing so passively but so well. Every time they want to push up, they get hit by a Crow and they get slowed, and if not, then they have to back off anyway because there's a possibility of being slowed.
Well, it's been a while already since we've seen that kind of like Crow 8-bit pairing, and just to remind ourselves of just what a great combo it is. And Bonnie at the moment is doing its thing and not necessarily finding too many like weak moments of being in a chokehold. At the moment now, Maori as well with the gems, just doing his best to stay alive as Maori takes to the skies and just trying to seek out and destroy as best he can. As Maori gets that gem in his pocket too. This is a great opportunity for Reply Totem to get a countdown on the way, and Joker, he's found though, and that is going to allow Cubic to pick up. That was a very important move there for Navi.
Great shot by Angel Boy to scout him out there, and honestly, I'm not sure how he predicted it, but I'm sure he'll take it nonetheless. Now it is going to be 9-7 if they can pick this one up on their side, which they do. Joker pops his gadget very preemptively, and now they're just going to be walking away. I'm pretty sure he might have actually hit that one there, but Countdown started, 7 gems in hand for Navi, and this isn't accessible for them from the mid. They have to push, and they've got to get the takedown. Angel Boy's got the super, though. Joker's there to help out, but this might be too much for Mori to handle unless they come in. He's just not jumping in. He's left in too late, surely.
Not the same. I felt exactly the same. I mean, at that point, you know, it's do or die. You gotta go in. You gotta go for that takedown and just, like, you know, coordinate it with your teammates to be able to pick things up and bring them back. I mean, but it didn't happen. I don't know. For me, that should have definitely been a Bonnie jumping.
Just too late all in all. I mean, it just was not the synergized play that you expect from a team like Navi, who usually do play very well together. It's just one by one coming in, and then Bonnie jumps in last when she should be the entry, in my opinion. Joker comes with a stun down the side. Cube with that shield kit is going to be able to tank it, and he's still staying up here. Angel Boy's getting pinched as well, and Joker with this damage kick and one shot him does just that, and Totem looking on top of the world right now.
Yeah, it's like that last win is just giving them a lift, and Maru could have gone for the damage booster there as well, shows better of it. And I think that's the wise call for me. Places down the base, and that's going to be trickling down the HPs of Alex and Angel Boy if they want to push forwards anymore, and they've got to get it taken down, and Alex can't find the angle here. It's Angel Boy who does now. Those gems could be in a perilous position if Angel Boy gets super, but now Maru taken to the skies and safe and sound. 8 gems in the pocket of Reply Totem, but they are split.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good for them. Angel Boy has that super though, but they're bunching up, so I don't think he can get the double just yet. Need him to try and keep them low, but they do manage to heal up. 1 gem is what Totem needs to start this countdown. It spawns on their side. They start it, but the jump comes in. Angel Boy's there, doesn't get the connections necessary, and Maru gets the takedown. Super's there as well. Sandstorm on the map, and Navi just nowhere to be seen. He's getting taken down as well. 7 seconds on the clock, and Reply Totem are going straight to the semi-finals, and Navi are going home.
Like, even to the end, just like popping the gadget to waste it because they know they don't even need it. A very, very dominant day so far for Reply Totem. They make the semi-finals, and that is a huge result for them, especially again with double points now in play. Not the first time they've been here before, but again, a bit of a poor result there for Navi, who would have definitely had higher expectations of themselves. Going to have to come back another day to fight one, but yeah, they just didn't get it right. I mean, the mechanics were not there, and they just didn't quite get the draft right in Heist. And again, Bonnie just didn't seem like a brawler which they necessarily had as much playtime on, because like we just didn't see the things that we expect to see from Bonnie. I don't know whether it's maybe they've been screaming so much and it's always banned out or whatever, but it just didn't have that aggressiveness that you need to have with a Bonnie pick, and they struggle for it, and Reply Totem punished them for it.
I really don't think he made it, except from one, which didn't go successfully, one aggressive jump. He was usually in the cannon form, and the aggressive jumps that he made, they were either too late or didn't actually get the kill, which is quite surprising considering how strong the majority of teams are ranking Bonnie at the moment. It's just not the right play to be made with him at that current time. They had the opportunities, but they just didn't really run with them.
Exactly that. I mean, Bonnie is banned for a reason a lot of the time, and teams like SK always banning it out and not taking the risk at all and valuing it so highly. So to get that pick and to get it so late as well, because it was the third and final pick there for Navi. So Reply Totem may have maybe forgotten about it, or perhaps, just as the case seemed to be, just didn't seem bothered by it. Just were able to work around it. And sometimes teams are quite happy to do that. Some teams don't like to take the risk. Others are like, yeah, sure, go for it. If you want to try it, give us your best shot. Joker, the star player there, the MVP of the day, and I think rightly so. I mean, to make a Sandy work on that particular map is a tough thing, and again, sometimes players will just go in so aggressive, knowing that they're going to go down, just simply to come back with a sandstorm there. But yeah, 7 kills to the 10 deaths and a ton of DPS behind that as well. But yeah, great to see from him, some great plays. I've got to say a big shout out though to Maru in that first game of Heist and the Rico pick, because honestly for me, in that game of Heist, he was MVP as well. But Reply Totem will be going forwards then into the semis, and yeah, really looking forward to seeing how that next match between themselves and SK is going to go, because that's going to be a absolute banger.
Well, we have that bracket ready to see how we are going so far, should I say. OGs versus Tribe Gaming is going to be the first semi-final, and SK versus Reply Totem. OGs did manage to take the win against STMN 2-1, Dogs to Lobster 0-2, SK Gaming beat Team Queso 2-0, and then Reply Totem beat Navi 2-0. So sweeps on quite a lot of them, a lot of convincing wins. OGs really the only one with some pushback.
Yeah, and again, that matchup between OGS and STMN was so close. I mean, rightly so, that 2-1. I mean, how many draws do you ever see in a game of Hot Zone? And I wish you guys could see my reaction to that backstage, or I say backstage, like off cam, because yeah, I was screaming. It was so good. You know, spoiler alert for anyone that hasn't seen it, but go back on that VOD later. And but for now, of course, stick around. We've got semi-finals still to come, and those are some fierce matchups. I mean, imagine if OGS are able to do the unthinkable next. I mean, Tribe have always made a grand final. No one has been able to stand in their way at the moment. Will OGS be that team? Who knows? We're going to find out pretty soon.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you know, OGS just seem really solid. If they're able to take down Tribe, then it's going to be a wonderful thing. But before we get to those semi-finals, I know a lot of you guys, a lot of your viewers in chat like to know what is in the mind of the pro players. You'll find out with this content piece, and we'll be back just after this.
I wanted to make sure the mic was working. He's playing Valorant Mobile.
Daddy in the middle.
Oh, it's definitely Sword, yeah.
No, take it. I don't want to.
He played a Scrim versus Totem as well.
I like this.
Yeah, I got it.
Kind of like NA, Asia, EU is like.
Oh, really? Then we should split. Swap.
Let's go.
Oh, okay.
GSC is now half a year gone. We played a lot. We played new format, everything, new teams, new meta. What do you think of?
Overall, for throughout the year, like I like the implemented of like draft and like bans and everything. Throughout the year, we got like at least they changed it. We come from 1 ban to 3 bans. So like every month, like there's been new metas, there's been changes and ballers added. So it's like we need more bans, like at least like the community is like they understand like the esports scene. We need more bans and everything. So it's like we are able to adapt to like different strategies now instead of just like rock paper scissors last year. You know what I mean?
So far, I love draft.
Yeah. And the addition of 3 bands just made it a lot more diverse. When it was 1 band each, it was always like a set comps that everyone ran. Like you kind of knew what people would run. But with 3 bands, you can like ban out whole comps, a lot of brawlers, and it changes up what people have to run.
Yeah, like you can totally change like the entire like comp of like the entire draft just based off like your 3 bands and my 3 bands, bro.
Yeah.
Just 1 ban was like if you have last pick, you have always to ban the most broken brawler. Yeah. And now you have 3 bans, but you can ban whatever.
But like if we only have 1 ban each, then like after we ban like the best brawler, like that's like the next best brawler, So it's like it's super difficult to counter.
Especially when like 2 meta brawlers were out who were 2 completely broken.
Exactly.
You lost.
Exactly.
So my team's doing pretty good so far in the first half. We finished first so far. We have a decent lead. But at the end of the day, there's double points next half, so does it really matter? I don't know. But so far, 2 out of 3 wins. We're looking pretty good into second half.
Our team took the other win, but 1 and 2 was okay. But draft kind of helped us a bit because we started to like really focus on draft. We brought on a coach as well, which we didn't have last year. And we used the coach to try and make sure we can get our drafts on point, and that's basically what we're doing for this year and why we kind of enjoy draft.
So my team last year was like a rookie team. It was like no much people have encountered us. And this year we started really good. We are right now second in Europe, and we qualified to MSI with winning last monthly final. So we are doing great right now.
For Southeast Asia, it's been pretty good because like everything's changed. Like we have like a brand new bunch of players, like a lot of players up and coming. Like the game just develops in a way whereby it's more like the esports scene is more exciting because of the draft and everything. But overall, it's like I really love the meta and like how they actually try to implement like the players' thought process through it. So like they actually listen to our feedback, which is very important for any esports scene you play, which is actually pretty good. I'm very happy.
I unfortunately cannot talk that good of the team. We have started really good at the start. We won the first monthly final. We are a completely new team that hyped us up a lot since Gia and Chaos came at the start together. We're trying to find still our team synergy. We lost the last 2 monthly finals, both in quarters, which hurts a lot, and we're third now because of that in the seeding. But I think we'll come back stronger, and I have a good feeling for the future.
Do you think or you know?
I do. I know.
Just questioning him.
I mean,
normal.
I know.
This monthly final is SK.
Doesn't seem confident enough. I think everyone knows this. Like whenever they implement a new brawler, it's always them OP. Then we need to ban it. I think it's something like Supercell likes to do.
I mean, that's why bans are there.
Yeah, exactly. So okay, at least we have 3 bans to compensate for it. But yeah, that was just like the biggest challenge I faced. Like in general.
I think the biggest challenge is a lot of meta changes we had this year already. We had draft new meta, we had new brawlers new meta, we had single ban new meta, and we had triple ban new meta. And it's like a lot of stuff which we kind of overcome, and I guess that counts for all teams here.
Yeah.
And for my team especially, I guess the team play, since as I said earlier, we have a new team, you need to get their team play, get the right callouts, since they only talked Spanish before, so they only did callouts in Spanish.
Need to adapt.
We need to adapt, put the callouts in English.
Yeah, for my team, we have a new coach, new player. It's been quite a different dynamic, considering, for one, Roll's Spanish, but his English has honestly improved like 100 times over already. Also, as Livy being a new player, I won't lie, he's been nervous for a lot of events, but he's very good, and so far, so good, so hopefully it keeps up, and that's kind of our problems, I guess. I mean, not really problems, but that's what changed over.
There's another problem you face, no?
What?
I don't know, there were so many problems in NA. Be like the leg and you getting benched.
You want me to get into that?
Highlight the
Okay, yeah, I'll talk about it. In NA, we have multiple servers, and we don't live in the best place for the servers. So me and Zuan lives in Puerto Rico, so his ping is pretty atrocious, unless it's the Miami server, or east, I guess. And for me, I live very far east, so if it's not the east server, I have pretty bad ping, and so maybe that's why I'm benched. No, I'm joking. But yeah, that's another problem that we have in NA.
Yeah, our team had the same problem where OG, he's pretty close to, not that close, but his Wi-Fi is just horrible. So his ping is like similar to what other people get, around like 80 to like Texas. So yeah, he struggles with ping a lot. I guess when draft first came out, we struggled a bit with it, but over time we fixed it.
Yeah, for us, it's like all top teams in Europe. Like for us, the drafts come really good to us. We improve it really much with the draft. But our challenge is all the meta change and all the teams improving in Europe. But we are evolving with them, so we are good.
That's also one thing I would like to say, that because of draft, teams that normally aren't that good can compensate with a draft and play like comps which are not 100 to 0 counter comp because they don't know how to draft, but you have a 50-50 comp, and then suddenly teams like Kreskin and Team Queso are tier 1.
I mean, like Vatra, for example, is right now arguably very close to the top in NA. They're very good at drafting. They get good ping. But yeah, they're just a new team that's evolved with the draft, and they're kind of popping off right now. So honestly, draft has been good for us, but there is some teams that are arguably better at draft than us in NA.
Vatra as well for us. They have very good ping, and they get the Texas server, which is pretty bad for OG. But other than that, they're very skilled drafters and very skilled players as well.
For EU, it's definitely Navi. Navi now being in our region definitely makes a huge difference. They qualified to a monthly final. You see it. They're there. They are to be scared, I would say, if they're coming back to their form.
They scrimmed us at 1:30 a.m., so they definitely want to win.
They are sick. They are playing all the day, bro.
10 o'clock in the morning or 1 a.m. at night.
Yeah, they scrim you at 1:30, but they have no ESL, they have no MSI right now.
They're just practicing.
But they are screaming all the day. I don't know.
It's the same. Abusing that all the teams are here and train for it. That's really good.
So looking forward to the rest of the year. How are you guys feeling and your teams for qualifying for Worlds?
Okay, for me, honestly, because second half of the year, we have like double points and everything. So it's like whatever we've been accumulating up till now, like even though despite winning like the first 3 monthly finals, it like, in a way, it's like a setback because like the next 4 is like 200 points each month, you know. So it's like anything could happen. You can earn like up to another 800 points. So it's like we need to like quickly adapt and then like adapt to the meta, like improve on our gameplay with especially the new two teammates I just picked up, Surge and Instinct. So hopefully like as throughout the whole year, we can try to learn from this and like move on, you know.
I'm hopeful for our team. We've been playing well. We hardly ever like really struggle early on in monthly finals. Usually we make grand finals.
Is it true?
Consistently. Yeah. I think we've
need to vouch for
yeah, I mean, I think we've only missed 1 grand finals in 2 years or something like that. So I think we're okay, but I'm hopeful. So
I think 6 spots really help us. But yeah, double points, we don't have to relax. But, you know, we are confident for looking for the next monthly finals. Yeah. So we are good.
Completely agree. Like, we have 6 spots.
They keep emphasizing on the 6 spots, bro. Please edit
How many
that out.
spots do you have?
I think we have 6. Yeah, we have like a buffer to the points. That's pretty good. We can stay like more at the top with 6 teams.
Yes.
And yeah, it's a buffer. It helps. And I look forward also if maybe a new team comes or something. We have definitely, as I said earlier already, Navi coming up for the year, and maybe making it even top 3. We don't know what's going to happen. And yeah.
I don't know where Worlds is going to be, but I'm looking forward to hopefully again making Worlds and performing better than we did last year. Obviously, we did upset you guys, which was a huge match. It was a great match at that. And then we had all the momentum in the world, and we kind of threw it away in the next round. So hoping for a better result for us, and again, hopefully we make it. But that's what I'm hoping for.
If we qualify, it will be our first Worlds, but we will try like Tottenham last year. They was like a rookie team that never go to a World Finals, and they got to semis. And I think we have the potential to make great at Worlds, so we'll try.
I'm just hyped to have a LAN event. Yeah. We have a LAN event in MSI, and I hope we have more LAN events. ESL LAN event is there as well.
Yeah,
and I'm really looking forward for more, because this is just awesome what we're doing here. This is seeing everyone, communicating, talking with other regions. It is just insane. And obviously qualify will be awesome.
Qualifying for Worlds is like a norm for me. I don't want to jinx it, but I've been to all the Worlds, been to like all the lands which they provide. I came here to compete. I appreciate all the lands like Brawl Stars has ever done for me. Meeting new players, seeing new players from different regions, playing around, just chilling, but you still come here to win, you know. Like that's my main goal. Even though despite being like from a less competitive region, but I still hope for the best for my region.
Okay, nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, bro, your mic falling off. He destroyed the mic.
I'm sorry.
Welcome in to the Brawl House. The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it. No way this one. And that is that. What an insane moment. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. We are, of course, in the EMEA region, but I've got to stop there and just say, what an awesome segment that was. I mean, it was so great to see the players in that setting, and something we've never really seen before. Segment team absolutely killing it this year. Teddy, I know you enjoyed it equally as much.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, insane results all around. And I'm not ready for some more heartbreaking today as well here. Stripe Gaming EU, they broke my heart by taking our Dark Soul Lobsters. They might have to do it again here against OGS.
Oh, my days, Teddy. I feel for you, man. I feel for you. Well, if you are destroying the stream, where have you been? Let's take a look at the bracket, though, to see what you may have missed. OGS with that hugely close matchup with ST Men made it through the semis to the first team today. Dr. Lobster, as you rightly said, going down to Tribe Gaming EU, and I felt like it could have gone another way potentially, especially with the best of threes, but it wasn't the case. Tribe Gaming EU, of course, never missing out on a grand final yet, but we shall see. SK Gaming with that convincing victory against Team Kesso brought them into the semis, and Reply Totem again with arguably a more convincing win over Navi today. That is going to be a very, very close matchup again. I cannot wait for that SK Gaming Reply Totem clash. But up first, OGS and Tribe Gaming EU, and a bit of a grudge match here, Teddy. We saw these two teams clash back in the March monthly finals, and it was a convincing win to Tribe, but OGS now with a new roster. Let's talk about the predictions, though. First and foremost, I doubled down a bit with the OGS and the Navi pick. I got paid off with one, so I'm feeling not too bad about this. But I mean, guys, we're looking pretty convinced on Reply Totem's performance today. Tribe and Reply Totem is what we are all saying. Teddy, talk me through your thoughts on that one.
Well, overall, both teams have had an incredible set of performances in the last couple of weeks. SK definitely had the better year so far, but I feel like Reply Totem, they're just in a better place right now. They look really, really strong, and I want them seeing far in this monthly final, because so far this year, they haven't really been there just yet. And they beat them in ESL 3-2. Just a week ago or so. So I believe in Reply Totem, and it seems like the entire casting desk does as well.
Yeah, it looks very, very strong today. And again, hopefully your predictions at home are going well over at events.brawlstars.com. If you're not there now, head on over, link up your game with your Supercell ID there, and hopefully get some in-game rewards along the way. And hopefully some of you already got that bell pin as well at the end of the 1000 tier, and let us know if that is you in the chat. Of course, flex it on your friends, flex it on your oppositions, but make sure that you get involved in all the trivia there as well, vote for the MVP, all that good stuff over at event.brawlstars.com. And we're not doing bad today, telling you with our predictions. I mean, I didn't really say I was a bit salty earlier because I didn't shout him out for getting a clean sheet for the first month. But one is fine. One is fine. But this matchup here, I feel, could maybe be not as straightforward. Actually, again, OGS have got a bit of a new refined roster now with Kevin and Soda Press coming to the mix to add to Gugu, and of course that makes a big difference. But as we saw earlier, Teddy, Gugu looking very, very relieved to get out of those quarterfinal stages, and whether that's something of a good thing because now they have a bit more of a cushioning, or whether that's because they were just so exhausted after going back and forth so much, we shall see. But hopefully the stamina is on point, no pun intended, for the team that they beat to get here. But definitely a position which they have not been in so far in the BSC, so will the nerves take their toll? We shall see.
It's definitely a challenging match, and it goes without saying that Tribe Gaming here is coming in as a favorite. Tom, Drage, Lena, exceptional players all around, but I do think this is a tighter match than a lot of people think, honestly, because OGS, they've been looking fierce, and against Stamina, I near enough had them on a 50-50, so seeing them beat them wasn't even like the most shocking thing. And what I think is particularly interesting is I felt like they were still doing a fair amount of mistakes and there was still room for improvement. If they managed to sort that out and play their best Brawl Stars, I know for a fact that they can take down Tribe, but all of those factors need to be absolutely nailed down by OGS if they want to stand a chance against the Titans of Tribe.
Exactly, and again, as I always say, when there's an expectation, there also comes a responsibility, and Tribe have never missed that grand final, so they're going to have potentially some weight on their shoulders. Whereas OGS, they've come out swinging today. They're like a new reformed team in that respect, and that as well can be very, very dangerous. Tribe can't underestimate that going into Pinhole Punt, our first map for this series. Of course, Brawl Ball is the mode, and this first draft is going to have to be an important one, and hopefully both sides having looked at their oppositions to kind of figure out what the great bans would be here. For me, I think Tribe are going to ban a Crow here, because despite Gugu playing on that Gene a lot today, I think he needs to step away from it just a little bit and go back to the Crows that we know and love him for. And it is going to be the case. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's going to be Squeak, Bo, Penny banned by OGS, Crow, Squeak, and Carl banned by Tribe.
Yeah, I think the call ban might open things up for maybe Lola to make an appearance here as well. We'll have to see, as Bonnie is going to be first picked by OGS, Tom going for the Ruffs, Drage with the Janet. So far, no massive surprises. I mean, we know how much Tribe Gaming love the Ruffs on this map. Combining those supply drops with a nice placed ball, that can be a free goal if you time it well.
Yeah, time and time again, Tribe have really nailed that. And, again, with the roster change, with Lennon coming in, there's some question marks at the beginning as to how that was going to work. And then the Snapdragon Pro Series, we saw a loss to Dr. Lobster. That was my reasoning as to why it could have gone another way today. But it does seem like it has really found its place now and is working with more synergy. And I expect to see maybe like a more aggressive brawler coming in for Lennon to pick up there, because Tom's normally always on that Ruffs pick. And they're going to need it now, because the Ash coming in, which is a very, very aggressive one, and one that can push up gradually, and the more damage you deal to it, obviously the more speed and utility you're able to bring. Definitely going to be an important pick here from Tribe. They're going to go with Colette, which actually wasn't what I was thinking. They're going to have to make sure that they keep the Janet then on the Ash, I assume, in the eventuality of the robotic rats coming into play. I'm just thinking, like, when those supers are landed, then Colette is actually going to be not an ideal brawler to take them away.
Yeah, I mean, unless Lena has a super, in which case, like, you know, he can probably make that work. I agree with you. It's a bit challenging, right? Because in general, Colette is going to be a great counter opportunity against Ash. But with that super, it's a little bit less straightforward for sure. But let's see how it goes down as we get started with our first game. So far, already a lot of aggression from OGS. So the Breza looking to go very aggressive on the left-hand side, and he gets met by Drage with a lot of damage.
That takes the air in a great spot for the ball to come through here. So the Breza needs to return some shots, but not even matter because the takedown is there, and that is a goal within the first 25 seconds for Tribe Gaming EU.
My goodness, OGS were so aggressive, but Tribe punished them very, very much. Better start this time around, though, as Soderbreza, yeah, he's just going to slot this one in, manages to get the collision onto Tom, shoot straight through him, and that is going to be a quick way to tie things up. What a nervous start in Brawl Ball.
One of those things where Tom's thinking, like, if I shoot Soderbreza here, he's going to get more speed and bring up upon the goal even faster. And now takes the skies again. I think that's the wise time to do so as Drage now able to pop the gotcha gadget yet again. I think that could be, he's got one more, I believe, now. So it's worth bearing in mind. Tribe definitely wants to tie this one up soon because ultimately, without those gadgets to hand, it's going to be a risky thing. Tom as well has none himself. So they can't really lose his mid control now as OGS now coming back into the mix. Kevin healing up accordingly and Tom going to break open the lanes. And the more Tom breaks open, the less effective Soderbreza will be. So very important on this rough side that they also extend the time just a little bit, but not too long when it gets into overtime because body can be really, really dangerous there.
Yeah, especially without a healer like a Byron, the more the map is opened up, it's going to make things very, very challenging because there's just not much for Soderbreza to work with at this point. I think he only has one gadget left as well. So even if things get to overtime here, I think that's something that Tribe would really not dislike, honestly.
Now the pace being brought down, I think that's a wise move from Tribe as Kevin now solo and almost went down there. Still suffering for it, and they've got to keep that Gale away from the gadget side of things. If he places down a Twister, it's going to slow things down to a point where Tribe can't get the ball, potentially. Let's see here as Sawyer's exposed and outnumbered, goes down himself. Ball going to be pocketed here, potentially a Twister from Kevin to go down here. He's being very reserveful of the gadgets, which would have been useful, actually, more so in these earlier stages. Now the ball's going down. It's going to be a good thing to place on top of the ball, but not impossible to get the ball out if you just get that perfect angle.
Good value off that super from Drage. All three players low HP, but Drage is the one to fall. And so the Breza does end up getting traded out. Another supply drop plays down. Everyone on the side of Tribe Gaming is going to be buffed up, which is a big threat for OGS. They need to try to isolate some players, take one or two down, try to get a bit more of a reset going. Jump in from Gugu, but he gets met by Drage. That takes him down. Trade is going to be there. Kevin might be able to find a double there, but not quite yet. And Lena is going to pop super, try to go on the hunt for Soderbreza.
Yeah, I wonder whether he was going to try to land in the corner there and try a sneaky. There is still time here for Tribe, and I think OGS would quite prefer to keep that ball in the corner. In all honesty, they seem to want to bring back the walls, and I think that's the wise call, considering that Ash here is going to struggle considerably here. But Kevin is low here, and there is the twist that we were expecting to see. Is there any way that Tribe can get this ball? I cannot see it happening at all with the time that's left, and that is going to be no result. We're going to be playing it all out again, and that seemed to be what OGS were looking for there.
Yeah, you know, I mentioned it 40 seconds before overtime, right? Overtime is something that Tribe, they will have the upper hand. Just from the comms perspective, there's not all that much OGS can do to win it unless they have very good placement as soon as the walls go down. It's a very, very challenging stage of the game for them. And yeah, I think playing the draw is not a bad decision. And look at that. I mean, it's paying off immediately as they get a goal less than 20 seconds into the second game.
Now this is opening up a lot of opportunity for Kevin to start to utilize some of these twisters early on, because ultimately they're reserving them for overtime because they didn't want to try to go on the offensive too much. They wanted to have as many to place on that corner as possible. But now they've got the early advantage here. It could be a great thing to have in the defense. It should Tribe start to push forwards as now the base goes down, and in a great spot for it. It should allow everyone on the side of Tribe to heal up, and Tom just breaking that left-hand side. Going to take the supply drop for himself, and Nun and Drake going to try to isolate Kevin here. And I think that's definitely a good idea to do so. Actually replacing the drop the pace there from London to ensure that pickup. So going to place OGS a bit more on the back foot. But again, that is a tanky Ashe sitting in defense, and those robotic rats now going to come out and quickly taken care of. The Tribe can't get to that ball.
Aggressive supply drop, removing as many walls as he can, but Gugu with the jump in is able to find very nice pickup. Trade from the nut. Pump super as well to stay in the mix. He's going to get to reset the heals onto Sorda Breza, but that's about all the value he's going to get off it.
Connection from Drage. Tom, though, so low. Choice to break the mid from Tom yet again, and that's a good thing for Tribe, but ultimately with that ball in the corner, it doesn't matter how much you break in the mid, you've got to get to the ball, you've got to get these takedowns confirmed and really start to place the pressure on, and OGS are doing a wonderful job of just doing that. They've got that early goal in the pocket, and now they can just really slow the pace. Tribe have got to make the play, and at the moment, yeah, there it is, like on the side cam there, just to confirm it. Ball still in that corner, and Tribe have not really had a chance to get to it just yet.
Gugu jumps in, takes down Tom. Trade is there, back to 2-on-2 so far. Still a bit of a stalemate. Now once again goes for a super. Can he find Soda Breza? No. Doesn't reset the heal either this time around. And ball is cornered. Kevin seems to be guarding it for the time being. And overtime. Yeah, it's just not going to be happening this time around because OGS, they have that goal lead. And that is going to be the first game going their way.
Kevin holds the keys. You know, he's the you shall not pass guy, right, in this game. He's not using any of these twisters. He's reserving them all. Tribe need to isolate him and really eradicate him early on. And, you know, ultimately, if they don't, then, and they'll just get the early lead again, they're just going to play that same strat. And we saw that early start for Tribe in the first game, which didn't actually go to any scoreline that's going to add on. It's OGS now with the one game to the nothing of Tribe. But realistically, there, you know, Tribe need to make those early plays, those early goals, turn things around and place OGS on the offensive, and they've struggled to do so far.
Yeah, the Ashe is a threat, absolutely. It's very hard for them to deal with, and Colette has been doing a decent job at it, but that's an open goal, yeah. A bit of a placement mistake here from Tribe. OGS strike again, and this time around, this might just win them the set unless Tribe find a goal of their own.
Yeah, fully agree. You left that wide open there for, you know, the taking, and you can't do that against OGS. And Soda Breza now, as Lennon takes the skies at a very questionable time, that is going to be it for the first set already. OGS wrapping things up and placing Tribe in a very, very vulnerable spot now as they are behind in the first set. Going to the second now. Definitely the time for a team talk for Tribe, as you know, OGS, yeah, I mean, that's very different to what we saw earlier at the end of their quarterfinal match. They look pumped up, actually. I think maybe Gugu there getting some much needed caffeine into his system just to keep that all flowing. Double swoosh coming up soon, but yeah, Tribe just looked very shaky towards the end of that. I think that's that first draw, that first tie, really kind of made them a bit unnerved going into things, and the OGS, they just capitalized down on that.
Yeah, I like everything I'm seeing from OGS so far. I feel like draft-wise, they had the upper hand. They really did. And it wasn't like, you know, a super one-sided draft, but they definitely had the advantage mechanically. They played it out really well from a strategic standpoint. Very, very solid too. And again, you know, if they can win against Stamina while still doing a fair amount of mistakes and missing quite a couple of opportunities, if they manage to just solve all of those problems, they can definitely win against a team like Tribe Gaming. And so far, that first set was showing exactly that. Really, really clean, really well played, spotting opportunities like that. You know, you're still the underdog. And in a 1v3, if you manage to get a goal like that, that's just beautiful stuff from OGS, really.
IOC, the head-to-head, and I mean, Lennon got a lot of kills, actually. I mean, more than anyone else, despite the loss. And the damage on the side of Tribe was actually pretty decent, pretty close, actually, matched from both sides and that sort of things. But OGS were just able to find the opportunities more so than Tribe. And again, the best match that Tribe really had was the one that availed into a draw. And after that, it sort of like came crumbling down just a little bit. But Yeah, I was surprised. I didn't really necessarily feel like that was the case in all honesty prior to those stats. So good thing we got them, right? The collect pick, again, I wasn't massively sold on. I don't even know whether I'm massively sold on it since those stats, to be completely honest. It didn't seem to fit in the tribe playstyle, in my opinion. But double switch coming up next, and that's a whole different kettle of fish for Gem Grab. So let's see how this new draft will fare and what the choices will be leading up to it. But OGS now with the best start possible, really. I mean, that could well sway things a little bit more in their favor in regards to like the predictions that maybe people were placing prior to this match over at event.brawlstars.com. I kind of wonder now whether many of those people are starting to think, well, actually, you know, this is a team that have come in with a new roster and they've got like less to lose and everything to gain. Double points as well on the horizon, double Crow banned straight away, Amber as well, being banned by Tribe Gaming, EU, Squeak on their side. Also, Penny ban, Amber ban, and Crow ban by OGS. You don't see that every day. Carl is the first pick, and I'm not surprised.
Carl is just so good. It really, really is on this map. I mean, you know, you can kind of just nail down a lane. Honestly, I wouldn't even find it completely absurd to play it mid, but I'm assuming it's going on the lane. Kevin going for the max. That is probably a mid, although we've seen Sandy's mid. This is the funny mid map, really. It really is. There's so many weird mid options that you don't really see anywhere else. I would assume that the max here goes mid. You know, going back to basics here for OGS, bringing in the max Sandy, something that we don't see nearly as much today as we used to, but it's still pretty good. And I mean, sometimes simplifying things can really go a long way, although I have to say, Gene mid here is absolutely my favorite option.
Yeah, I love G mid, I like Lola, but they're going to go with bows. That could be open for OGS. I think, yeah, Cole would be great on that left-hand side to really just keep the gem carrier out, push Kevin aside, and just try to expose him wherever possible in terms of his location. But I definitely feel like Gene is starting to make a little bit of a comeback this week. We've seen quite a lot of Gene play. Again, I think a really worthy mid to have. Bo, though, as well, is going to break open the grass. With the Amber ban, I think that's a great thing to have on the side of Tribe. This third and final pick here coming in thick and fast from OGS. Very important one of that, and it is going to be Bonnie. Yeah, I think Bonnie on the right-hand side lane can work really well, actually, to try to scout things out and whilst keeping it a good distance. So I do like that from OGS, and it wasn't banned out, of course, by Tribe, who valued more so the Squeak, the Amber, and the Crow. What do you think of the draft, Teddy? Who do you think has kind of got the better one in your opinion?
I mean, it's a very interesting draft here, especially on the side of OGS, because it feels like the bans are either impacting them a lot or they have a game plan that's just somewhat off meta, right? You wouldn't really necessarily expect to go for a Max and Sandy this early on into the draft when you have options like Bonnie still open, but they managed to keep it for their last pick, and it's a very strong one at that. I do personally still believe that, you know, the Sandy is not quite going to be able to match the strength of Gene in the mid.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually for the Sandy mid. I kind of, like you, prefer like the max mid here myself, but both can work, so nothing necessarily crazy wrong there. Great call from Drage there, and the pick of it swift, and Lanana finish there goes in as well. Gugu now completely out of position. Tribe look to be completely refreshed and regenerated as they come in now with the speed for Kevin and Soida Breza. Good shots though were connecting from Tom, and this is looking like they're just coming in fresh into Gem Grab Tribe.
Yeah, this is a very impressive start for them in this game. A nice pickup from Google on the left-hand side. Roll in from Lena is going to have a bit of a tough time there. Not really a matchup he can win against Google if he's sitting on full ammo. So the Breza is taken out of the picture. And Tribe still have a pretty significant lead as the map opens up. I would say for the most part that that's not really something that's too problematic for Drage, but he does get cleared up, and that's a couple of gems stealed away. Lena is still swinging, and somehow, what? Did he still manage to get 2 kills? He does go down, but, I mean, that's nearly going to be saving the game for Tribe.
Yeah, the pickaxe from beyond the grave there, and the flying hooks are going on the aggressive, but Tom though goes down now. That's a disaster for Tribe. 8 gems coming out, and they were lucky that it was only 8 in all honesty. Countdown for OGS, and Tribe have got to get a takedown here. So the Breza will pop the mines, but actually the stun not in play there, it seemed, on that side of things on the star power from Tom. Not sure that's a bit of a mistake. Drake though has the magic hand to hand. Can he connect it? Kevin low. Oh my word, the phase shifter. Oh, but then the follow-up does reset things. My goodness me, so many interactions there, all happening at once, but the reset is there. Tribe are not out of the running just yet.
Yeah, Yeah, Gugu picking up that gem is big because now Trap Gaming, they need a kill again onto Gugu to interrupt that countdown. That's their only way out. And with Sword of Breza creating so much space down in the mid, that is just not going to be happening. And I mean, Tribe, we know they're the favorites for this match, but right now, OGS, they're coming out with 3 games in a row. And if they can take one more, that's going to be 2 sets.
Yeah, that would be a steep mountain to climb. I did feel like going in that Tribe were looking far, far better, but those gems being dropped just kind of really started the catalyst effect there. Kevin almost down Drake. Great body blocking there from Lenan, got to be said, and allowing him now to heal up. And little shot there on low HP, just as Tom can then come in and try to take care of Gugu and then force himself forwards. Magic Hand with Drage as well, as we've seen, is already a dangerous thing, but so is Kevin, though, on those phase shifters. I mean, that was a really clutch one for him, and timing those is not an easy thing.
Oh, it's one of the most difficult things to do from a mechanical standpoint in the game. Really, really impressive stuff. Missed pull from Drage is, missed opportunity to gain the man advantage. Gugu should still be going down, but still Drage is going to be a little bit behind in his supercharge right now, as Kevin goes for another gem. Knows he can afford to because Drage doesn't have that pull in.
Shots from Drage onto Soda Pereza, helping out on that lane side and allowing then Lenan to pick things up, and Gugu goes down. That gem's going to get dropped into Kevin's lap, so not the worst of trades, to be completely honest, as you prefer to have them all with him. But now the push is all completely taken down, and Magic Hand with Drage now is going to mean that Kevin's going to be very cautious here, but those are good shots, and that's going to push him back. So I do like the back and forth that we are seeing here. OGS really are thinking this carefully through. They're not going in all guns blazing. They're not overcommitting. They're just playing it safe and smart, and I like that.
I mean, I've rarely seen a max gem carrier as just bold as Kevin is playing it. Like, he's playing so aggressive, knowing Drage has that pull. He doesn't have any gadgets anymore, so no more phase shifting out of a gene pool. That's just not going to be possible anymore. But still, man, he's playing it very confident, and I respect that a whole lot. Still, it's a 1 gem lead for Tribe, and Drage is going to be the one to initiate the countdown.
It's the most favourable spawn, but OGS have that mid-control. Gugu jumps in, and yeah, not the greatest of jumps at that, but it was a 3 versus 1 there. Lenan coming in, super aggressive, and then, the gem just trickling into the lap of Kevin. He goes down at the perfect time, but tries to get the pickup. Oh my word, it just eradicated all potential for there to be a back and forth reset. What a play there for Tribe to come out with hopefully the start of something which we can then start to see even more of these fantastic back and forths, because it really has been a lot closer than I think many people expected to see. OGS really are giving Tribe a big run for their money.
Man, I just want to point out one more time the genius of this move from Tribe, and particularly Lenan. He went for the gem so that OGS could not tie up the countdown. He died, the gem fell onto Drage, and that made sure that even if Kevin didn't fall with his gems, it was just over, no matter what. That's such a clever and subtle move as well, but just really, really smart and deep understanding of the game on the side of Tribe.
I like that little bait there from Drage, just trying to see what Kevin would do, as he may have used the gadget there, and that could well have been the intention. No, at the moment. 4 gems to the pocket of Tribe, and Drage going for Gugu there, and Gugu chicks the air. It could be a waste of a super, but he's somehow still alive. 180 HP now, and still going, taken care of now. He'll come back obviously in this cannon form, and that might actually just cater to what he was looking to achieve there. Just going super on the aggressive when Drage comes in, eradicates the wall, gets the gem as well. My word, this is such an exciting series to watch. I am loving this.
Yeah, I like this a lot as well. And the speed gear onto Gugu for that Bonnie pick is just doing wonders for him, because obviously, Bonnie, very, very slow brawler, but having this much grass on the map enables him to be much more competitive, having that speed gear and matching his opponent's movement speed very much. Tribe was a little bit of a gem lead still. Let's see if OGS can nicely retake the mid, as they do lose Sword of Breza. Kevin finds a trade, but needs to be careful. Drage has that pull. That means he can't overcommit for those gems.
It's great, though, as well to see. I'm pretty certain that Drake will be running the vision gear there as well, to be able to really show through everyone inside the sandstorm. Kevin goes in very aggressive, overly so. Gugu here is the last man standing between Tribe and these gems, and Tribe are hungry for it. He goes down, Soda Press, the last one, now taking the mantle, but I don't think it's going to be possible for them to be able to do anything about this as Lenan gets the pick up. Tribe surely now bringing back a set, and we have got a fight on our hands, Teddy.
All right, Tribe Gaming taking this second set, tying things up 1-1. And I mean, a beautiful way to do so as well. After 3 games in a row, going the way of OGs, breaking that momentum and really showing what Tribe are made of, why they are such a respected team in the region as well. Great stuff all around from them. And I mean, OGS, they're playing fantastic, don't get me wrong, but I already mentioned it in the game before that, you know, Kevin, very aggressive on that max. Eventually, Drage, he was just very patient, made sure that the pool he was going to go for was going to connect, and this time it did. Definitely punishing OGS for that over-aggression.
Yeah, hate to be that guy, Teddy, but Gugu, if you're watching this back in the VOD, you might want to just watch a bit of Drage on the G side of things. But nonetheless, though, we shall see in our next set, you know, how this one fares. One thing I've got to say though and point out is that you know, Tribe getting that Carl first pick, I feel like OGS need to shut that idea down, because Lenan looks so much better on it than he was on the collect. Despite the stats, I've got to say, and point that out, the stats definitely say a very different story.
Look at this. Lenan picks up the gem. He picked up the gem, dropped it to Drage, so the countdown could not be interrupted by OGS. That is such a micro, like, big brain play. I like, it's just something we rarely see, and I just love it because it's so smart.
Well, stats are in as well, and it was actually Kevin that got the most damage in that matchup. Pretty even, though, to be fair, across the board. I mean, not much difference, just the 1% between Gugu and Tom, and 33, but Soda Breza there does stand out a little bit. Sandy is a risky pick, in my opinion. The Max definitely has the ability to close the gap faster. I definitely would have preferred maybe like a Lola on the lane side for that. It would have given a bit more range to the side of OGS, but nonetheless, I mean, it was a super close matchup, so maybe not so much, but nonetheless, it's Tribe that come out on top, and that has changed things substantially. Now it's Ty's set going into Heist next for Kaboom Canyon. This is going to be a very, very important set for sure. Tribe just slowing down the pace and preventing OGS from getting that 2-set lead has substantially now turned things a bit more back into their favor, and they have the momentum on their side. Going into Gem Grab, that was not the case.
Yeah, definitely so. This is the chance for either side to really, you know, get a big foothold into this semi-final match. We have our bands already coming through. Janet, Crow, Eve on the side of OGS. Crow, Pam, Squeak on the side of Tribe. What's the 0-4 arc?
Well, because Carl wasn't banned and Tribe had first pick, and I'm surprised that they didn't go for it, to be completely honest. I mean, you know, Colette here, though, able to keep a safe distance from the mid, and that does make sense to me. I kind of wonder what they'll follow up with. I mean, Byron would be a bad shout. I know it's dropped off a little bit, but back in the day, and still now, Colette Byron here is quite a force to be reckoned with. What do you make of the bans, though, Teddy? I mean, Eve for OGS is... I mean, I can understand why, but Eve's dropped off quite a lot, in my opinion. I'm just kind of surprised.
I still think it's a decent pick on maps like this where water gives you a lot of map control. I don't think it's like, you know, a must either, but I think this Gil pick is really smart because now Tribe, I mean, they're not going to be picking Daryl, and that's kind of a free last pick potentially for OGS if they decide to go that route. They don't have to, but they have the option of it. This is exactly why we're seeing the B on Drage in case that Daryl comes in, because Daryl, if he gets access to that launch pad from Sword of Breza on the Gale, that can be a very, very deadly combination. Lena is going to get the call that you were hoping he would get, and we will see the Daryl on Gugu. So things somewhat going to plan on the side of OGS, and I do like the fact that they didn't go Daryl Gil immediately, because once they have a Gil on their side, there is no chance Tribe is going to be going for Daryl.
Well, I know the plan here with the jump pad being the case for the Gale gadget side of things to keep Gugu going in, but it's a risky thing to pick Daryl when you've already staring down the barrel of a B. got to be honest here. I feel like absolutely Tribe got the comp they wanted, especially considering that they put Colette at the forefront. Still got the Carl as the final pick. I would have probably preferred Lola here, actually, myself, as opposed to the Daryl. But again, like, they were committing to the idea with the Gale first pick, and not necessarily, one that we tend to. Well, it can shut down the lane size with Twister, but with this the Daryl idea, you kind of really want to go with the jump pads. Let's see how Drake defends. Kevin survives on there on that right hand side. Does get Gugu taken care of, and now the respawn coming in from Tom should help finish this one on the right hand side. Yeah, here we go.
I'm definitely with you. I think it's risky, to go for the Daryl into 2 tank counters, but I've seen it work against 2 and even 3 tank counters before. So in the end, it is kind of about how you play it down, and it can be very strong and hard to counter. But so far, it seems like Tribe's slow approach is working out. And, a big reason for that as well is that Drage has been tapping quite consistently. You need to connect those B shots if you really want to get the most value out of that. Kevin is going to find a nice kill down in the mid. The roll onto the safe is going to be matching some of that damage, but still a 20% lead in favor of Tribe game.
To point out, it's kind of interesting as well to see Lennon playing so much Colette, and I always remember he was playing a lot of Colette back in the day, but hasn't been doing so in his prior roster with STMN, as now Tom takes the role of the Carl, and just nice to see how Tribe can balance between different brawlers and different teammates. But now good connecting shots from Lennon on Solid Breza. The pickup that's there from Drage, and the defense is strong for Tribe. Lennon going in, getting more connecting shots, but it's got to be said, OGS are doing the same. They are getting continuous damage, and this is what I mean. This is a very, very close series that we're seeing between these two teams, but this Colette pick is getting so much value on the side of Tribe Gaming EU.
Yeah, he's been dodging so well down in the mid as well. I mean, he did get shut down eventually. Gugu finds a follow-up onto Drage as well. Let's see here as OGS have a lot of control, but on the right-hand side, pop the gadget, and the super from Gugu to shut him down. This is some good control on their side, but they're still quite behind damage-wise. They need to hold on to that control, and more than that, they need to find damage, and right now, they're just not getting any opportunities.
Nice flying hook, though, there from Tom to go in very, very quickly and get that takedown. But Kevin, at the same time, is doing wondrous work there, giving the lead over to OGS at a pinnacle moment of time. Gugu jumps away unscathed, and Drage can't find the shot. Now he does. Amplified shot is available. Tom going with the flying hook. Can this damage be dealt? The body blocking from Kevin is huge. OGS will take it, but only just. Beautiful work towards the end, as it could have gone a very different way there.
That's the thing with this Daryl and Gale comp. As I said, sometimes they make it work against 2, against 3 tank counters. It's honestly ridiculous. It really is, and it completely shakes down, what you think about Brawl Stars, because you would think, in theory, that against a Daryl, a B, and a Colette, like, that should be free. But it's really not just because of the way the map is designed. There's no destruction whatsoever on either side either. So just no opportunities to open up those walls. And yeah, it's a big threat, this come from OGS, and they managed to make it work beautifully well in the previous game, although it was quite clutch. We'll have to see if they can do it consistently.
Who would have thought, coming into today, that, so far, in my opinion, this has been the most exciting series so far of the day, and who would have thought OGS and Tribe just going at it? I mean, this is something that I can absolutely get used to, and again, got to reiterate, what a great time for OGS to really have upped their game here, because double points now is going to really open up some great possibilities. Kevin now on the safe, damage gear rolling in, great gadget as well, and we're going to split screen, Teddy. A bit of a base race going on as now Tribe are also landing continuous shots onto the safe, and that is some decent damage there.
Yeah, definitely so. Tribe in a much better position this time around. The Data have quite a big lead in the previous game until OGS were able to get that mid control, and from there on, those Daryl rolls onto the safe were just so deadly. But let's see here, as Tribe are trying to close things out until it gets to that point. Then has yet another super, but it gets shut down by Sort of Breza before he can use it. Jump pad used by Gugu, stun onto Drage, and follow-up kill is clean. And damage-wise, Kevin is going to give the lead back to OGS again.
I'll try with the defense. They've got to hold firm here. Not much is left on their safe, and Gugu knows they're coming in now on the right-hand side to slow theirs from Drage, but he could have probably preserved it for Kevin, but Tom comes in clutch. Gugu's one shot, but Sawyer Breza coming on the left-hand side, seals it. OGS are 2-1 up against Tribe Gaming EU.
my goodness, this is genuinely just absolutely crazy stuff from OGS. And I mean, you know, this comp, I know how scary it is to play as well against those things, because you know that Rage isn't going to be missing many shots on that B, and those 3K shots, even if you're a Daryl, they're going to hurt so much. And yet OGS, they managed to just make it work despite being behind in both games by like what, 40-50% at some point. They turned those around, and that clutch factor that they have is really, really astonishing, because they're facing a team like Tribe that we don't know for those sort of chokes, and yet OGS, they almost make it look easy.
Back and forth is real. It really, really is. And I've got to give credit to OGS for that, because, I mean, you know, we kind of expect this from Tribe Gaming EU. We expect them to play at this level consistently so. But I don't think that Tribe are necessarily playing badly. I think that OGS are just matching it, and wondrously so. I think that's going into our next match of mode. You know, again, Tribe have come back being behind against OGS, so they do it well. But, you know, they're now at a position where just one singular game can take OGS onto match point. A team that, you know, have struggled to get out of the quarterfinals, and they could very well be finding themselves in today's grand final. What a huge turnaround. And again, with the head-to-head stats here, I mean, tell a big story. I mean, Tribe here with so many kills to their side of things. Lenan obviously lacking a little bit there, but despite that, going largely towards the damage on the safe with that particular collect roll. 7-7-7 there for OGS, just completely split evenly, and almost in terms of the damage as well. But the kills were all there for Tribe. But I guess just more so defensive rather than, you know, going on the offensive and then being able to follow up with damage to be able to get that objective secured. But going in now, yeah, have the lessons been learned for Tribe, or is this going to be the first month where we do not see them in a grand final?
That's crazy. Yeah, they've been to every grand final yet so far in this 2022 season, and this could very much be the first time that they don't make it. It's not over yet. There's still at least one set to be played on. That's going to be Shooting Star and Bounty. Potentially more if they manage to push things to a fifth and final set. But so far, OGS are looking deadly, and Shooting Star is definitely a map as well, where if you can come in with a strong draft and some good counter interactions, that can go a very, very long way. Looking at our bans here, we'll see Max, Nanny, and Tick banned out by OGS. Tribe Gaming doubling down on the Tick and the Nanny, but also adding Piper to the list.
Well, I think it's a good idea to be banning out Nanny on both sides. I do feel like this actually favors Tribe a little bit for me, because ultimately when you are behind in Bounty coming in with Shooting Star, a big open map, I was going to say little unpredictability, but that is kind of a key brawler to have to add some unpredictability to the mix as Dredge goes with the body. I like that a lot. The Gale, the Gene pick though. Oh, no. Miss Gugu. I mean, I hope it's better than what we saw earlier today on Layer Cake. That's all I can say. Tom drafting the battle pick, whether he'll play it or not, I'm not too sure. But so far, it's OGS going with that close quarter heal-based comp, and Byron adding to those heals as well. Tribe going with like the more sort of sharpshootery style, and that can also not necessarily fare well against the Leon. Obviously, Drake can jump away from it if he's got super. This next pick coming in from Tribe has got to be a good one as well. It's going to be Carl. I mean, yeah. And if it is, I kind of almost hope it's actually Lenon on the Carl, just simply because I feel like some of the plays that he was getting in double swoosh earlier today in Gem Grab were just so enjoyable to watch. And yeah, I think it's a solid final draft for Tribe. They kind of needed that, especially with a Leon in the mix.
Yeah, no, I like comps on both sides. I think both can really shine and also have weaknesses as well. So there's definitely room for both teams to make something work here. To my eyes, the draft seems fairly even getting into Shooting Star here. Obviously, with a caller on your team, against pretty much anything, you're going to have a free blue star, rather. And that's exactly what Lena is going to be showing off right now.
All right, it's Google on Gene, so I'm counting the pulls or the lack thereof, and I'm just going to treat this as a clean sheet, okay? Let's forget earlier today. Let's treat this as a new one. Kevin, though, has to pop the Invisi Hill, getting scrutinized there from Tribe. I like the nest egg placements there from Tom, just really doubling down on that right-hand side lane to ensure that Kevin is kept at bay. And Andre hunkering down. Actually, there's a pick up there. Didn't expect Tom to trickle down there, but he does so, and so does Breza, staying alive. But none didn't go for fabulous shot, and I'm surprised he does get a pickup. There's 4 stars there on Soderbrez's head.
Yeah. I mean, right now, OGS with a 3-star lead, not in a bad situation whatsoever. We'll have to be careful. Gugu does have that pool, so if someone gets too close, it could be a free kill. But yeah, I feel like Lena earlier, was just like overwhelmed with players in every single direction. I mean, good positioning from OGS because that meant he couldn't, hit multiple targets with one pickaxe swing. So I like that quite a bit. 40 seconds left on the clock, and Tribe are on the hunt for some more kills.
Yeah, to be fair to Leon, I think Soderbrez had super there as well, so he may have been able to just panic fire it down and stay alive in the mix, but at the moment, it's a decent lead, to be fair, in favour of OGS, just the 3 stars, but that does mean that if Kevin or Soderbrez go down, then that will change things. Gugu, though, can go down and not change the outcome here, but at the moment, 15 seconds on the clock, and Tribe coming in freaking fast. Nice flying hook there from Lenan. Soderbreza pushed into the corner, exposing then Gugu and Kevin trying to body block with the Invisible Hill. A great pull from Gugu, and that is going to surely be a deciding moment as OGS move on to match point.
My words, match point. Now for OGS and Tribe, there is no more room for mistakes here. And I heard a lot of people saying earlier today that Tribe had a really, really good bracket. Seems like it may have been their worst bracket so far, as OGS are threatening them with that match point.
Yeah, I heard the same from a lot of people as well. And yeah, but that's what I love about Brawl esports in general. I love it when our expectations are not only met, but also just completely thrown out into the deep of the water. And again, there's some ideas floating around about double points as to whether it's going to work out. I think that double points is going to work out exceptionally well. And this is why. I mean, the first half of the season is one thing. The second half of the season is all up for grabs.
All right, well, so far, only the blue start to give the lead to Tribe Gaming. So the Breza gonna trigger Nest Egg, but somehow manages to stay up and going. That's important, because winding up that lead would be very, very dangerous for OGS. Tribe Gaming still in the lead for now. Kevin has a super, and that could potentially be a way to try to open things up. He does get tagged up quite a bit so far. But Tribe Gaming, they're not willing to take any chances here. They don't want to go over aggressive.
Yeah, I agree. I think that giving OGS the lead at the moment would be a dangerous thing, and they've got to start to go back, but not too much. Obviously, Gugu has the magic hand, and that could be a disastrous moment to turn around, which, again, Tribe pushing back upon this is not where they want to be, but they have got to hold this off. One kill would go a long way here, but again, one kill on the side of OGS will end it all and send Tribe home packing. And one gene pull from Gugu can change that. We've seen him connecting in this series so far in this map. Can he do it now?
Yeah, this is his moment to shine. It's been quite a bit of a test so far. He does get shut down by Lena. So the Breza goes for a super, doesn't find a connection with it. And all the kills, they're all going the way of Tribe. They are finding off that match point. And we are going to a third game of Bounty.
They've done it once, but can they do it twice? I would love for this to go to the 5th and final set, and I can assure you that that does not come from a place of bias. I just want to see this continue on. I don't want this one to end. I want to go to all the way to the 5th and final, realistically here. Blue Star obviously going the way of Tribe, as the flying hook does lend itself very nicely to catering towards it. And as we saw how important it was in the last game, Tribe know that that is the key really here, and they've got to slow that pace down until the end. And big taps from Soderbreza though onto Tom, and that's going to allow some pressure into the mid. They have to heal up and come back into position here, as that last strategy worked perfectly for Tribe.
Yeah, it was a risky game, though, that they were playing on the side of Tribe. Just playing it so defensively, it was only a 1-star lead. Means that in the last couple of seconds, if something goes wrong, if Gugu managed to get a high-impact pull, that could have been game, and Tribe wouldn't have had any opportunities to turn it around. Raid is quite low HP, does need to be careful. Kevin nearly falls, but is able to stay in the mix. This is Super Inhibizo heal, trying to find a target onto Lena, but not successful just yet. Pressure is up, though OGS have a lot of control.
Drake forced there to put the gadgets. A big pick up from Lenan to Soida Breza. But as quickly as that, the tables have turned. The blue star is with Soida Breza now. And that's going to be the try. We're going to push up upon this. Gugu has again pulled. And that is a dangerous thing when you try to push forwards with little time on the clock. The tables have turned. The balance is in favor of OGS at a crucial moment.
Yeah, they have 3 supers as well. That is so scary for Tribe to push into. Tom is really closing the gap on the right-hand side. Good value of that pickaxe from Lena. Jump in from Drage. He gets pulled, goes down, but a kill, a double from Lena. He might even find a triple, but it doesn't even matter. They have the lead now, and Tom can even go down, right? Yeah, this is gonna be a set 5 for us, and honestly, a beautiful play from Lena. They're getting that double kill to turn things around.
Well, I said I wanted to see Lenan on the call because I love the plays. I said I wanted this to go to the 5th and final set because I don't want this to end. And it looks like we got both, Teddy. We're going all the way. What a series this is shaping up to be. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, and just want to point out that Lena is the one that gave them the lead, right? He went aggressive, got a kill, got traded out, that 3 stars to his name, gave the lead to OGS. He redeems himself right after that by picking up a nice double against them. Wow, beautiful stuff from him. But from Tribal around, OGS still, though, looking like an absolute threat and danger to this Tribe Gaming roster. And so far, I mean, Tribe, they did manage to push things to a 5th set now. OGS still looking like they might absolutely be taking this one.
Yeah, genuinely so. And again, whatever happens next, I mean, you got to come away from today looking at OGS as a real threat. I mean, like, there are very few teams that can take Tribe all the way, and especially when you look at how this one began and how Gugu looks absolutely exhausted after the quarterfinals, but coming back now, it has not deterred him at all, and I actually think that OGS looks stronger than ever. The stats coming in, though, on the side of Drage, big fat donut, but so was Gugu in that same respect, but doing their roles for their team and just making sure that all the angles were covered. Now with the big 5. I mean, that's the story of the day for me there, right there. I mean, almost as many as Kevin and Soda Brez combined. That Carl pick in Shooting Star. If all the brawlers in all the world to come into the meta of Shooting Star, I mean, Carl is a massively exciting one to see coming through. But despite the 40% damage dealt out by Kevin, clearly the healing was sort of on the side of Tribe, and Tom with the 42% did carry the majority of the damage for across the board. But again, I'm so pleased that we're going to the 5th and final set. It is soon to come now. We're going to be going to Flaring Phoenix for knockout. Personally, do I want to jinx this? Personally, I feel like Tribe do very well in knockout, actually. I feel like that could be their mode. I feel like this is actually potentially good for them. I said that in Bounty, it was the case. And there's no time for them to go behind now. This is where it ends, regardless. Flaring Phoenix for knockout. Who is going to be going to our grand finals as the first team today? Is it going to be Tribe Gaming EU? Is it going to be OGS?
Yeah, thing is, in knockout in general, but especially when it's the 5th and final set, there's no room for mistakes, right? And OGS, they've brought some of the most high-level and impressive Brawl stars today, but also some of the mistakes that, we'd assume that they wouldn't quite bring at this level of play. And yeah, they need everything to be on point here. We know they are capable of it. We see the Amber, Piper, Brock bans from OGS, Piper, Tick, and Sprout from Tribe Gaming. A first pick of the Bonnie for OGS. Tribe following up with the Jean and Cole. Then a Bo and a Janet on OGS. They're just zooming through that draft so quickly, but they seem confident with their picks.
I like this from OGS, gotta say. Janet here as well with the Bo and the Bonnie. Tribe haven't, in my opinion, been banning Bonnie enough, actually, compared to some of the other teams that we see who just kind of have it as a go-to ban, regardless of the map and mode, pretty much. That could be scary here. Pam, though, for Leonard coming in. I'm not necessarily too sure who'd be on it. I assume maybe Drake should be on it. Or actually, no, Drake would probably be on the Jeans, so either Leonard probably or Tom. But definitely a good one to have, just to extend the game's length and to extend the lifespan at the same time of yourself and your teammates. But gotta have that G mid, with the vision gear going in full force, and looking to see some good aggressive lanes here from OGS. That Bo needs to push forwards, needs to get the mines into the middle deep, and Kevin as well. Looking to see some good jumps in from him. He's actually playing the Bo though. It's going to be Gugu on the side of the Bonnie. So yeah, looking to see some good jumps from Gugu. As we know, a very accomplished Crow. Despite OGS banning it pretty much for the entirety of today so far, we cannot ignore that fact. That is a very similar mechanic to a Brawl that he knows and loves.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. I would have loved to see a Crow either on him or on Tom, also one of the most known Crows in the region. Lena does seem to have the permanent position as the call of the team for today, as he's bringing it out once more. Let's see if we can get some early supers or even picks on either side.
Well, good aggression from Tom onto sort of Brezza, and again that vision gear is in play, and that's going to help provide a lot of information on the side of Tribe, just to make sure that Gugu is not lurking in a place where he could get into a spot and cause some havoc. Kevin, though, full HP, and Lenan is out of position. Yeah, flying hook in, you got to get out of there, mate. Somehow comes out with the takedown, and Tribe are in a great spot, but sort of Brezza takes the air. Gugu's down, Drage is low, but they should be safe and sound? Yeah, safe and sound. There's never any doubt in my mind, Teddy.
Yeah, I couldn't hear it from the tone of your voice. I wasn't too sure, but all right. Well, this is going to be turning up the pace a little bit here, as OGS need to be careful. They don't want to be giving away a match point to Tribe. Drage has a pull off the bat as well, and as Gugu is going to be using that bow totem to get his own super. Does need to be careful, as Gene Pool can more often than not turn games around. So the Brezza almost a target there, but Drage hesitates, goes for it now. It's going to be a kill, but Gugu is looking to find a trade. Lena comes in the back line, and it's Gugu in a 1v3. No chance, and it's match point now for Tribe game.
Absolutely beautifully done. I was looking at that moment for Drage thinking, is he going to pull this? Is he going to pull this? Well, yeah, it makes absolute sense not to, because ultimately when you drop the base, you're going to pull it. So he waits for it to go down, baits it out, and then still connects it at that range, and then just the chemistry of Lenan coming in, as we've seen time and time again on this Carl pick. It's just like poetry in motion when that stuff happens, all in just perfect harmony. Tribe here looking great. Leonardo goes down, and that's now a 2 versus 3 despite Gugu and Soderbresta being low. They're going to heal up, and they're going to come back strong.
All right, already a lot of pressure here onto Tribe as they demand disadvantage very early on. Do have a gene pool, which could either be used to even things out, and that is going to be the goal of it now. So the Brezza does seem to survive, and it's going to be a perfect cleanup from him with the assistance from Gugu to take that round. And now Drage doesn't have his super anymore either, but he shouldn't be too far off from getting another one available. OGS looking to pushing things to a double match point here.
Yeah, try possibly getting a little bit ahead of themselves there, and the back of that last game victory. Maybe just going a bit to the thumbs too soon. Let's see, though. They've got to change the pace massively now and look to stay on their feet for a lot longer, because that was where they were thriving before, just playing it patiently and ensuring the takedowns. Drage has the pull, though. I'm not sure necessarily whether... Yeah, OGS will sit it now. Alan as well, looking to go in on the assassination side. Sort of Brezza, though, has got super. He is definitely the target that I know Tribe would love to pin down, as Drage and Tom are in a good spot for it. But if Drage goes to the pool, then Sort of Brezza is surely going to take to the air. So waiting it out, waiting for the gas to come in, forcing the hand of OGS, I think, is the way forward here. Sort of Brezza, though, wants to go premature. I'm not sure whether I agree with it.
Yeah, Drage knocking sort of Brezza in the gas. There's no trade either. Kevin Folds is only Gugu left alive. And surely, yeah, he's going to be running into the gas, trying to not feed into anyone else's super. But Tribe now 1 round away from the grand finals.
It's like a staring contest. It really is. But Soda Brezza blinked, and as soon as he did, that was when it all came tumbling down for OGS. Now they are under so much pressure, but they've been there before today. They came out the other side, but this is the semi-finals today. This is a spot in today's grand final, and Tribe are 1 round away from gaining it, and it could be this one. Dre's just got the pull. Lenan looking to gain his at the moment, and there's no supers on the side of OGS at the moment. That is a fierce and dangerous thing as Tribe is starting to push in on the situation.
Yeah, that pool has done miracles before. Let's see if it can do it again, or if OGS can push things here to double match point. They are already exceeding everyone's expectations, but we know they're capable of going all the way. They do need a little bit more of a pusher, a little bit more of a chance as the pull onto Google connects. He is still standing for now, but eventually Drake clears him up. Kevin and Sorda Breza, yeah, it's only Sorda Breza left alive, and with a gadget as well, the flying hook into the gas to seal the deal here for Lenan, and it is going to be old Tribe as they move on to the grand finals.
Oh my goodness me! I feel very fulfilled that we got to the fifth and final set. Devastating though for OGS. They fought so hard. I mean, for a team that have never escaped a quarterfinals to get to within inches of a grand final in double points, you can't not hand it to them for today's performance. I mean, Tribe will take the glory for sure. They go through to the grand final. We'll wait to see who they're going to face off against. But OGS, I applaud you guys today. Fantastic work from them. Cannot wait to see more moving forwards into the following months.
I mean, that was some very, very impressive Brawl Stars they managed to pull off today. You know, just taking down SCMN is a statement of its own, but pushing things against Tribe in a best of 5 all the way to the final set, that is super impressive. And as far as I know, this might even be the first monthly final ever for Kevin. I'm not entirely sure, but I mean, he was with Esports Empire before. Don't remember him ever making a monthly final with that roster. So, yeah, just such impressive stuff. And the fact that they managed to, you know, look so calm in such an uncomfortable setting, because let's face it, anyone would be uncomfortable facing Tribe in a semifinal. That's just a fact. But I mean, beautiful stuff overall from them. Tribe, unfortunately for them, they're going to be one step ahead, though, as Lenan is going to be claiming the MVP once more, and once again just shining, you know, and a nice reflection on this quite interesting move at first glance from Tribe. I didn't expect him to be picking up Tribe, to be completely honest with you, but it seems like so far they're not regretting that investment.
Yeah, I mean, it is a great pickup. Absolutely fantastic pickup. And again, you know, I see a lot of free Yoshi in the chat, guys, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You've got to get the roster flowing. And I think this is the best time that we've seen Lenan working with the team, as it was a little bit of a slow start. I think a slow start, like a week. It took them like a week to find their synergy, but now they are starting to really flow. And I'm loving what I'm seeing from them. But I'm glad you mentioned Kevin, actually, Teddy, because I honestly feel like if there were MVP for the other side of things as well, he would surely have been it. And I'm going to expose Frank, the game lead, now in my DMs. Who's Kevin a few weeks back or a few months back? Well, now you won't be forgetting, will you, Frank? Because Kevin today absolutely shone, and cannot wait to see him. I feel like he's the kind of person that next year is going to have a big pickup. And despite the synergy that we're seeing already, I'm not trying to break the team up already, guys. Don't hate me for it. But yeah, absolutely so. Very aggressive plays and rewardedly so. Moving on though, we've got to find out who Tribe Gaming EU are going to play off against in that grand final. The match will be SK Gaming up against Reply Totem, who both had incredibly convincing movements through that lower bracket today already. But I feel like that is all about to change. I feel like the horns are about to collide, and this one could well go the way of OGS against Tribe. This could be well on the way to a fifth and final set as well, Teddy. Getting ahead of myself a little bit here. Don't want to jinx it, but would love nothing more than to see it.
I mean, this is a semi-final that, you know, just from the title of it, could very much have been a grand final, really. I mean, Reply Totem, SK, both are going to be sitting near the top 3 of the region in general, whether it's the leaderboards or personal seeding. They are very tightly matched, and, I mean, we know exactly why.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, SK Gaming, we know why. we know why. Let's leave it there. Samantha, Guille, IKOS. I mean, this is the team, in case you don't know why, that went all the way to match point in MSI up against the Titans of East Asia, Zeta Division 1. And again, in the SK Gaming house, Guille looks very confused by this. not quite sure why. Clearly, well, one thing's for sure is when they pick up those iPads, they won't be confused anymore. Doing things they know and love. Is that chip and pin for Pedro? Is he putting through a transaction? I'm not too sure. But nonetheless, getting suited and booted and ready for things to go. Reply Totem, of course, though Joker, Maru and Maori, Teddy, today, they smashed out the park against Navi.
Yeah, they definitely did. They looked very impressive doing so as well. And I mean, ever since they picked up Joker, especially for those of you guys that only watch the monthly finals, don't really watch as many third-party events, it's been a night and day difference ever since that pickup. And it's really impressive to see how much he brings to the table, whether it comes down to, you know, brawler picks and just his mechanical skills. It's super, super cool to see that, you know, they just went from having a nightmare start of the year, just going out non-stop very early on, at times not qualifying, and now they are shining from, you know, what most teams have been saying, they might just be the best team in the region at the moment. Yeah. And if you just see them play, you understand why, because they have insane drafts, insane synergy, insane mechanics. The only team that, you know, is as well built and versatile as them, I would say, is SK Gaming, and they beat them in ASL just a week or two ago. And when I say they, I mean Reply Totem won that match 3-2.
That is true. Absolutely true, and I got to reiterate again, I know the draft's coming in, but, you know, IDAR Joker, I know he's the centre of attention at the minute, and for good reasons, but the guy speaks like 6 languages, Teddy. He's like 16 years old, and he's one of the most politest people I've ever had the pleasure of interviewing there over at the Snapdragon Pro Series in DreamHack, and, like, it's just a fascinating child, kid, young person with so much potential and prospects moving forwards, and that's what I love in Brawl esports, when people like that come into the scene and can just like show others that they can do the same. But let's get back to the draft. Eve, Byron, Janet coming in on the balance for SK Gaming. Lou being banned, interestingly enough, by Reply Totems. Clearly, maybe they got a bit of an inkling that they wanted to have that on the side of SK. We saw it earlier in Drilling Beatles. Bonnie banned out, as well as the Bell. Very early pick of the Carl for Reply Totem, which I do like indeed. Be great to have maybe like a bow or something to have those mines in the mid, as like without the Lou available, they need to have like a bit of a delay tactic. Going with the Crow, quite like that. Slow down can be very, very important, but probably the first time we've seen Squeak all day, isn't it, Teddy? On the side of SK Gaming?
I think we saw one Squeak earlier, like a very early match, and it got shut down quite heavily. I think it was from STMN, maybe against OGS. That was the only Squeak appearance, and considering how meta Squeak has been lately, it's interesting. I mean, definitely, you know, he's had some counters that have been getting better and better lately, you know, with true buffs and just comms that work well with it. So it's definitely understandable that it's not as good as it was just a couple months back. It's still in a pretty good place, and a map like Ring of Fire especially was the one zone. It's really good for it, you know, because you can get a lot of control of it, really keep people away from the zone, and the residue gadget is still very, very solid.
So I'm surprised to not see Rico here, because I know SK love to pick it, but maybe they're starting to be like, yeah, do you know what? It has had its day in Ring of Fire now. Now, things have moved on, and I still feel like they're going to be very happy with their comp here. The Powerman Squeak here, you know, shutting down that entire side lane with residue here is going to be a big problem that the Reply Totem are going to have to deal with, and depending upon like how sparingly they are used, and we shall see. Max coming in, the Reply Totem, very aggressive ideas, and I kind of like it. I don't think I've seen Max play out that often, to be honest, in Ring of Fire. It's not a big go-to, but I don't know. Let's see. Do Reply Totem have a plan, or is it just kind of like going all guns blazing and hit and hope, spray and pray? We're about to find out, but I do like the way that this one's leading, and I don't think this is going to be at all a series that's going to disappoint. This is going to be fireworks, Teddy.
Yeah, if you guys thought that our previous semifinal was close, I think this one, you know, is setting up to potentially be even closer. Not sure how that is even possible from a technical standpoint. Joker is going to be going for the Max pick, so traded up with Mari earlier on, and I mean he's an amazing Max all around. Problem is, when you're facing Squeak, you have to deal with those early residues down in the mid, and they're definitely a big nightmare to work with. But honestly, so far, I mean, lead is for Reply Totem, so it seems like they find enough space in the zone besides it to coexist and get still some percentages to their side.
I thought Kless could have survived that. He actually went down in the end. The pickaxe again from beyond the grave coming in clutch. Semantic, though, can't quite connect Kerbal onto Maru, who did actually waste he did connect the slow onto Guille, but I just felt like it wasn't really that purposeful. It kind of didn't serve to much avail, and there was no pickup from Joker, so maybe some miscommunication there, or potentially some trigger-happy moments to see. Semantic, though, healing on the left-hand side as he needs to, and Maru shuts that Ida down fast. In the meanwhile, though, Reply Totem had a decent lead, they still do, but SK are starting to fight back into the mid. Gear getting himself stuck in the healing station, gets taken down by Maori. On the right hand side, though, that same story of that double takedown as the right lane just seems to be a trade-off at the moment.
Yeah, I think that the first big Squeak is a big risk that SK were definitely aware of. I mean, they're a team that always knows so much about the meta and has so many different options to pick from. But yeah, they went for an early Squeak pick. They got matched by the most aggressive and high mobility brawlers in the game. You have a Crow with the jump in. You have a Carl with the flying hook and the super. You have the Max. There's just so much aggression. And I mean, Squeak is a very defensive brawler that can do all right, but it's more about, controlling an area rather than necessarily his own position. And he's been getting harassed non-stop by flying hooks and people just jumping onto him, and not really being able to find the most value of that Squeak pick so far, in my opinion.
I remember putting out on Twitter earlier this week that, I was like, why are people not banning Carl? And it was Semantic who replied, I don't care as long as I get to play him. Well, you did. You probably should have thought about banning him because it's working out so well. Reply to them so far. Nice flying hook there, but did ricochet off the wall a little bit. It's going to allow Chaos some valuable time in getting these shots off, and he almost went down. Getting into that bottom right pocket as Carl, there's so much ability to use the wall to your advantage. You can get a very swift takedown. So Chaos did well there to stay on his feet, and again, that little bit of a ricochet moment could come in to haunt Mari there, but goes in this time round, forcing back the flow of action to pick up his there, and Reply Totem starts to gain some valuable time on that mid.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, even though Mari has been losing those fights against IKOs right now, he's been creating space because IKOs needed more often than not assistance from his teammates as well to clear up that kill and create a distraction, create space for Mari's teammates to just be capturing that zone. Mari's going to get the cleanup onto IKOs this time around, and now he has that flank position that you were talking about that is just so powerful. Maru is a bit of an unnecessary jump in, is going to end up going down as well, and this is the opportunity for SK Gaming to start catching up as they're just a handful of percentages away from tying things up.
Such a close one here, but Guille so low. Has to be forced back a little bit here as Semantic creeping up on the right. Does find some nice value on the curveball and does place down his super there as well, forcing away. Applies to him somehow Mari. Has to shut it all down as now Maru and Joker pushing into the mid. Again, 30% in the lead now over SK Gaming at a crucial time. SK have got to push back or Reply Totem take this set.
Yeah, this is going to be challenging. Only IKO's left alive, and that is going to be GG's for this opening set as Reply Totem are going to take it, and honestly quite convincingly as well. I mean, that first game definitely was very dominant. Second game a little bit closer, but still it just felt like Reply Totem had control of the pace, of the map, of pretty much everything. Really solid performance from Reply Totem in this first set, and yeah, I think the Carl pick here did magic once again. But even Max, that was Joker playing her, yeah, it looked really solid, and winning some of those matchups against the PAM was pretty impressive for sure.
Yeah, it's unusual to see SK go behind in the first set, to be honest, but I guarantee now, looking at the coin flip moving forwards, obviously map and mode dependently, I feel like if it's first pick, SK are going to take Carl. If they haven't got first pick, they're going to ban Carl. I just feel like that's got to be the way forwards here. You can just see the Reply Totem are a team that are so dangerous with it. Maori was absolutely flying on those lanes and just coming in for the support as well, and yeah, the stats say a similar story to that. Chaos, though, with the 6, coming in big for SK, but Maru just a little bit low on the DPS side. But again, if you get the dub and you're getting the objective in hand, doesn't necessarily come back to be the biggest of worries. I mean, you've got the set. You're not looking back at your stats thinking, oh, if only I got a couple more percentages to add to that story. Reply Totem looking scary. SK Gaming need to start to reset their game, their mindset coming in. But this is the same team. The reverse swept Tribe Gaming EU in the grand final back in March, and they are a team which thrive under pressure. I don't know what it is. They're just built diff. They've got ice in their veins. When it comes to pressure, they just flip and reverse it, and all of a sudden, they just look like they were in the lead all along. So Reply System will know that going into pinhole punts. I want to see a really, really nice draft coming in. And again, I think the ban's more crucially important on the side of SK here. Reply Totem, I believe, in my opinion, have just a little bit more of a versatility and a way to adapt around the draft and just pick some kind of crazy out there ideas that they just seem to have a little bit wider of a kind of like broader roster, if you will, when it comes to draft. And SK, though, are pretty methodical, as we know. Pedro in the background doing all of that stuff for them, and that is always a great thing to have. It's a load off your mind, almost, and that allows you to focus purely on your thumbs.
Yeah, no, I'm completely with you here, and I think this is also one of the reasons of Totem's success. I feel like, if you look at last year, for example, Pedro was like the coach of Brawl Stars, right? He was just from far at the top of the game, and it didn't pay off at Worlds, but still, he was pretty much the only one that was just, a step ahead of everyone. And I feel like Enzo, on the side of Reply Totem, their coach, has been making a lot of progress ever since, Joker joined the team and was able to just really fully utilize his ideas, as Joker just fits some of those comps that he has in his mind very well. And I mean, I think part of the success has to be attributed to that as well. Our draft is coming in, though, as Janet, Surge, and Gil are going to be banned out by SK. Reply Totem banning out Bunny, Carl, and Janet. So no Carl this time around. And I mean, it makes sense. When you're second pick, it's a brawler you want to take on.
Exactly. And I guarantee that's what SK were thinking. They would love to lock that one in. And Reply Totem not taking any chances. Rough slope, as we saw already with Tribe, a very common first pick in Brawl Ball for all the right reasons, being able to break open things at just the right time to get that goal. I still think Lola here works fantastically well, but we've seen a little bit of a drop-off, actually, of Lola coming in, and I mean, so potentially Bell could be a hard counter, so you've got to pick the right time to really place it if you're thinking those ideas. It's going to be Ems coming for Joker, which I love, a great thing to have in the mid, and a great time to draft it. Also, just in the eventuality that tanks are the flavor of the day from SK. Not normally the case, but they also are fantastic at adapting along the way. For me, I mean, no, I think it's too early really for Spike, although it's a great map for it. It could be that SK are wanting the Stu pick, so Reply Totem might want to try and grab it for them first, actually, here. They're going to go with the Max, keeping with the aggressive theme, but are we going to see Stemantic? That's the question that I want to see.
Yeah, I think a Crow would be a smart pick on the side of SK, because, I mean, it's not going to be picked by Totem at this point, or I doubt it, because against Sandbags, it just does so miserably bad, but it could be a great way to slowing down the pace, keeping both Joker and Maro at bay and making sure that they don't go over aggressive with that max speed. So it's probably one of the approaches I would go for in this situation. They're going to go for Lola, very respectable in this map for sure, especially with a calm ban. It's going to struggle a little bit more against the M's, obviously, because, AoE damage means quite easily you can't have the ego tanking for you. That just doesn't quite work in that interaction. Still hoping for the Crow, but might not come in the end. We'll have to see what the plan is here for SK. As you mentioned, maybe a Stu could be an option as well. The Crow is going to be there, and I am reassured.
Yeah, I was thinking it's got to be either Crow or Bell here. They want to try to eradicate it. I mean, you can get a lot of value. What is that? Is that a Poco? Poco Max M's, unless, of course, like we've got a bit of a whoopsie on the draft, but I don't think so. I think that is a Poco coming in for Reply Totem, and that I did not expect to see. I mean, that's going to allow Max to go far more on the aggressive on the lane side. Poco going to be taking, I assume, that mid roll, and well, we got the M's as well, actually. So this is different. I'll give them that, but is it good? That's the question.
Well, I mean, I'm happy now I teased about Enzo's draft because we got a particularly tasty one here. Doesn't seem to be working out too nicely for Mari very early on, but Maru might just score this one. Oh my goodness, he just barely saves it, but I don't really know how or why or what, but that nearly worked out.
It really did. Yeah, the slow was on point, it's got to be said. But SK survive on. It's like, oh, okay. So, shooting this is out there, man. This is like crazy out there, but I mean, again, who are we to judge it? If it works, it works. So it's actually protected tunes. I had to rethink my brain there because it's been so long since I've seen that gadget in play at all. I can't even remember the last time I saw it in competitive.
I've never seen it in competitive. I've never seen it. I think maybe the day it was released was Poco double tank comp. I've seen it maybe once, but that's really about it. It's not something anyone does, and it's very interesting. So far I wouldn't quite say it's working, as this seems like SK are going to be able to slot this one in, but it could have been way more terrible, considering. But yeah, I don't know. Well, they're pushing forwards, and this might just be a goal now for Reply Totem. And, Semantic does get access to the ball, but it's still a 3v1. Try to clean that one up. I have a decent amount of HP to do so as well. No more gadgets for Mary either, but that's going to be the goal from Joker, and Reply Totem making some magic happen here.
The only way this can get weirder is if Joker's running sneaky sneakers, mate. I've got to be honest, as a gadget, that's another one that I've never seen in competitive as well. Mary gets the ball and has super to hand, but can't really contest it much more than that. Oh, but surviving on, though. Beautifully done, and voids the supply drop also. Pops the super. It's going to be a bit wasted there. Skier jumps in, and now the pressure is on. Mary's got to choose. Does he put the ball forwards or bring it back? He's going to go forwards and try his best to hang on, and he's doing pretty well. But at the same time, I think SK now want to get themselves stuck into this mid, and with that roughs again, that's a dangerous thing to have. If they get that supply drop down at just the right moments and just the right place, then it is going to lead to a goal. And again, Poco, Max, and Ems on overtime. Interesting stuff, but is this going to work? Because SK now are in a great spot going into overtime.
Yeah, they do have the max speed. Was waiting for his teammate to spawn in to go for that together, but it seems like we might have a final team wipe here. Is that a solo screech from Maori as well? Not quite shocking, I would say, was this comp. I get why you'd want to go for that, just for a little bit of extra damage, but I don't know. I have to say, so far, I feel like it's doing better than I would have expected. But there's still definitely a big chance here for SK to score, and that team wipe is going to be solidifying that furthermore. Semantic trying to get the ball around. Maru is going to fall, and eventually SK take the game. But this has been a draft and a half from Reply Totem. Let's see if they can make it work better in game 2.
Maybe that was what the expression was on Gear's face at the very beginning, that confused, the mystified look. It could well have been Pedro saying, look, I'm looking at the API, mate. They're playing poker on Pinhole Pond. Get used to it. With Ems and Max as well, mate. It's right like, what? I don't think it's working, though. I've got to be honest. I don't mind screeching solo on the poker side. I actually quite enjoy it myself. I just feel like SK are just more able to just take it slow. Just take it slow and steady, and just isolate things. The lowness is just a suppressive one, and again, like I said, going in, what I really love here, I just think the draft is just much more what I would expect to see from SK, and I was hoping that Reply Token were going to have something in mind that I kind of hadn't considered, but so far, it does seem like it's not really a struggle for SK, as they already get almost a team wipe there, and they don't look like they're breaking a sweat, Teddy.
Yeah, on paper, I would give the comp of SK Gaming the advantage 10 times out of 10. I'm not entirely sure. The protective tunes clearly to try to counter out the crow slows, but eventually you're going to be lacking range, lacking DPS, and it's an interesting strat. I respect them for bringing it out in the semifinal against SK. They had some opportunities with it as well. They found a goal, and this might very much be another one, as it's only Semantic left alive, and the team wipe is there. So they've, 2 games, 2 goals for Reply Totem, it could be far, far worse. but I feel like they need a lot of stuff to go their way. They need that protective tunes against the Crow Slow. They need the Max Super. They need the M Super. And it's the only way they've really had those opportunities is if they had all that utility present. And when they don't, it's pretty much free for SK, and they'll close out the set like that.
Yeah, that was a very convincing round for SK, and again, that's going to damage the ego there of Reply Totem, who coming in were in a fantastic spot. Placing SK on the back front early on is a great thing. This is going to only just serve to feed their aggressiveness and their ability to try to turn things around. But it is a great thing to be. You always want to get ahead, let's be honest. But for me, Reply Totem just they just took a risk. And risks are great. I mean, and again, like you say, it's nice to see some ideas in competitive that we don't normally see. We love that kind of stuff. But what we like better than liking that is seeing it actually pay off. It didn't pay off. That's the problem. And yeah, definitely going to have a few more conversations going for the next round. I don't think it was that far away. I don't think it was that far away. Because, I mean, you look at that first interaction, that was nearly a goal. If that was a goal, then that would have been first game going to Reply Totem. In the second game, they nearly had the same opportunity again. So I don't think they were that far off. I do think that this comp probably would have worked out better on something like Sneaky Fields, just because you have a little bit less of a gap to close towards that goal, and then the protective tune is really strong because you can just, try to walk it in. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm probably a little bit more enthusiastic about this comp from Reply Totem than you are. Although I do realize it definitely didn't work out. Yeah, I mean, I admit it definitely did not work out. But I do like some of the ideas of it. And I mean, it's a very Reply Totem thing to try to bring things to the table that no one else does. What IKO's brought to the table, though, was 13 kills. And that's just very impressive by itself, because that's more than the entire squad of Reply Totem put together. One thing you can say about the comp on the side of Reply Totem is it's a very balanced one. I mean, everyone having more or less identical stats, actually. Yeah, I mean, it just felt like, for me, SK, for the most part, looked in control. They looked kind of like at home. And again, like running a comp that I would prefer to have there, but would love to have seen it work. But, I mean, who knows? Going to Canal Grande up next, maybe we'll see something else crazy from Reply Totem. It wouldn't be a map that I would rule out Buzz on, to be completely honest. I mean, it could well be something which comes into play. Again, I thoroughly expect there to be that same idea of whoever gets first pick, ban something other than Carl, and whoever doesn't get the coin toss, bans Carl. I think that even here, where it's not necessarily the best Carl map, I still think it's worth a ban at this stage in the competition. And it is going to be the case. Reply Totem will do just that alongside the Janet. Janet on the other side of things as well for SK, as well as the Gale and the Gene pick. And it's going to be an instant pick for Squeak, which is interesting as well. We'll get the third and final ban on the side of Reply Totem to you shortly.
Yeah, well, we've seen what happened the last time SK insta-locked the Squeak. Didn't really go too well for them in the hot zone earlier. We'll see the Surge running by Reply Totem. Interesting approach here. I don't mind it. I mean, Carl for me is a must ban here. I still think Eva is pretty decent on this map. I know that it didn't quite work out in our quarterfinal matches, but I still think it can be quite a bit of a threat. They'll go Bell as well. So far, I would say fairly standard stuff from both sides. Although I like Squeak, I do think it has its limits as well. And the same goes with Surge. There's definitely, some aspects where if you're not really able to get the angles you want to, and for the Surge get, to stage 2 and 3 early enough, it can be a bit of a pain to bring onto Canal Grande.
Maybe I'm downplaying Carl's effectiveness here a little bit. I mean, he's got the flying hook to get the star, which is why I feel like Buzz could be a potential option here. I mean, with the Ash as well, I feel like that's got to be the play here for Reply Totem. Let's see. There was a sheer Bonnie ban as well, guys, for Reply Totem to add to the mix here. Will Reply Totem do the Buzz pick? I mean, there are other options as well to be able to counter out the Ash. It's a daring one from SK. We have seen Ash here in NA, and Tribe Gaming as a response picked Lou, and I got like a ton of heat for it. I prefer to Daryl. Yeah, I mean, Basel Daryl here for me work both in kind of equal measure, but you need something to prepare for it. The question is, like, are those Byron Hills going to be enough to have that's Ash win the lane size for SK, or, you know, how is this going to work? Obviously, the bell marker is going to be on point onto the Ash. That's where you want to be landing it, getting rid of that brawler, which can just be a real pain here. Does seem to be one of those brawlers which is not necessarily the go-to on Canal Grande, but one that we're starting to see a little bit of a rise in terms of play rates for. So I'm all for it.
Yeah, I think that looking at the comps as well, SK should have the upper hand to getting that blue star in general, or at least winning that early engagement, as they do have that residue gadget, but it's not going to be used around there. Semantic, very low HP. Joker already on stage 2 as well, and that's a lot of value for him. He goes for the jump in, secures the elimination, and that's blue star and first blood both going the way of Reply Totem. A 3-star lead in their favor now.
That's what you want, honestly, with like no wall break or like there's no bow to be seen, so like they can just stay in these bushes. Surge in the bush is dangerous. Daryl in the bush is dangerous. Belle has got the range, she's dangerous too. This is where Reply Totem want to be, and like they're just going to keep trying to rinse and repeat. Look at Maru go! My word, double kill, back out, 5 stars into the bush. SK are going to struggle with this one, I feel.
Yeah, this is some lovely stuff we see so far. You know, the ability from Reply Totem to isolate either the Ash from the Byron or the Byron from the Ash, depending on, you know, what the angles are like and what the opportunities look like. They've been doing a fantastic job at that, and Maru again goes for the roll in. And without the Byron, it's not quite as straightforward of a matchup for Semantic. And yeah, I like this a lot. I mean, Joker on stage 4 as well. He hit stage 2, what, 10 seconds into the game, that just sets the tone for what to expect, you know. And right now, I mean, Maru is already sitting on, I think, probably past 10 kills at this point, and there's still 30 seconds left into the game, but I mean, 19 stars, there's no coming back from that for SK.
I'm going to do it. I'm just going to come out and say it. I'm not going to hold back. NA, bro. NA. This is why you go Daryl, guys. Look at Maru and look at what he's doing. No Lou counters. I don't want to hear it. Daryl all day long. Look at this performance from Reply Totem right now. 26 stars. Maru's been cycling double kill after double kill after double kill. And SK Gaming have got some serious egg on their face right now.
Man, they shut it down. Like, I've never seen such an unthreatening looking Byron Ash. Like, every time I see it, even if it doesn't work, it's still very close. And you have a lot of encounters where you feel like, you know, they shouldn't be getting away with that. But so far, I mean, Reply Totem, we're just making it look weak and fragile. Impressive stuff. Blue Star is the only difference here between both teams. Ikos should be able to make something happen there, and as a matter of fact, we will see a double kill here from SK to give them the lead for the time being. Let's see if they can hold on to it.
Yeah, this is great for SK now. They've had a much better start and have got that mid-control, and already the person who's the big thorn in their side has gone down. Maru now has got to come back in and reshape this one, and the lead with SK, 13 stars to the 9. And that blue star in favour with EA, so can Reply Totem push them out here? The Bell is doing great work here, actually, if SK continues to cluster. But Maru's got to hit the shots, and they're not landing at the moment, and that's the thing here. Maru just teasing the idea of super, does actually commit to it. Semantic drops the robotic rats who are taken care of. How did Maru almost come out on top of that? Somehow, now, things starting to slow down in the blue star. Look at that, look at that. Reply Totem turn around as quickly as that.
Wow, 2-star lead now for Reply Totem. Mark is going to be missed. That would have probably been a free kill onto Semantic if it did connect, but Maru does have a roll, gets it onto Semantic, trying to isolate him, but a super here from Ikeos is going to provide both heal and burst damage, and that is a lot of value. Semantic is low, however, marked up this time around as well, as the 2-star lead is still in favor of Reply Totem.
Semantic is marked up, and that's huge for Reply Totem. They are ahead right now, but Joker's got 5 stars and that blue star. He is basically the president that they all need to protect. Maru that gets taken down 19 to 19. No one on the side of Reply Totem can go down at this stage in time. They are in the lead. If they win this game, they will take the set. Will they hold on? Chaos is low on the right hand side. He survives on. Reply Totem just about will take it. And my goodness me, Maru on that Daryl. That is all I want to see in the chat right now.
Yeah, that was one impressive Daryl performance from him. And I mean, Daryl, like, it's not like it's a hard counter to Byron Ash either. You know, it's not like it's just you pick that and you win your lane. No, you pick that, you need to play it really well, and then you win. And that's exactly what he provided here as well. Like, just great interactions all around. And so far, I mean, yeah, I'm impressed by what I'm seeing from him. And it's nice to see him have some of the spotlight as well. I mean, look at that. Just ridiculous violence towards SK Gaming. You love to see it, and it's good to see some other players than Joker that we've talked about a lot, you know, and that's been a lot in the spotlight. Yeah. But the entirety of Reply Totem has that pop-off potential that they've always had, that we know them for from last year, from Worlds as well. And it seems like they're back in that shape, leading now by a set against SK.
Well, that's becoming in shortly, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what they say here. Yeah, figures. 10 kills for Murray. Actually got a little bit shy of maybe it was the DPS that's standing up for me, actually. Now I look at it, that's, yeah, that is very convincing. And again, like, you know, I see Toonie in the chat over in NA saying, we're still going to play Lou as our counter to Ash. Well, bro, you know, you do you. I mean, that was such a convincing game for me for Reply Totem. The draft of the Daryl, such a smart one. I thought it might be the Buzz, which could have also worked, but, I mean, you know, it's hard to look back at that performance against a team like SK Gaming, and Reply Totem just did that. I mean, that's, yeah, that's definitely one to write down in your books, guys, when you're playing Power League at home. Very convincing stuff.
Yeah, it almost felt like they wanted SK to go Byron Ash. It really did, you know. They left it open, made sure that, you know, it looks enticing, and I have a feeling they baited them into going for that, knowing exactly how they wanted to respond to it. And, I mean, again, I think that, you know, Reply Totem are doing some really cool things with the draft. At times, it doesn't quite work as well as others, but, I mean, so far, 2 out of 3, I think they'll be pretty happy with how this match is unfolding.
Okay, well, the hard reset going into Hard Rock Mine then for Gem Grab, and again, this is a fan favorite map. It's been here since, you know, the very, very beginning. The early beta boys will know it and love it. Okay, bans are in. Max, Ruffs, and Janet for SK Gaming. Is going to be Surge, Lola, and Crow for Reply Totem. First pick going the way of Reply Totem. The Carl is open, so they've got to surely take it, right? I mean, this is a great map for Carl. Come on, boys.
Yeah, it definitely is. I feel like it's almost a must pick. I mean, you know, there's a couple other brawlers that just really excel here. Bo is still in the mix. That is doing really well at the moment. 8-bit as a mid, also a great option. Rico could still be something to be considered. I would be very shocked to see something else as a first pick than one of those, or obviously the Carl, which is probably the most likely one. So far, it seems like we might have to wait a second to see that final decision from Reply Totem. But the options are there for sure, and I would go Carl first pick here as well, just considering how much, you know, Carl action we've seen so far today and how successful it's been as well.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's a tough one, though, actually. It could have been 8-bit, really. Semantic are going to be drafting in the Rico, surely for Chaos. There's no way we're seeing Rico Mantic. Guille drafting in the Gale, and I think there's an 8-bit surely now for Reply Totem then. I mean, that's what I would be going as a mid here. I feel like it's not banned and not picked by SK, which is surprising to see. And yeah, that's what I would personally want to go here. And Reply Totem now, I feel like I've got a really great advantage going into this one. I mean, you can't rule out, though, how dangerous SK are with Rico. And you know, yeah, well, there you go. Exactly. So Reply Totem now, I mean, I would personally love to see a Buzz, but I'm kind of biased, Teddy. I've said it all day long, knowing that I want to see it. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm still going to hope.
I mean, so far, I have to be honest, every time we hope for something, you know, Trav was hoping for a draw in Hot Zone, we got that. Then we hoped for OGS to, you know, play out of their minds, we got that. We've got a lot of interesting things today, especially when we were asking for them, so who knows, maybe they can hear you. I do doubt it. It's going to be a Sandy, a bit more classic there, but I mean, just from those 2 first picks on both sides, I do think that having Carl and 8-bit on the same side, that's a very threatening comp.
Gotta be Stu, right? Gotta be Semantic. I mean, the Sandy lack of range is just crying out for it, really, for me. And yeah, it was always too good to be true, Teddy. I agree. I mean, Sandy's not bad here. Bonnie, yeah, this is the brawler that SK are constantly banning at the moment. And we are seeing a lot of late pick Bonnies. And, you know, that is one that they've left open. So I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It's still got some aggression on the side of that Rika for SK. So we're still going to have that this strong lane, or hopefully wins. Because I think, you know, if you're not winning lane with Rico, you're probably doing something wrong. Not to sit on the right-hand side myself, but you know, a bit of each to their own, really. And no, I'm not going to question how iChaos wants to go about choosing what lane he wants to play it, because he is arguably the best Rico in the world. Certainly the best, if not, you know, very. No, he is the best. He's the best Rico E. There, I said it. I said it. And he's going right lane, so you know, it takes one to know one. You know, wink, wink.
I'm with you there. I'm with you there. What I do like as well was Joker bringing in the Sandy is that it is a brawler that Call at times can struggle a little bit, especially, you know, when he's in his super, it can get shut down by that stun. So having a bit of that mechanic going the way of Reply Totem. A nice super from iChaos, finds a decent bit of value. No kills, but good opening nevertheless. Maru going in this time around, but he's struggling to really capitalize as he's going to be forced to fall back or go down. Seems like he chooses go down.
Aggressive flying hook there from Maru, but it did serve to some avail. It just bought a lot of time, actually. It's a missed ball there from Semantic, could prove costly, and Joker just going to hunker down that left-hand side. Chaos coming in now as well on the right and trying to defend off, and Maru's going to get 5 gems in the pocket now as Reply Totem starts to get really stuck in and starts to feel at home. Oh, Gear's out of position there, yeah, and Joker will double down on that as well. The walls are coming crumbling down for SK right now. Maru can get away with this. He is going to get away with this. Gear's forced to jump in. Is it going to be enough? I feel like it's not. And Reply Totem are on countdown. Potentially match point is inbound, Teddy.
Impressive stuff from Reply Totem. Just really, really clean. I mean, the team synergy, the teamwork is just so good. Let's see if they can interrupt it. I doubt it at this point. There's just not enough to work with. And this is the thing as well, you know, we criticize so often Sandy on this map, especially since her nerf a couple months back, his nerf rather, just because at times you see Sandys and you don't see a single Sandstorm. We've had like, what, 3, 4 in this game alone? And that just shows how much impact you can have in that situation, because at a pro level, you can't push through a Sandstorm. It's just free control. And when you have an 8-bit with a turret setup as well, I mean, it's just so good. And I like this a lot from Reply Totem. It's going to be a match point on their end, and right now they're a game away from the grand finals.
I love this. Look how quick Chaos just goes to the left lane, and look how quick Joker wants to then goes to the right. Now swapping back to the left. Everyone's just trying to sort themselves out and decide what matchup they prefer, but somehow SK have managed to get behind it, and they've now herded them all into this left-hand side. Maru going in with the flying hook, and manages to stay alive, finds Semantic. Magic hand, yeah, gonna just seal it. Not gonna take any risks there as Guille gets some big taps onto Maori. But honestly, we all voted on the casting desk for Reply Totem to take this one, but I did not expect it to look this convincing. It's far from over just yet, but Reply Totem, there you go, are a match point on the scoreboard. Can't forget that, and Maori going in again. Chaos though shuts the idea down fast.
Semantic, no pull right now, but Maori needs to be careful. He knows that if he goes for a cheat cartridge, there could very much be iChaos waiting for him on the landing. SK Gaming now is a 3-gem lead. Not far ahead, but definitely in a decent position, especially with 2 supers available. That's some great opportunities to try to turn things around. Pull onto Maori or jump in from Guille. Could go a long way in securing this win. Semantic nearly falls there, and Joker is protecting Maori. Look at that. And he's going to get pulled, but not before getting asleep onto Guille. Guille that's stuck in the Clyde form right now. That's going to give enough space for Reply Totem to catch up. Beautiful stuff.
Semantic has gone for the shots onto Maori then, but the gems would have dropped and hand over to Maori, so he thought better of it and just chose to heal instead, and that's a lovely little takedown there of Joker. Maori, yeah, I was going to say, she charged into the line of fire, whereas it was out of the line of fire previously to it. 9 gems, 10 now, but SK are pushing this mid. Semantic, though, got tapped up there and just slowly now creeping forward to the gems. Yeah, I think rightly so here. The countdown has stopped. It's all reset. Let's see how this one plays out. This is because Joker's got the one there, though. If they get Joker, oh, they almost did. It could cause a problem here. Very, very close now as SK try to hold on.
The beams from Maori are absolutely on point, keeping Semantic on 1 HP, a cleanup of the left-hand side, and a perfectly timed Sandstorm as well. Now Semantic knows he needs to go for a blind pull, but he connects it as well. That's 2 gems. But still, it's very, very close right now. That gem, though, is going to give 14 to SK Gaming, and our Reply Totem need a kill. The TP back is probably just going to be settling it here, as SK Gaming are going to be taking this game, unless we have a miracle, but nah, not this time around. SK Gaming showing some signs of life here after 3 games in a row going to Reply Totem, now trying to push things to a 5th and final set.
I'll be honest, this is where SK are at their most dangerous. When they have a match point staring them down the barrel, that is when they just duck and cover, but then they just come back with a weapon of their own, to be honest. I mean, like, when you look at how that one's shaped up, Joker just peeked his way forwards a little bit too much and gave away his position, and he had a gem in his pocket, and as soon as SK were able to spot that one off, and like you said, though, it's a greatly timed Sandstorm, just in the nick of time, really, and that really could have been the moment that Reply Totem took it. Chaos, though, now, top left-hand corner, has the super to hand, and look at the lineups. Beautifully done, pushing back Reply Totem in a very nice way.
Oh, yeah, I feel like in the previous game it was played out really perfectly, nearly by Reply Totem, but I don't know if it's the vision gear or Semantic just getting a little lucky on that blind pool, but that connection was just what turned around the game. It absolutely opened things up, and SK Gaming managed to thrive off it. Let's see if this can be a similar story as so far. It's been a pretty decent start for Reply Totem, but that gene pool is always going to be something that Maori needs to be at least a little bit scared of. Trying to bait it out. He could always just TP back to safety if it's still in range, but you can't be too careful.
Well, I like the fact that now the gems are much more with Maori this time round. Joker did not quite connect there, nor did Semantic with the flying hook. Maori coming in, but should get tapped up quite well here as everyone knuckles down for it. She charged away. 9 gems still in the pocket, but Reply Totem are not on countdown just yet. That would be a nice one. And another she charged away. Reply Totem now have got so much control of this situation. SK need to take down Maori.
Wow, this is going to be tough. He's sitting on all the gems to jump in from gear, but the damage booster is going to tank some of the shots as well, and they're all standing in line just in case Semantic has a pull. There's 4 things he needs to pull before he can hit the gem carrier, and just clean stuff all around from Reply Totem. They're going to be going to the grand finals, and this is the furthest they've gone this year in a bracket at a monthly final, and I mean, it's the perfect time to do so because there's double points now. This is their chance to catch up in the gap that has been there between them and the rest of the Tier 1 teams. They're making it. They're really making it and showing us some really good Brawl Stars overall.
Yeah, I mean, commiserations, of course, to SK Gaming. I mean, they fought tirelessly towards the end and very, very nearly took it to the final. I would love to have seen it. I really would love to have seen it. But, I mean, towards the end of that one, I mean, what can you really do? I mean, just the amount of body blocking, like you say, Tony, that was there, as everyone from Reply Totem taking 0 chances at all. It does mean, however, that we are going to have, like, a grand final for the ages. Reply Totem were a team that last year Tribe Gaming struggled with. A little bit more so than others, I felt personally myself. This time round, it's very, very different on both sides as well. And oh my word, I mean, like looking at how they've performed against OGS and how Reply Totem have performed against SK Gaming, it's a very convincing victory, this. And I feel like this could be a split in terms of the predictions as to how this one's going to go. Maori didn't get much of the way of kills there, but did in the way of damage, and that is the story there. 44%, almost half his entire team's damage. But Joker just coming in, stealing all the glory, taking all the kills. But yeah, just a bit of a kill stealer there for me, Teddy.
Yeah, probably so. I mean, just looking at the kills, SK Gaming, they have many more overall, just a lot more, as a matter of fact, 6 more in total. It's quite impressive, but the thing is, Reply Totem, they were choosing where the fights were. You know, when you have a call that is gonna flying hook his way in the backline of your opponents, it's gonna create time and space for your team to be, you know, picking up gems, build up some control, do whatever they gotta do. And even if you do lose that fight, you know, you bought a lot of time, you created a lot of space, you did exactly what you were intending to do. You leave your opponent low HP. Sure, he might not have gone down, but he might as well have, because the result is the same. Your team wins the game, and that's really what Reply Totem have been showing very nicely in that gem grab set.
Well, curious to see. The MVP, is it gonna? Yeah, it is. Yeah, Joker will take it. Very, very nice from him today. But again, his performance is far from over. We're going to see more from him. And I cannot wait myself. More deaths, but I think that just kind of goes to display more about his kind of aggressive play style. It's not necessarily within his nature to be the last one standing, as long as on the way through he's taken down two of the others along the way. So very excited to see this grand final shaping up. Again, you know, Reply Totem and Tribe Gaming, that is going to be a phenomenal one to see, and we're going to have to get, I guess we're going to have to get Trav in as well, Tony. I don't know how I feel about that, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess that means I'm going to have to hand the host role over to you, and there goes all the power. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Get out of here. Get out of here. You love to see me back in. You absolutely love to see me back in, though. I know you love me. I know you love me, and I know you love that. I know you love that Poco in pin or punt as well. To be honest, I proved it at Chaos Cup. I don't want to hear any slander on that brawler whatsoever. But nonetheless, I'm back in, and we're going to have the bracket up momentarily as well to catch up with those people who have just joined in with us now. I will take things through as you've been speaking enough. OGs to start things off against STMN. OGs won. Dogs to Lobster taking a defeat to Tribe Gaming. SK Gaming 2-0 against Team Queso. Reply Totem 2-0 against Navi. And then OGs did lose narrowly with an amazing performance, I will add. I was quite sad not to be casting that one 2-3 against Tribe Gaming. And then SK. And we all predicted it right. We all predicted it right. Reply Totem pulling through with the 3-1. Where we land now is Tribe Gaming EU versus Reply Totem, which is setting up to be an absolute beauty of a game, Teddy.
Oh, definitely. So, I mean, you know, we can always ask for great grand finals. We usually get them, but this one particularly is just really spicy, as both teams have had their fair share of challenges up till here, and they're both looking to be in an incredible form. And I want to see Joker versus Lena, because I feel like they're very similar players that have very similar traits. I want to see which one is the best at the moment.
Battle of the new rosters, that's all it is. Who is the better super sub mid-season? I think that's the main question, to be honest with you. But here is the Tribe Gaming roster for those of you who don't know, and if you don't know them, what have you been doing? Tom, Drage, and then Lenane instead of Yoshi now as well. And Lenane has just been performing so well. I was screaming when he did that bounty play with the Carl, clutched up towards the end and forced it to that set number 5, to be honest.
I mean, for me as well, like, you know, what can you say about Tribe Gaming? I mean, like, they've been in every grand final. You know, that's the thing. That's the worry. And, you know, Reply Totem have not, you know. But at the same time, today they are looking phenomenal. Tribe, though, again, had some difficulties with OGS, but they brought it back. They were able to survive that pressure and come out and just refresh themselves. I mean, but I'm with you, Trump. I want to see Lenane popping off, and I want to see that lane side with himself and Joker, and just to decide it really. But you know, it's going to be a really close one to call. I can't lie. I have no idea how this is going to go, Teddy. I mean, like, you know, what are your thoughts on this one? What are you thinking?
And this one is really tough. I mean, you know, I tweeted all my predictions by the start of the day. So far, I'm doing pretty well. I had this grand final planned out, and I had Reply Totem taking it. So I'm going to stick by it, and I think that this is going the way of Reply Totem, but it's a very close one, man. It's very, very tough to say, and it's really going to come down to whoever plays the best today.
Well, here is the Reply Totem roster. Joker, Maru, and Mori, as we have mentioned. Joker coming in as a massive super sub as well. And Maru has really been playing phenomenally today as well. I'm sure we'll get some highlights of that. I believe it was like 10 kills in 2 games Daryl that he had, or something wild like that. It was just absolutely incredible how well he played that brawler. And then here before as well, when I was casting, those plays with Rico were just absolutely phenomenal as well. Some of the gameplay from Totem today has just been absolutely ridiculous, and I can't say we didn't predict it either. We all said, Reply Totem, they're going to come in today, they're going to provide us with some great gameplay, and that's exactly what they did. Have you got any specific highlights from today that you really think stood out for Reply Totem, Mark?
I mean, there's too many, to be completely honest. I mean, I've loved a lot of their aggressive plays. I mean, it's just everything that they do. Okay, Maru. Sorry, that replay couldn't have come at a better time for that, really. It's been a long day, Travis, doing a back-to-back on the stage side of things and then followed up by EMEA as if the region wasn't giving us enough juice already, and then we've got today just the way it has been. I mean, that Dow play in Canal Grande, absolutely that. But I'm going to go out there and say it. I just feel like today could well be the day that Reply Totem take it and get, not only make their first grand final of the year, but potentially go on and win one as well. I would not be at all surprised if Reply Totem, go all the way today. Yeah, I've said it. There you go. That's my prediction. Get in there early.
Yeah, get in there early, because we are about to kick you off as well, Ark, to be honest with you. So I'm glad you did get your prediction in as well, to be honest with you. But yeah, I mean, nonetheless, have you got any predictions for the next game coming up, Teddy? I know you're a firm Reply Totem believer, but I know you love Linane as well.
I really like both teams, and I mean, from a personal standpoint, my heart is going to be satisfied no matter who takes it. Really, I want whichever team that deserves it the most to take it home. But I'm going to go with Reply Totem. They have yet to win the monthly final this year. And I don't know. I feel like, they're bringing some really fresh stuff to the scene at the moment. And I want to see Joker win his first monthly final as well. So, yeah, I'm going Reply Totem.
Well, let's not just forget about Joker. It's going to be Reply Totem's first monthly final win this year if they do manage to take it all the way. Squeak, Amber, and Crow going to be the bands coming out from Tribe Gaming EU. And then Crow, Janet, and Bonnie on the other side of things for Reply Totem. And there you go. Who could have guessed it? Who could have guessed Carl first pick? Gene comes in as the mid for Reply Totem, though, and that's a great brawl to have at the moment.
Yeah, definitely so. I like Gene mid a lot. Sandy is an interesting decision. I mean, we've seen it played mid earlier. We've seen it played lane earlier as well. As I think it was OGS that kind of just switched around depending on what they thought was working out the best. And yeah, neither really worked too well. So I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of Sandy here at the moment. I just think there's better options all around. I mean, we have yet to really see a mid pick on the side of Tribe Gaming. So maybe we get some of that now. As Carl most likely is going to be sticking to lane. And yeah, Max mid is a pretty decent option against Gene. I do think it's still a pretty scary one to bring in, is, if you're not careful and go for and get pulled. I mean, there's just not really, too much of a way out either way.
Well, honestly, you said you weren't sure about the Sandy here. We saw Joker playing it in that last game, and it was on harder at mine, I know, but he just played it so well that it just makes me feel like he can play it anywhere pretty much. Maury coming in with that last pick, and it's going to be Daryl. I saw Shatampo play Daryl on this map earlier against a Carl, and he absolutely dominated. It is Shatampo, I know, but Maury brings some of the same energy, and especially if it's provided to Maru, to be honest with you, because we saw the Daryl plays earlier and they were absolutely insane, and especially if you're managing to get this Carl matchup and not feed too many supers of the Max and Bo on the other side of things, then you can really be an explosive brawler and win your team the game.
Yeah, I'm very, very split here regarding the comp, because, I mean, I love Carl and I love Bo, I love Max, but honestly, comp-wise, I feel like the upper hand has to kind of go the way of Reply Totem. They're going for an interesting early approach, as they have 2 players go on the right-hand side instead of actually having someone play mid outright, as probably Mari is trying to, make sure that his teammate has that lane secured, and in the process maybe try to get an advantage with an early pull to his side. He should be really close to it, so the opportunity might still come. So far, that does mean that Tribe Gaming have a nice early GM lead.
Yeah, you know, I really do like Totem's comp as well. I feel like they're just missing that one component, and that's something that's Dre just clearly stolen from them. I'd love to see them play a Max. Great phase shifter. I'm not sure it's going to connect anywhere, but sometimes you just have to be sure. Manages to get away from that one. Maru going in very aggressive here, gets taken down, and Tom down this right-hand side actually does have some control, throws out some bow mines as well. Joke should be taken down, wastes a gadget. Maury's going to have to use a gadget to get Linane off him as well, and that could still be a takedown. Another flyer hook comes in, Drage goes aggressive, and they've got countdown.
Wow, well calculated by Tribe Gaming. Definitely spotted there that, you know, the placement from Maori rather was a little bit weak and abusable. And Tribe Gaming, you made sure that that was going to be punished. Great stuff from them, because I felt like Reply Totem were starting to get more and more comfortable around the map. And it was a perfect moment to shut them down, and Tribe will be taking game number 1.
I mean, that was just amazingly played from Tribe as well. They did have, obviously, the turnaround with Linane going aggressive, 2 flying hooks in a row near enough, which was absolutely wonderful from him. But at the end of the day, Tribe was still very much on top of things anyway. Other than that one Maru push through the mid and really going aggressive on both Drage and Linane, they seem to be very much in control of what was happening on the map. Tom kind of getting dominated here by Maru. He goes in and he does get the takedown, face shifter forced out from Drage as well. And Maru's surviving. He doesn't care. He's just on a rampage at this point.
How does he live and get another player down to 1,000 HP? That is just completely ridiculous. I mean, obviously, Linane is going to get shut down by that gadget from Maori, but to be fair, I don't think he minds. Because if he can get those gadgets out early on, that means that after a while, there's just going to be no way for Maori to consistently shut down any of those call supers. So value could definitely be seen in just making sure he wastes as many as he can early on. Maru still deep in the back line, and so far Reply Totem was a very healthy gem count. The Sandstorm helping solidify that control furthermore, but they're not going to be chasing for that one gem in the bottom, as Maori is just 2 away, and just sticking around the mid is going to be a more viable option.
Yeah, I think that's all of those sweet dreams now burned by the Sandy. So Linane does have that capability of going aggressive on him. Maury's still got one of those lamp blowouts left, so has that defensive measure against some of the aggression that Tribe Gaming are going to be bringing to the table. But can he use it in time? He does just get it off. Linane gets pulled, but it doesn't bring the gem back to him. Tribe still have a foot in the door in this game, but Tom is the one holding all the gems, and it's 50-50 control. They only need 2 more. The only logical way of thinking is this goes with Totem.
Yeah, Totem looking really good here. We need a bit of a miracle play again. You know, a dash in from Linane with his super, or a max speed maybe. Right now they're trying to catch up, but there's gems on everyone as well. So if someone goes down, this is going to be very fragile on the side of Tribe. Countdown initiated. Maori sitting on 10, and just look how much space Maru creates with a roll.
Tom trying to get some burst damage in, has those mind speed available there as well. Didn't connect it onto Linane, and they're too low anyway. Maru's going to clean up, and he's going to be tying this set out. Maury's still chilling on 10 gems. Reply Totem, even things out, bring it back to 1-1, and Tribe Gaming's amazing first game just did not equal as amazing second game.
No, definitely not. I mean, you know, the first game did kind of come down to a bit of a clutch on the side of Tribe, right? You had that very aggressive play from Drage and Linane. Managing to pin down the gem carrier and basically steal that game away, because for the most part, Reply Totem were looking a little bit better in game 1. So, so far, though, it's a very different story getting into game number 3, is we get an early team wipe here for Tribe Gaming, giving them a whole lot of control and a very healthy gem economy early on.
Getting absolutely melted at the moment. Linane throws out the pickaxe, spins back, doesn't want to be going down. Tom gets pulled though and feeds Maru his super. Does have that to go in on either Linane or Drage at the moment, but Joker's bursted down by Drage on this left-hand side. Maury walks onto a gem. He should be taken down too. Linane gets that through, gets the shot through, gets the trade, even though Maury does take him down.
Wow, clean stuff from Tribe Gaming. Bit of a mistake as well from Reply Totem to have that connection onto the mine. Joker is going to go down as well, and Drage is sitting on 9 gems, just 1 away from a countdown. Max speed super available for Linane as well. Surely that should be enough to shut any signs of aggression from Reply Totem, unless we get a miracle pull here. Actually, we do see 2 kills going the way of Reply Totem. All they need now is to get that connection onto Drage. Mari goes for the pull. He connects it as well. He goes down. This is big, but it looks like it should still be getting shut down, as Linane is able to clear it up in the end and bring back those gems. But That nearly got out of hand here for Tribe Gaming.
That was absolutely incredible pull from Moore, and he's got it again. They've still got to be scared. 5 seconds on the clock. Sandstorm's there, but the mines are as well. Mario gets hit by that. 2 seconds left. There's no time for a comeback this time. Tribe Gaming going to be securing their first set, and I mean, they've won off the back of a couple of turnarounds. Reply Totem have been playing very, very well, hitting Gene Pulls where they can. That last game did seem a little bit more dominant for Tribe than the rest of them, but Totem are definitely not out yet.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, it was incredibly close. It really, really was. And there wasn't much in it, really, after that kind of was interrupted. If they maybe had a slightly better timing on that pool, they could have been able to bring back some of those gems. Unfortunately for them, that's not quite going to be the case just yet. That was game one. There was that aggression from the 9th Rage that was beautiful, just stealing all those gems away from Reply Totem and stealing the first game. As a matter of fact, and then game 2 did go the way of Reply Totem. They managed to turn things around very nicely, a convincing win on their end as well. But game 3, a whole other affair as Tribe Gaming. They just opened things up with a full-on team wipe, and from there on, were able to assert dominance around the map.
Yeah, maybe I did misjudge that first game a little bit. It seemed like actually, even without taking out the gem carrier there, they were up in gems 6-4. So it wasn't as much as a turnaround as I actually thought it was going to, as I thought it was. Here are the stats though, and you can see 11 kills for Lene, and he doesn't disappoint on these aggressive brawlers. 6 for Drage and 7 for Tom. Pretty even distributed DPS across both teams, or damage, should I say. Joker with 9, Mora with 4, and Maru with 6. I'd say that pretty correlates quite well with the brawlers they were playing, to be fair.
I think maybe a little bit of a mistake on the side of Reply Totem to leave the call open against Tribe Gaming when, they have first pick and they have Lena. That just honestly brings that brawler to new heights. I feel like it really does. I mean, there's a lot of players in the region that can play Carl very well, but he just makes things happen that nearly seem like he's breaking the game at times. It's kind of ridiculous how good he is on that brawler. So yeah, Reply Totem might have to be a bit more careful when they don't get first pick to make sure that it's out of the way, because he's such a threat with it. No matter the map, no matter the mode, it's a brawler that's always going to be on his mind and an option for Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, I know we used to say, Totem love an unorthodox penny pick, but it's not unorthodox anymore. It's one of the best brawlers in the game at the moment, so I wasn't surprised to see it banned. There it is. It's banned out for Tribe Gaming. They've gone with the Carl and that Squeak along with it. Obviously banning out the Carl because Totem now have first pick. Crow, Gale, and Janet bans on the other side of things, and they've chosen to go with Bonnie as a first pick. Can't really fault that.
No, you definitely can't. I mean, first pick, and Tribe respect that, banning out the Carl on their side this time around. We'll see the Bell and the Pam going their way. Nice interaction there because, Bell usually does pretty well against Pam. Mark is very effective, and the bouncing shots between her and her healing station can be a problem. So having both on your side just, secures that interaction is not going to be problematic whatsoever when it comes down to this Dueling Beetle set.
Well, we'll see what is going to be picked up next by Reply Totem as that starts to tick down. They've gone with the Stew. I don't mind it. I feel like there could have been maybe a few better picks in there, something a little bit more long range to go down one of these lanes as well. But I imagine they might be playing that in the mid, and if not, you're going to have that speed zone able to get you into those more aggressive positions along with the mobility of those supers as well. So Totem with the last pick here. It's difficult to say what they're going to play. I think there's quite a lot of the other kind of brawlers they would be going kind of out the way, and that you can never predict that. You can never predict a Jesse, and I mean, I don't mind it. Obviously, they're playing against the Pam with the turret. They can bounce some shots off that, but most of the time, I mean, the Pam turret's behind a wall, and you can't really hit it with a bounce anyway.
This is a very interesting brawler to bring in, because we just really don't see Jessie at all at the moment. When she got buffed for a little bit, we saw it, make some appearances, but at the moment, it's just a brawler that is, I mean, probably somewhat underrated, as in it's, I guess, not as bad as, most people think it is, but it should not be good, as far as I'm concerned. We'll have to see if Reply Totem can make that work. We've seen that, they are a team that is very enthusiastic and likes to just try some, weird combs and weird brawler picks, especially as their last pick. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. We'll have to see if they manage to make it work. Is Lena locked in the bow as the final pick? Probably going to be switching that over, yeah, indeed, to Drage. So, yeah, I'm curious about this one because I don't really know what to think of it.
Yeah, nobody's fully on this left lane for Totem. They have a bit of an opening there for Linane to push down, but he's unable to do too much at the moment. That speed zone giving some real good mobility for these brawlers and making it so it's very, very hard to hit them. But they do fall low now, though. Can't complain about the 21% they've already got with really not many repercussions other than those bow mines in mid.
Maro is his super going to go for the jump in onto Drage. Doesn't quite get the kill. Instead, he's going to be the one going down. And I mean, so far, Black Totem have a decent bit of control, at least percentages, as Tom did manage to shut down the Jesse and finds a double as he takes on Joker. So a 20% lead for Reply Totem, but they're struggling to really set up some proper positioning here. And I mean, so far, I haven't really seen the value of the Jesse just yet. All that be it, we haven't seen any turrets yet either, so that's definitely part of the problem.
Honestly, I haven't seen much value of any of the brawlers for any of the teams other than Linane just hitting massive amounts of shots at the moment, though, because everybody's just been hiding behind walls and peeking. So it's really tough to, kind of have that breakthrough moment that a Jesse might have, with the turret and a slow or something like that, because nobody's feeding a super, and that's why Tribe are playing this so well. Joker's managing to avoid death there to the mine, and they've got a Pam turret up and running in the back. And this is what I mean. Jesse's not going to be able to bounce shots off this turret because it's so far back unless she puts herself in an unfavorable situation.
Yeah, I don't get it. I genuinely do not understand this pick. I'm trying my best. The Poco, I could still kind of see the plan of it, probably to make it a very short set, and push forward, protective tune, score. This time around, I mean, this is the first turret we see, right, from Mari, and I mean, it exists. The slow is nice. At last, Mari can use his gadgets. And to be fair, Reply Totem are not far behind percentage-wise. Don't get me wrong. But still, it doesn't really feel like it's, the reason it's doing the difference. But they're winning the game right now, Trev. What?
Maybe it is the difference now. As soon as they got that turret, it started to go better. That's all I'm going to say, They throw the turret up behind that wall, then they establish control, and it's really, really hard to break, especially with that slowdown that just keeps them coming out over and over again, because how's she going to use any of her gadgets if she doesn't get a turret until the last, minute of the game or whatever? So she's always got them stocked up for when she does eventually get that turret, and it's just blocking off Tribe from pushing anywhere, because if they want to go through the mid or through the right lane, they're going to be slowed and taken out.
I mean, yeah, definitely the slows, I get the impact. Don't get me wrong. I get the impact of the slows. They were really, really big. I'm still somewhat on the fence because we didn't see a turret until it was 80% to 80%, and I feel like you need impact early on, in my opinion. But, I mean, a win is a win, so I respect that 100%. And so far, they're not having too bad of a start either. If they manage to get that turret earlier on into the game, then I can definitely see much more value out of that Jesse pick. As right now, I mean, they have full-on control, but again, it's more Joker and Maru with that jump in and some dashes in, able to open up their respective lanes, as Maru is still kind of hard stuck against Tom.
Not massive percentage lead, though, and Maru's going to get marked up and taken out by Linane. Surely he does. Mines are there as well, but Joker's going to avoid them. Tom's slowed down over this left-hand side, and now that percentage lead did build up over a decent amount of time. Tribe need to try and maintain this control for a solid amount of time, or it's just going to get away from them, and this game's going to be going to Totem, and along with that, the set too.
Maru going to run into a nest egg here. Some bow mines placed down. Will be broken up. Still lead for Reply Totem, not the most massive one. I've yet to see a turret in this game on the side of Reply Totem. Let's see if Tribe Gaming can hold on to the mid, as Murray surely has to be a shot or two away from his turret at this point, but he needs it because we saw how big it was, and he does unlock it now. Gonna go for slow, does get the connection onto both Tom and Rage, and this is where the value should be coming. It does get dealt with, but the slow is gonna help Murray connect more shots and get his next super. No need, the percentage lead is there. They take the game, they take the set. I take everything I said back. I mean, Enzo, I'm sorry for doubting your draft. Just take the W and don't flame me on Twitter, please.
Well, I mean, you know, the only time that Jesse really worked was when they pretty much already secured the game anyway. I can agree with you in that sense. You know, like, the only time they actually did anything was, like, very, very late into the game when the percentage lead was pretty much already secured in their favour. But nonetheless, I mean, the Jesse, it pulled through towards the end of the game. It got a really nice double slow off, hit some shots as well, and you can't complain about it. If it does do those certain breakthrough moments, it's proven itself as a decent brawler in that draft, but I do think it was quite heavily down to Joker on that Stu, man. He was just so agile, able to finish off a few of these kills, and I mean Bonnie as well. When she gets that cannon blast and jumps in, it's just so hard to do anything against her.
Yeah, I think this Jesse pick only worked because Joker and Maru were dominating their lanes. Because, I mean, we saw it, especially like in the second game as well, like how long it took before the Pam ever went down, just because the Jesse never really got in range, never got that super. Yeah, I mean, the value of 47% team damage on Maru. It's not because both his teammates didn't get a lot of damage. The Sue, I'm sure, got a decent bit of damage himself, but probably the Jesse is sitting on like 10, you know, which, I mean, I respect the strategy because it worked. It definitely worked, and I can see, like, the slow, it had value for sure. But a little bit too late in the game for me to call it, like, you know, a pick that I expect to see more often on this map. Because it still feels like, you know, we're going to catch you off guard with this one, and that worked out. But it's more of a one-time thing than a reoccurring pattern, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I could agree with that. I think you've hit the nail on the head right there, because, you know, it's not something that you can bring out time and time again, and especially with a lot of the metas that we do see on that map nowadays, Jesse just wouldn't be good against the majority of them, but maybe they just picked the exact right one that would be good up against, because it seemed to work in the late game. Next map, though, and it is 1-1. We can't forget that. Sneaky Fields being the third map. Nobody can win through this set. So Brawl Ball is quite an aggressive game mode. I feel like both Joker and Linane on their respective teams, and along with Maru, very aggressive players can thrive quite heavily here.
Yeah, we see the Daryl, the Gale, and the Surge banned out by Reply Totem, banning out a lot of aggression on their side. Carl, Squeak, and Janet banned out by Tribe. So right now we'll see a first pick Bonnie by Joker, and then on the side of Tribe Gaming they'll go for a Max and have another pick. Now it's gonna be the M's. Good synergy between those two brawlers. Not necessarily like the most meta brawlers at the moment, but they synergize well and they do pretty well on this map, and that's exactly why we're seeing them pick together here.
Yeah, I mean, I love the M's here. Max isn't something you see every day, but it's very, very good to synergize with that M's pick. And if you're able to get your supers simultaneously, then you're going to have some destructive value on this. But Bonnie, I'm honestly not sure about how Bonnie's going to play out on this map. It's just an amazing brawler all in all. But with all the grass, it's going to be tough to enter it with your Clyde form or your Bonnie form, because it's hard to scout either way, short range or just a single pellet. Crow and Rico are going to be the two next picks from Reply Totem, Maru and Mori, slotting onto their respective brawlers with those two. And now it's back to Tribe for that final pick. Honestly, they're going to have to go for a lane, because I'd imagine Max will be coming through mid. I wouldn't mind, like, a spike or something like that, maybe, but it's going to be tough to lane against this Rico no matter what, I think, because they can't really choose a tank because of the countermeasures they've got to it.
Yeah, I was thinking that, you know, against the Crow and the Bonnie, a tank would probably have done fine, but yeah, Mario and the Rico can beam down, and Ruffs is an approach that we've seen quite often, to be honest, to try to deal with a Rico, just because the sandbags have a good mechanic. Sandbags are going to be good against everyone here for the most part, so nothing wrong with that pick, really not. I mean, it might not be the shiniest or the wildest pick you bring in onto Sneaky Fields, but it's definitely a functional one, and I mean, I'm assuming he's going to be trading that out, I would say, for the Max. We'll have to see how that goes. No, he's going to be trading it out for the M's. All right, well, let's see how this turns out. As so far, there's a lot of control for Reply Totem, but they did lose a bit of HP, so they can't overcommit just yet.
Yeah, Maru's very low over that left-hand side, but Linane's getting pinched down by Mori over from the mid as well. Tom getting dominated, and that's two sets of sandbags already out as well, so Tribe not in the best position early on. Clyde form is going to be coming down as Bonnie pushes this ball forward. Joker trying to get the shots through. Just enough ammo for Mori to slot it in time, and they take the 1-0 lead.
So far, impressive stuff here from Reply Totem. quick goal, but that breakup is definitely going to be helping out on the side of Tribe Gaming, as Joker is going to be just a little bit less strong on that Rico pick. Nice super from the 9, gets a lot of value, nearly gets the double kill actually, but he does get traded out in the end. Pass to Joker, he goes for the heal, and that should be the follow-up goal. Yeah, quick work here from a Reply Totem, less than a minute in this game to secure it, and this is where they're starting to run away with it. If Tribe are not able to slow down the pace and turn things around, things could get pretty tricky. All right, looks like we're moving on to our next game. Drake pushing forward, Joker gets taken out. Much better start this time around from Tribe. Let's see if they can keep it up like that, as Lenan does have a super. That could be a nice way to opening things up. Maru, and Maru able to pick up the elimination onto Lenan. Joker has super as well. Doesn't really find the most value so far. Drake picks up the elimination, and so far this game at least seems a lot more even than the previous one.
Well, now Linane does have that super pushing forward, has that in hand now, so trying to rotate over to the left-hand side, try to take them by storm and by surprise at the same time. Maru just running down that right-hand side straight away. No real fight back from Drake there. Tom throwing down this on the right-hand side, breaking up a few of those walls, and that's going to make Joker's life a lot more difficult.
A minute 20 left on the clock. Maru is going to spot Lenan, but Lenan picks up the elimination. Tom was the follow-up onto Maru, but Bull is still cornered up, and no opportunities yet, really, for Tribe to make a play. They do have a fair bit of control, and then gets tagged up quite heavily. Joker going for a heal and follow-up super. Gets some damage onto Tom, down to 17 HP. Lenan barely manages to get the cleanup onto Maru. And still, it seems like both teams are not really able to push forwards too much just yet. Let's see if they can find an opening on either side.
Well, ball cam showing us quite clearly where this ball is, and up the top right-hand side is where it lies. Linane trying to push this forward, but gets taken down again, and Tome clearly just playing for overtime. They've got the right comp to do it, but they've got to be quite wary of Drake getting super and heading into this overtime situation with an explosive push, because if they've got an M super to go along with it as well, that could be quite disastrous for Tome.
Yeah, Bull is uncornered now, not so sure what for, to be completely honest, as the strategy from Totem hasn't really changed too much. Still playing very defensive. So has Tribe been, but that super might be what enables things. Maru goes for the jump in, a slow to follow up. Maru is low HP, gets dealt with it as 3 versus 1, and particularly tough one here for Joker, as now surely he's gonna just get the timing and the angle right, as overtime takes the wall down for him, and he just needs to line up the shot perfectly and time it well, and that is gonna be game picked up by Tribe Gaming. A bit of a tough one here, much different than the first Brawl game.
Considering, how easy the first game was for Totem, it's great to see Tribe, strike back quite effectively after a disappointing loss for them. Now, Tom got an early super going for this wall break over this left-hand side, which I'm not really too sure about. Linane's going to have even more struggles against that Crow now. More would have been effective to use against the Rico, in my opinion, but didn't break up his lane. Drake's going to waste a phase shifter and go down anyway. Linane trying to push through this mid, but just shut down consistently by Totem.
All right, still good positioning here for Applied Totem. Positioning that they didn't really seem to be able to find in that previous game. And I played more on the defensive side for the most part, until eventually Tribe found that opening in overtime. Maru tagged up quite heavily. Maru does have a jump, so that could be the way to open things up. And Joker comes out with a super, gets some decent damage. Drage is low, Tom falls. Drage still up, but the jump in from Maru is going to secure that goal. And Reply Totem managed to score early on into this game. Still plenty of time for Tribe to make a play, and it's looking like they want to turn up the pace immediately here. The pass to Lenan, and the shot, that's going to be a goal. Beautiful stuff from Lenan here. The team play as well overall from Tribe is absolutely on point there.
Yeah, the shot and slow was just absolutely perfect. Didn't know if he could secure the goal regardless, so just wanted to ensure it. use that super effectively and make sure to bring it back to 1-1. It's now 1-1-1-1-1-1 across the board here in terms of scoreline. So very, very close game between these two teams. But Maury makes the move and he slots the ball in. They take that second set and put it in their bag. 2-1 to reply total.
Wow, what a way to do it here. And I mean, Maury, he's had a particularly amazing day. Really, like his performance has been on point in every single one of their matches today, whether it's quarters, semis, grand finals. He's been delivering. And it's a great thing to see Reply Totem now taking 2 in a row as well. And this is where Tribe, they need to be careful because they can't afford to do any mistakes anymore. If they drop one more set, they are dropping this monthly final. Now, I mean, with double points, I think they're going to be fairly happy just making it to finals because it's still going to be a fair amount of points. But I know, as a matter of fact, that a team like Tribe Gaming, they're never really fully satisfied until they're on the top.
Yeah, I don't think any team's going to be pleased with defeat, especially at this stage, to be honest with you. When you make the finals, you want to go all the way because no one's going to remember second place. You're only going to remember first place in my eyes because, you know, these monthly finals, they come so thick and fast. There's so many of them. If you get second place, it's not too much of a big deal. It's set from the points, obviously, that you're going to get towards those world finals where you really need to perform. Some great plays all around, and I love this play as well, and I know you did as well, because we made some seriously odd noises whilst it happened, where he just slowed it down, but just seeing that opening from Maury as well was just perfect.
Yeah, it certainly was. Great stuff all around here from Reply Totem, but honestly, Tribe Gaming, I mean, it was very evenly matched. It really, really was. Again, you know, for another set where it feels like it could have absolutely gone the way of Tribe Gaming, and if it weren't for a bit of a clutch play there from Murray towards the end, I thought they had the upper hand in the set, really. So I'm impressed that Reply Totem managed to pull through and take this one. And it's an important one. Locking in a second set to you, for your team, it's big. Because all you need is, you know, one more. You really have that extra pressure on your opponents. And they know that, you know, whatever they go for, they can't really take too many risks. They can't really, you know, try to change things. But the problem is, if you're not changing things, not taking risks, how do you beat the team if you play by the same way you were playing before? You know what I mean? Like, you just have a big advantage taking that set. And right now, Reply Totem are looking fierce and strong, but Tribe, they're really not that far behind.
Yeah, I was going to say, to the best of my knowledge, I don't feel like Bell's Rock is an especially good map for Tribe. I don't think it's, you know, terribly bad either, but, you know, it's one of those maps where if it plays specifically into your meta, you're going to be able to completely walk over the opposing team. And I know they've added Lane to this roster. They have that aggressive player to go, you know, wherever. We saw him play an amazing Fang early, which I'd love to see come out once more. But if they can get some of those aggressive brawls and play into his play style, then I think they've got a real chance here. But Bands are in, Carl, Squeak, and Bonnie, and then Max, Pam and Carl on the other side of things. Piper as a first pick. It's not what I expected, really.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting way to go. It's not my favorite, just because I feel like it really needs the map to be opened up to shine, and it's hard to open up the map with a Piper, just because, you know, you need to be positioned where you break it. You need to have a super for it too. I so far prefer what I'm seeing on the side of Tribe Gaming. Just Bell is very consistent overall, whether you're playing the trick shot gadget or the nest egg, both work pretty fine. And Gene, I mean, we've seen what Drage can do with it, so I definitely am down for that as well. Rico, I don't mind. I think it's a pretty decent pick overall. I do usually prefer having a thrower on my comp, you know, unless the draft really doesn't set up for it. So far, I do feel like there's maybe the opportunity to do that on either side still.
Well, I mean, both Sprout and Tick are both still open, so they can both kind of, you know, grab a thrower if they want one. And I feel like if they don't, then surely a Tick's got to be picked up here by Tribe, right? Because the Piper, the Rico, and, you know, the Janet are all going to struggle really early on until they get their supers and break up the map or go aggressive with the flight. They're going to struggle early on against a Tick. It might be risky because obviously they've still got to play the late game as well, but I think if you want an explosive start, the Tick is the best way to go.
Yeah, definitely so. I like that quite a bit, so... Yeah, Janet is a strong pick, though. It can definitely put in a fair amount of work, so I have to see how that is going to be played out. And yeah, that's not the most surprising pick from Tribe, because now we know how much he likes that Fang, and he's put it to work already in the quarterfinals today. Let's see if he can do it against Reply Totem as well. As honestly, he kind of has to if they want to go all the way to a fifth set and still stand a chance in this grand final. because Reply Totem, they've had the upper hand so far. This might be one of the picks that turns things around.
Well, it is going to be a bit of a hopeful pick, because if they get, any long-range fights, then Fang's just going to lose it until he gets his super. He needs to get in close range to these brawls, and it's going to be a difficult task to do that. I think probably the best lane for him to have is this Janet one, to be fair, though, as Rico and Piper are both going to absolutely dominate him. I mean, Janet looks like he's dominating him anyway, but this is what I mean. I don't think this tankier pick was the right one, and Tome don't care anyway. They're just going to walk over the rest of the roster and leave Lene on his own.
Yeah, not too much he can do in that position, can he? That is going to be one of the cleanest team wipes we've had so far today, and Totem starting things off impressively well as Stripe. They really need to turn things around, because one more round here and it's a match point going the way of Reply Totem.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Tribe at all, but Lene does have a super. It's going to be a miracle play if he wants to try and make it, and that would be a godsend for Tribe right now. They need a miracle play to get their heads back in this game, because after that last set defeat, it being so close, it could go very wrong for them. The mark was there, but Lene used his super and missed it. Lene hung out to dry now as well against this Rico. Maru's going to land behind them, and it wouldn't surprise me if Dre chooses to go for a pull here on Joker, which he does. Maru is marked up and uses that gadget over the wall, gets taken out, and it's a 2v1. Honestly, it's just so hard to commentate over some of these plays, because I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, there was so much going on so quickly as well. I love we just jumped into the crossfire that Lena and Tom had together, kind of giving away that free kill. It is going to be a round for Tribe Gaming, so they're definitely not done fighting just yet. But let's see how this goes down, as Mari does have a super if he wants to remove some of the walls and try to have a bit more dominance over one of those lanes. So far, he's going to keep it. Let's see if Joker can maybe line up a nice super as well. Lena does have his dash, so that could go a long way, or a gene pull maybe from Drake to open things up.
Yeah, it's not a bad spot for Tribe to be in right now. They have the pull, which is going to be amazing to be hit on Joker, I'd imagine, as their prime target, because the base drop's there for Mori, and I mean Maru and the jump's there for Mori, so it's a bit of a difficult situation to try and pull someone in, especially if Rico stays out of the range. Tom just so narrowly survives. The jump away's there. Lene gets one. Pull comes in on Joker. They get the takedown, and it's a wasted bounce castle as well. Not that he'll be coming back, because it's the last round. But Maru chooses to go in aggressive with that flight, trying to get some damage on Drage. I can't see him winning this unless he can make it a 1v1, which he does do. Can he survive this and clutch up for Totem?
There's no way. There's no way he wins that. That would be ridiculous. He does get tagged up here by Tom, but hits the follow-up, dodges the next one. So far, it seems like he's going to take it. There's just no way. That is ridiculous stuff, Maru. You just can't do this sort of stuff, man. You're not supposed to win that.
He's unfazed by it all as well. He's keeping his composure. Even match point, he's really, really composed, keeping his calm and just focusing in on this next game, because 2 rounds of knockout is what stands between them and the monthly championship of EMEA for BSC. So it's a big title for them to have, especially with the tough year that they've had so far.
All right, this is it here for Tribe. Any mistakes could cost them the match, and Lena is going to be the first one to fall. Joker claiming the first kill. Drage trying to make something happen on the right-hand side, but this is just already starting off pretty poorly for Tribe Gaming, as they are a man behind. Tom is one shot as well, and this is a very dangerous position for them.
Yeah, well, this is definitely not good for Tribe at the moment. Joker's coming in with a good pinch now as well. Janet's down this left-hand side. They're trying to get the supers. I know Tribe won't want to feed, but at the same time, this gene pool is going to be massively beneficial for them to have in this last round. And to be honest, Tom's just gas. Tribe play for this next round, but Drage still wants his super. He's still peeking for it, but he can't quite get it. He was trying to survive there as well, but still, Reply Totem 1 round off their championship.
All right, well, let's see how this one ends. As right now, Reply Totem are just so close from their first monthly final win of the year. Tribe Gaming, they've had their fair share of that so far. They're definitely hungry for more. Not going to give up all the way until the end. Mari is so low, but he still stands, and he still gets to pick up onto Lena. But Tom is there with a trade onto Mara. 2-on-2 now, and 2 supers available for the side of Tribe as well. A missed shot from Mari is going to try to open up the map a bit more, but that gene pool, that bell mark, they can go a long way at this point.
I was just a little confused what Joker was actually shooting at then. He was just shooting in this top bush here for absolutely no reason. It's a 2v2 Joker. Keep your focus on the two brawlers at stake here. Uses that bouncy castle, gets back in the mix, but gets hit directly again by Tom. Maury kind of in a bit of a tough spot. He can't heal up because the G's just going to keep on peppering him down. Gets hit hard and the bounce is almost there. He goes down. Joker, it's all up to him now to try and take this round and the set. But Tribe are going to take a round back.
Strong round here for Tribe. A much needed one too, but they need another one and then two after that if they want to continue their stay in the grand finals. They do have two supers to work with, so they definitely have some utility to make some magic happen. And the dash in there already, and now it's a double stun and nearly gets the double kill. Just the one, the pull onto Maru, and that has to be game for Tribe.
I honestly have no clue what Maru's doing with these gadgets, to be honest with you. Just gadget directly into the path of Drage's pull. But it doesn't seem like it's going to be stopping anytime soon if he continues to do it. But Tribe managed to bring this one back. Bring it to 1-1 in this knockout set. It's still match point for Totem, however, though, so they still need to put all they have into this one. Because if they tie this up, it's going to be pretty comparable to what they did to OGs.
Yeah, that is for sure a possibility. We've seen them do it before. Wouldn't be the most shocking thing if they do it again, but still. It is a match point for Reply Totem. Tribe one away from that fifth set. Now trying to get some early tags to unlock that super. It's one of the challenging aspects of the Fang pick. Maru going aggressive, and he has two low HP brawlers to push, and he's getting value so far, but not really able to find any eliminations until Joker comes in and takes down the nut. Drake still low as well. Should get cleared up as well. Not just yet, actually. But still, a 3-on-2 in favor of Reply Totem is definitely the start they were hoping for this game.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be happy about this position regardless. And an all-right suit from Joker gets some connections. They're just going to go try stand in the gas, not feed. It's the best thing to do at this point. But Maru almost gets a hit. Tom actually got a hit onto Maru himself. And Totem once more. It's the one round in between them and the win.
All right, well, there we go. Lena tagged up. Let's see if we can see some sort of an opening here as Tribe. They are on the verge of defeat. They need some sort of a miracle here to go to that fifth set. Reply Totem are round away from winning the monthly final, and nice tag from Maori. Not quite enough of an opening just yet. The bounce is there though. Maori strikes again, takes down Tom, and this is looking excellent as Maori just doesn't seem to be missing. Drage does get a trade, but it's a 2v1. But Maori, what on earth are those Piper shots?
She hit 4 shots on the Fang in a row. It's not something you see every day. He's got the break as well, so he can just break this up and try to take Drage out from a range. But you know, they've got faith in being able to do it anyway. In comes the gadget from Arrow, and it's the first one I haven't seen him mess up, and it might be the one to win them the game. Drage pulls in, but it's not enough. Reply Totem are going to be the July monthly final winners for EMEA.
All right. Well, very a little overreaction here from Maori, but I'm sure he's happy, and it might also take a second to kick in, you know. Wow, what a performance overall from Reply Totem throughout today, whether it was against Na'Vi, whether it was against SK or Tribe Gaming here in the grand finals. I mean, they're taking all of them home. All of them, absolutely. What a flawless performance almost today on their side, dropping 2 sets total as well. It's very impressive to see, especially considering how tough of a year they've had so far. And this means that we've had a different winner for every single monthly final of the year, which just shows how incredibly competitive the region is.
That's just absolute madness. Because if you look at the other regions, you know, you've had 2 and 2, a team winning all 4 in one region, and you know, there's near enough the same in others as well. To see 4 different teams win 4 different monthly finals is just something you would not expect to see in Brawl Stars. But in EMEA, it's a very competitive and very close-knit region, so I'm not surprised to see it.
Yeah, this is really exciting stuff for the region, especially considering Reply Totem. They were, what, top 7, top 8 at the beginning of the day in the leaderboards? I mean, they're going to be skyrocketing their way up onto those leaderboards. And, I mean, getting just one step closer to going to the World Finals once more. We remember and know what they did over there last year. I just can't wait to see more of them. They have such an exciting playstyle as well, you know, bringing in some just ridiculous comps. I mean, the Jesse, at times the Buzz, the Poco earlier as well. They're really trying to think outside of the box, and I think that really goes a long way in making for some very entertaining matches. And clearly, you know, it's functional too. Like, they're making it work.
It does seem that way, and look at the kills as well. Joke with 10 kills in Knockout, Mori with 9 and Maru with 3. It's clear to see why they won, just because they had more kills, and that's the name of the game in Knockout. Team damage spread pretty much between two players on both of the teams. Joker and Mori getting the majority of it on Reply Totem, and it's Drage and Tom getting the majority of it on Tribe. You can't really blame Lenane. He was in a really tough position with the brawler that he got given against the brawlers that he was against.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely with you there. Wow, what a performance. Let's see who the MVP is, and it's going to be Mari, and very much deserves so. I have to say, man, I think that one of the most exciting parts for me of Reply Totem's performance today is that it wasn't the iDark Joker show that, you know, I've kind of gotten used to for the last couple of weeks. Every single player had their moments. Maru and the 1v2 just earlier, you know, in the knockout. Maori and Bounty earlier on Canal Grande, and Truin, and throughout the series, honestly, he played incredible. Like, definitely deserved MVP, but iDark Joker also had a really good performance overall. So I feel like the team was very balanced today, and that is probably also why they played so well, because every single one of their players, they were able to clutch up. They were able to get impact kills and just have such an impactful performance throughout the day.
Yeah, it was very much a team effort from Reply Totem there, to be honest with you. You know, you had Mori popping off on a few of those brawlers. Joker on the Sandy today has been a real standout pick for me, for him. And then we all know what we're going to say for Maru. That Daryl across, you know, both the game modes, whether it be on Double Swoosh or also on that Canal Grande set. It was just absolutely phenomenal to see him play that brawler and see Totem playing so well after a disappointing first half of the year. It's really nice to see them succeeding once more.
Yeah, and I think that's also where double points, you know, shows why it's there. Because teams like that, they're going to be coming in now with a great form and a great chance at still making it for Worlds. Whereas otherwise, I mean, that monthly final would not even have been that impactful. So very thankful right now on the side of Reply Totem for those double points, because they're going to be flying through the leaderboards at the end of the day. I'm sure we'll get there in a bit, but it's just really impressive, man, to see how just a small change worked out. And I love that Soy de Breza as well with OGS is finding great success over there as well. You know, definitely not that he was the problem or anything like that. It's really just, you know, about synergy and preferences and what you want to make work. And it's just, you know, at some point you might need a different home, and making the right roster change can go a long way. And I think that scouting and picking up iDark Joker, definitely, I mean, it really just boosted the morale of the entire team. And not only is he incredible, he makes his teammates play more incredible too, and we saw that today. And that's why Mari played so well as well, you know, because we see them shine like we haven't seen them shine since Worlds very much.
Yeah, I love the statement you said about, you know, Soy de Breza being, you know, not the issue, because he's succeeded on his own team as well, and bringing in Joker was just, you know, a strategic move for that synergy. However, I am being forced to bring back in the man, the myth, the legend, Ark. How do you feel about that final, and you know, how do you feel about how it played out?
You know, it was kind of funny, wasn't it? Like, you know, before coming into things, you know, when production was saying, are you sure everyone is, like, you all on board for Reply Totem against SK, right? Everyone's saying Reply Totem. Like, if you look at how our predictions shaped the day, like, I think we kind of already laid down the precedent to how we felt this one was going to go. And, yeah, I mean, I think it's been a long time coming. Have earned it. Ever since making some changes, they have been going from strength to strength. And, you know, it may be a surprise to some. For me, it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, and honestly, tried gaming back in the finals once more. I believe that's 4 out of 4 grand finals they've actually had. So that's some extremely good achievement for them. Even if they're not going ahead and winning them, they're going to be gathering points and points and points, and their consistency is the reason why they're doing so well. And, obviously I want to ask you as well, Teddy, what do you think about this new roster change with Lane now that we've seen it come into fruition in the BSC?
I mean, I'm very impressed by their performance today. I really am. I mean, Reply Totem, like, I would have had them as my favorite in this matchup, kind of no matter what. But I feel like it's brought in, just a more diverse brawler pool that they can go fishing and try some more ideas, experiment, bring in that aggression as well that we saw work out amazingly well.
We're doing good. We're very excited about the win, and I don't know, I think hard work pays off.
Yeah, definitely. So I know I've got some people asking. I know Ark wanted to know what was with that Poco M's Max Comp pinhole pun. I'm fully behind it, but we want to know, the coach's opinion on, how that came into the draft.
Okay, so honestly, we haven't played like Pinhole Punt in 1 week or something like that. So it was just improvisation, and we thought the idea was good, but it didn't work out.
No, I mean, honestly, I love a bit of Poco there, and I love to see it. My next question is, with Joker recently joining the roster, how have you managed to build the synergy so fast and be able to perform at the level you are doing and going ahead and winning a BSC monthly final in such a quick amount of time?
I think like our playstyle is very aggressive. Like the three of us really try to push and win our lanes. So that's a good point. And then like my ideas really fit like Joker's mindset, and we can do like really creative drafts, and I don't know, it's been working out really well. The only problem was like switching from Italian to English, but I mean, we're doing good, so I'm happy with the results.
Yeah, I was going to say, that switch doesn't seem to be an issue, and obviously Joker's got about 6 different languages he can pick from to which one he wants to speak, so I think it's great that you guys are able to adapt so well. I've just got one final question for you guys as well. Obviously, with your continued success in the Snapdragon Pro Series and now the BSC, who do you think your biggest rival is, considering there'll be a lot of people out there, putting you forward as the best team in EU at the moment?
I mean, I think probably SK and Tribe are really strong right now. And then, I mean, all the other teams, I think they're kind of the same, a little bit under, like, below our level.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Top 3 teams at the moment clearly running away with it. Thank you very much, Inso, for joining me, and thank you for answering some of these questions that I know a lot of the viewers and some of us casters wanted to answer as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wednesday.
Well, guys, we're back again. Teddy, any thoughts on what he's been saying there? I know, actually, I'll throw this down to Art, because I know he was the one who was questioning this Poco. I was all behind it. Obviously, it was kind of an improvised pick. I want to know, your thoughts on that after he's answered it.
I love it. Just straight to the point. Do you know what? We didn't really know ourselves as well, and I mean, you got to praise him for the honesty there. To be honest, I was just more excited, Trav, to see the collaboration that we've all been waiting for in Brawl. 2 of the deepest voices going head to head. Finally, we get to see it, and that was the best part for me.
Yeah, well, I believe we do have the play of the day coming up just shortly. We'll get Teddy to throw you over this. I believe it is that draw in Hot Zone.
Yeah, that was just incredible. It felt like OGS were going to be running with this one. They did run away with the next game, but still, look at SCMN just bringing it back together, trying their best to take the win. But the left zone does get won in the end by OGS, but both teams have each zone, and I don't know exactly how we managed to have them perfectly in sync like that, but it's just like exactly the same score. Yeah, just incredible stuff all around, and yeah, just showing that, whatever you think, or expect out of Brawl Esports, there's always going to be, a team like OGS that can absolutely make things crazy, and STMN as well, just, for making this happen. It felt like it was like, planned out. It really was. They were perfectly in sync. The map is perfectly symmetrical as well like that. Like, I just love it.
Yeah, I was just laughing at how gormless my face looks in that reaction there. Honestly, I think it was the surge jump through the air that actually made it even in terms of percentages. If it had just stayed on the floor, maybe it'd be able to bring the win home. But I believe we're going to take a quick look at the bracket. If you have just joined us, this is what's happened today. And if you only have just joined us, then I am extremely sorry about missing all of this. Ark, take us a little bit of a last walkthrough through the bracket.
Yeah, you should have seen my face, mate, at that moment. It was a picture. Well, OGS, despite not making the grand finals today, they went very, very close to it with Tribe Gaming in the semi-finals, but definitely a commendable performance from them today. Much, much better than we've seen from them in the past. Rough day for STMN, got to be honest. You know, going out of the quarterfinals, going to have to come back and recoup again, but another close matchup. That upper bracket really was quite close today. Looks to Lobster, we love them. The name is beautiful, and we've all loved to see them, but didn't quite make it through the quarters. Of course, Tribe making it all the way to the grand final. SK Gaming, of course, you know, we fully expected them to make the semis, but Reply Totem definitely are the story of the day. Navi, again, you know, we kind of expected a bit more from them and Team Kesso, but no doubt about it, we'll see them back again. But yeah, Reply Totem, Tribe Gaming grand final. I mean, what more could you really want in a Brawl Esports monthly final, grand final? Absolute banger, and yeah, with double points as well. Reply Totem now, they may not have been on some people's radar, but I guarantee after today, they absolutely now are.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I could have asked for more was a double match point, to be honest with you, but we'll accept what we've got. We'll take a little bit of a look at the final predictions of the day, how things have played out, obviously. So, I mean, this is probably one of my best predictive performances, considering I like to go for the underdogs quite often. You know, we've kind of hit and missed in a few different places, me and Teddy missing straight away with the STMN versus OGS. Ark predicting right on that one, but then maybe a little bit too much faith in Navi, don't you think, Ark?
You know what, though? If Enzo hadn't been giving me a load of lip earlier today on the Twitch chat, then I would have been voting for Reply Totem. I did it out of spite to Trav, and I'm blaming him for that one. That's not on me. Not on me, mate.
Yeah, I was going to say, Teddy, obviously we got this STMN one wrong. You know, I'm not really sure what went wrong for them other than obviously, you know, a very, very close game. But that's our downfall, that first game, STMN clearly not being able to pull through for us to get that flawless predictions today. I believe we do have a look at the regional leaderboards, though. It should have been updated, and we'll be able to see how the double points are going to affect people. And look at that, spraying straight into second. I believe they were 7th today, and they're instantly in second place. Teddy, walk us through what the rest of it has got.
Well, Tribe going all the way to the grand finals are obviously going to be locking in a whole ton of points as well, solidifying their position in first in the leaderboards. Reply Totem, as you just mentioned, still about 100 points behind, but now they're deep in those leaderboards. Second place, much better than at the start of the day. SK Gaming in third, right behind, very closely matched still. Team Keizo as well, sitting on 319 points in fourth place. STM and EU still not doing too bad, all things considered. In fifth place, OGS in sixth, Craze Clan and Navi 7th and 8th. Craze obviously from not, you know, making it, and Navi from going out first round. So those are still teams that can definitely make it, because you guys just saw it today. You can go from 7th to 2nd with double points, and that is going to be the case for the rest of the season. So make sure that, you know, this is your time to perform, because if you don't right now, you're going to be missing out on a ton of points and potentially your spot to Worlds.
Well, nobody's safe at the moment, especially after seeing Reply Totem spring up to second. We have just walked through those EMEA ones, and here are the leading teams. I'll start from East Asia, considering we've kind of just seen it. Zeta Division 1 and Zeta Division 0. If Worlds was right now, they would be representing the East Asia region. NA and LATAM North is Tribe Gaming NA, STMN and Vanguard Gaming, AC Milan Clash, Shazmac Gaming Brazil, and Zero Zone from the LATAM South region. And then Free Win Agents, still undefeated in monthly finals, I will add, to represent the SCSA and ANZ region. You know, I'm just going to ask this to Ark. Out of all those teams, who are you feeling has, you know, is one of the front runners at the moment?
I mean, for me, Free Win Agents, they're surely going to end up being, unless something disastrous happens, being the first team to qualify for Worlds, in my opinion. I think as well, you know, Clash are doing phenomenally well as well. Until, I think, like the main monthly finals, it was really neck and neck between those Free Win Agent teams and AC Milan Clash as to who was going to be the front runner in terms of points. But, you know, look out for NA as well. You know, we got that coming tomorrow. Vanguard Gaming as well. You know, really starting to fly high at the minutes and giving, you know, teams like STM and Tribe Gaming, a real run for them money, giving them a lot of problems as well as some others that are definitely in contention still. Chessback Gaming BR, of course, and that himself are also in that same region as well, so keep a lookout for them. But yeah, I mean, it was a thrilling monthly finals for East Asia today. Zay's Division 1 and 0. I mean, that is going to be a very, very scary prospect going into the World Finals. If both of those two teams make it, oh my goodness me. That's all I'm going to say to that.
Yeah, it's a dangerous prospect, really. It is a dangerous prospect. We do have, well, I should say, this is it for the BSC today. However, tomorrow on Sunday at 2 p.m. PST, we will have the NA and LATAM North monthly finals, and just some final thoughts, some shout-outs over there as well. Thank you to Supercell. Obviously, as Ark said this morning, I believe he said, thank you for making the game and being able to put this on for us. Without Supercell, there would be no Brawl Stars and we wouldn't be here. Thank you to esports for turning all the cogs in the background and ensuring that these shows flow very, very smoothly. Thank you to Teddy and thank you to Ark, the coaches, all the staff, the players, and all of the viewers for tuning in and playing and putting on the best show, because without the players and coaches, we wouldn't have a show to put on. Anything else you want to add to that, Teddy?
No, I mean, I just want to give a particular shout out to production and everyone behind the scenes, because I know they had a lot of things to fix, and it was probably one of the tougher days for them, and they pulled through and made everything work out in the end. So it's because of them that, the show looked nice, and we had the draft and all that stuff entirely functional for the most part of the day, and I think that goes a long way in enhancing the viewer experience. So that's my special shout out for this broadcast.
And Ark, I know I always say when you're hosting, you literally say everything, you thank everybody, you leave nothing for me to say. So do you have anything that you want to add on?
I would like to thank my co-casters today. I thoroughly enjoyed myself, and again, like, this region is so much fun, so much competition. It's so neck and neck. I mean, when you look at Reply Totem today, shooting up the leaderboards, and the fact that we've had a team every single month, a different team every single month, winning monthly finals, that excites me moving forwards massively. Who is going to be next month? That's the question, and again, hopefully the predictions for you guys watching at home went a long, long way. I got my pin. Did you get yours? I hope so. If not, again, North America and LATAM North tomorrow is still a chance to be able to rekindle anything that didn't go quite right for you today.
Well, with all our final thoughts been said from me, from Teddy, from Ark, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for stopping by. And as we say, make sure to stop by LATAM North and North America tomorrow. That's it from us. Thank you very much for watching. Goodbye.
Solo HP confident commit, especially with Kevin coming in for a flank, but a jump in from Sword of Breza gets one, nearly gets two. Janum is low HP, and even still plenty of time for OGS to make a play. It seems like 7 have been waking up so far. The jump in here, that's big. That's a double kill.
Left as well, and now Tribe gonna get wiped by the Buzz. Great play from him, but they've got to be careful of this bull here.
Plays down on the top side of the map for now. We're getting to the later stages. A nice pickup from Shaku.
Going to be in a good spot. Does get down the penny turret as well, but Cubic has another to hand. Now, is Mario going to go down? He's surviving on. My word, he tries to pop a super there.
Now it is going to be 9-7 if they can pick this one up on their side, which they do. Joker pops his gadget very preemptively.
Absolutely. It's very hard for them to deal with, and Colette has been doing a decent job at it, but that's an open goal, yeah? On to Google connects. He is still standing for now, but eventually Drake clears him up. Kevin and Sword of Breza. Yeah, it's only Sword of Breza left alive.
Here's two. This is where Reply Totem want to be, and like they're just going to keep trying to rinse and repeat. Look at Maru go! My word!
Right, take Drage out from a range, but they've got faith in being able to do it anyway. In comes the gadget from Maru, and it's the first one I haven't seen him mess up, and it might be the one to win them the game.